All right. Greetings, esteemed faculty members. Today is December 2nd, Giving Tuesday, 2025. What do I want to... So, who is Jesus Christ to you? Perspectives. I think that's a fair title. Just to kind of gain a sense of how people might even interpret what Three Eye Atlas is. The second coming of Christ, perhaps? But yeah, lots of things to go over. I mean, there's been that shooting in DC involving the Afghan nationalist, which is now created a door for a lot of Christian extreme nationalists such as Riley Gaines to start spreading, blatant Islamophobia. But maybe this is a good thing in the sense where, hey, at least it's now out in the air and we can address it, right? So that being said, we'll begin in just a short second. I also thought maybe we could also use this background. Is there a better way to get people to change their nagging? So I think these are the three backgrounds I'd like to go through. Looks good. Okay, sorry about that. Did some quick edits just to not confuse the screen images. But just, I hypothesize many answers to this background will be, the Father and, God, triune. So the intention is just to kind of just see where it goes with people. I think that keeping it one-on-one for each guest, maybe set a time minimum just for me to get acquainted with each one. And then I think I would like to implement just asking the current guest or guests permission to bring up the next guests rather than just kind of throwing people into the mix while I found myself kind of, getting in the flow of things. So if that makes sense. Any other notes? Oh no, we'll see, I guess. Oh yeah, we were talking about the third book of Maccabean. If I talk to any flat earthers, I would like to ask them where they believe like comets and asteroids come from. I don't know if they've told me what they think stars are, if stars in the sky are just like illusions. Lots of just, I don't know. Everything just seems scattered amongst the collective classical human consciousness and the collective quantum consciousness is individually kind of taking on the workload of what I will call optimizing or upgrading the user interface in these classical computing minds who are clinging to an old yet current system that is quickly transitioning into this new quantum era where it is quantum supremacy over the traditional classical and supercomputing days of just supremacy. Supremacy in this context, I refer to just being the dominant, I guess, driving minds of at least my lifetime who have just kind of gotten the entire collective consciousness of humanity into this state of binary trying to combat, I guess, the new non-binary coding that comes with quantum state of consciousness and conscious computing power, I guess is what I would call it. Just seeing more than just the two options we're given many times, you know, like a lot of people try to bring up math to explain even this concept. Who is Jesus Christ? Oh, it's one being, three essences. I even heard somebody say three essences of one being. Either way, they talk about, and when I say they, the rebuttal argument I observe is that they say, how can 1 + 1 + 1 equal 1, right? Is it, and then they even tag it with the idea of like a 3-in-1 shampoo, body wash, conditioner thing, which is, I don't know. I mean, I look at it as an explanation of what Sigmund Freud defined to be the relationship between our ego, being just who we are, our personality, how we present ourselves in the world, where that ego state is representing two states, one being called the superego, like our moral, conscious state, as opposed to the id, capital ID, being more our primitive human instinctive nature, as if we were just a child and just throwing tantrums, which is something I see a lot more of in just guests on TikTok lives, who, I guess the term is crash out, just kind of get to that straw, that breaks the camel's back, which is a point where I've realized a lot of people, even with me, just have tried to see what my limit is, and so I'm somebody who just, let's keep testing those limits, I don't know how powerful I can become unless I keep testing my limits. So again, I realized the biggest test of my limits is just, working directly with my father. He's just somebody who just can always get me to, again, quote unquote, crash out and just go back to my id state. But again, with the whole concept of the Trinity, this is something, I also see as I guess maybe a adaptation of the Hindu principle of reaching the state of God consciousness, right? Brahman, I believe, through this process of Sat, Chit, Ananda, Chit being part of, my channel, Chit Jock Chat, referencing consciousness, pure consciousness, and in relationship with, pure bliss, and gosh, is it like joy or something like that? But that's the Sat, and the Ananda after and before the Chit part, right? Consciousness, just bliss and joy. And then once we can get to this state of just like harmony between just this flow of, I guess, I don't know if all the electrons and protons and neutrons with their relative spin, right? Negative or positive, and I believe this language is really just like blatantly like so correlated with one another, between science and just like faith, especially scriptures, just in the language of just like cloud, so again, this is just kind of me sharing a bit of my coma or my tale, if I'm a classified comet, which I can see as a homonym for someone who just tries to comment, right? CALMIT. And I just hope that this message builds a bridge. I've caught a video just saying 3i Atlas is deemed not a threat, but then again, why do we have these like interplanetary defense protocols being initiated? Well, I would say that because well, we know why. So again, yeah, 7:13. So again, the main intention is just to see if there's a better way to get people to stop their nagging. Is there a better way to get people to change? To change the nagging? Oh, okay. Rather than nagging. Is there a better way to change? Also, yesterday, I had just like commented and posted some of my YouTube channel videos regarding just like Rapture, and even the recent video, no, actually not so recent, the video that I had used, Dr. Avi Loeb. If you're hearing me, thank you for just being you. But yeah, just the synchronicity of my algorithm. Just after posting that video, he was on a news channel talking about like a signal that was sent. I should also try to. So it was. New clues emerge on 3i Atlas.
This thing, it looks like an ordinary hiking stick.
News
This is
Nation.
from Rhino USA, and it's built for way more than...
Spoke with Dr. Michio Kaku and gave his input.
So maybe I will create like a playlist per day. December. First, 2025. Let's do 2025. Go Broncos, by the way.
CEO fully explain. Why is it that we can receive high-resolution images from the Red Planet Online in a matter of minutes, yet vital data from a mysterious interstellar visitor has been missing for 45 days? November 13th, while the world was buzzing with excitement over a brand new series of images from Mars released by NASA, a much more uncomfortable and thorny question suddenly arose. If they can stream data from Mars so quickly, what is happening with the 3i Atlas photos that were taken on October 2nd? Those images are still missing. It has been 45 days. These missing images were taken by HiRISE.
I believe this is where he talks about the 5th of November.
Operated by a team from the University of Arizona. Given the modern processing power we possess, the data should have been released long ago. This strange delay has not only intrigued the public, but has also raised serious questions. Is something being deliberately delayed or kept secret? When I was asked directly if I believe the NASA administrator's explanation for the delay, I simply smiled calmly. I said I had no problem with that answer because the administrator was just repeating what he had heard, and so was I. However, what I'm looking for is simply the truth. I hope that something will come out in the next few days. While I do not claim that NASA is deliberately covering up, I must note that the slow bureaucratic nature of the system can easily
object when asked if there were any indications it could be alien in nature. Let's listen to his reply. I think it's not narrow, but it's very small. It certainly looks like an ordinary comet. It behaves like an ordinary comet. And it seems to be
It behaves like an ordinary comet.
What is your response to him tonight?
Well, I missed it this morning too. If you use this Vicks app for 1 week and your ears are still ringing non-stop, you did something wrong. Let me show you. A natural comet would have to absorb almost all of the sun's light to sublimate enough carbon dioxide and water ice to produce the observed mass loss rate. But when I analyzed the data, these numbers led to an apparent paradox. To achieve that outgassing rate, 3I Atlas would need to be about 8.9 miles in diameter according to calculations. While the Hubble image taken on July 21st shows the nucleus to be just 0.75 miles wide, that means it is at least 16 times smaller than its energy needs. How could an object inflate that much in just 3 months without being detected? That there was only one possibility. Comet 3I Atlas had fragmented. I suggested that the comet could have broken into at least 16 equal pieces, each creating a surface area many times larger than the original nucleus, absorbing energy. Mathematics never lies.
November 9th. There was one where he was talking.
Suggesting that this might not have been a natural event, but rather a purposeful process, as if the object itself had been fragmented to function more efficiently. On November 10th, I published my findings confirming that 3I Atlas had disintegrated catastrophically at perihelion, creating the cosmic fireworks recorded by Webb and Hubble. But I also left behind a sentence that left scientists shuddering. This process may not have been entirely natural. Some astronomers believe it was simply an extreme physical reaction, but others point to the suspicious detail of the symmetric fragmentation pattern in density. Let us pause here to consider the physics of what we are seeing. This indicates unusually high concentrations of dust and gas at distances far exceeding standard cometary behavior. Officials for November 5th to discuss the date. A congressional representative from Arizona scheduled a meeting with NASA officials for November 5th to discuss the data accessibility issue. This is not speculation. Scientists are actively investigating why the Chinese observations show an ion tail of 1.77 million miles when models had predicted far shorter structures. The tail density, according to my analysis, public administration the Chinese National Space Administration released processed imagery and analysis starting on the 5th of November 2025. Within days of confirming the observations, NASA's HiRISE instrument collected comparable data during this identical October 3rd to 4th window. According to multiple scientific sources, here is the key point. No such data has been publicly released by NASA as of this moment.
NASA, what's wrong with you?
At the Chinese Academy of Sciences are conducting detailed studies using a series of images captured across 30 consecutive seconds during the October 1st to 4th window. These observations document the comet's trajectory against the backdrop of stargates, creating animation sequences that demonstrate precisely how the object moved relative to Mars during closest approach. The significance here is that this represents the first time any nation has directly imaged an interstellar visitor from planetary orbit. Currently, the international scientific community is aware that measurements taken from these observations reveal an ion tail extending approximately 1
right. Money, how are you, brother? Let me get on the screen. Thank you swinging by if you want to come up. Yeah, background is no nagging. And then the question is there a better way to get people to change rather than nagging? So if you have any thoughts or insight on that topic, I was also thinking of starting with a background more kind of faith based, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, how was your holiday, brother? Bideen, Bide, good to see you. Welcome to the panel. If you can see through me, is there a better way to get people to change rather than nagging? So just kind of seeing what you guys think, how this even resonates to you guys. Jamil Habibi, come on up. Come on up. Tell me what you think. What up? Assalamu alaikum. Walaikum salam. Blessed as always, brother. How are you? Technical difficulties. I'm sure he'll be back, inshallah. Here we go. That was wild. I didn't know exactly.
Yes, technical difficulties. I'm good.
I don't even know how you got on the panel without me. Like, it was, I don't know, whatever. But welcome back, WB. So, yeah, tell me, how was your holiday? Was it all right? Like, did you do anything special?
All day. I went by my buddy's house, helped him out for a minute, and I crashed out on his floor. And I woke up, made mashed potatoes and stuffing.
And then went back on the floor. That turkey just puts me out, bro. Like, whenever I have like that
No
turkey.
But I got mashed potatoes and stuffing, so I was happy with that.
There you go. Oh my gosh, hold on, give me 1 second. What else? What else is on the forefront? Any news? Did you hear about that freaking story about that DC incident and how it, like, the perpetrator happened to be like this Afghan national? Now I
mean,
only
it's uncalled for. It's unnecessary. I don't care who you think, what you think, what premise or premises you think. This is uncalled for. This is despicable behavior for anybody to act in such a measure as should be condemned and punished to the fullest extent of the law, in my opinion. I don't care who they are, as long as it's the right person.
Yeah, I believe he passed away. I hope that the one soldier who was still like fighting to stay alive, he's doing better. But yeah, I mean, it was a tragedy. The connection was crazy though, because I don't know, there was like CIA like ties and stuff like that. But you're right, it's an act of just one human being committing this just atrocious act of whatever it was against like two other fellow human beings. So it's just like, how do we get this to change?
Anything but ruin people's lives. That did nothing but ruin more people's lives than what anything or ever. It's just it's disgusting behavior for anybody to think they have the right to do that kind of thing.
Absolutely. But you know, I mean, regardless of whether they think that they have the right or we have the right or not, when this happens, like, how do we, as just like an American like society, proactively kind of get ahead of this? Because I've already seen the very vocal Riley Gaines. I don't know if you're familiar with her, Habibi, but she's just like, you know, I call her a very extreme version of like a Christian nationalist. Like, and she even just blatantly speaks about just like, yeah, I'm going to vocalize her Islamophobia because of just like this tie.
To me, these people that are hard right, hard left, we should be the people of the middle.
The
We're
light,
not
right?
right to say everything is not everything. We live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. We have a constitution that we should follow and we should uphold. And this is the issue. We're seeing a break of the constitutional rights. We're seeing a break of the family values. We're seeing a lot of the staunch Republicans, families falling to not so good business practices. We see a lot of rights and norms of society in the early 70s, 80s, 90s have changed completely. So I don't know what to tell you.
Have you heard about Trump like issuing mandatory digital IDs for any infant born after in 2026 and beyond? Did you hear
That's
about that?
absurd. I can't even believe that. No, I
Why?
did not.
Like,
That's, you know,
is that an absurd? Like, what? Can you share? Can you elaborate? Just like
Yeah,
why?
that's absurd.
What do you think? Like the digital, like what does the digital ID like mean to you? Like, do you think it's like some kind of like chip that they put in people, or because
oh, wait, listen to this. Wait, this is freaky. And we thought it was free because it didn't give you a ticket. And when I got home, I got an email with my license plate, and they charged me $10.99 out of my bank account.
they already just took it out?
From my
They just
license
pulled it?
plate.
Really?
From my
Okay.
license plate.
I don't think that because here in Colorado we have like the like camera like speeding tickets and stuff like that like
Right.
they got and stuff like that, and so this is where people have like learned that it's not a ticket issued by an officer, so you can fight that in court if you take the time to do that. But now you're telling me they just immediately pulled it out of your bank account without even you even
They get
author.
my bank account from my license plate.
Right, and they just do it without you involved at all, right? Essentially, is what I'm hearing. Like, or did they tell you
didn't
just
see a
like
sign saying it's like digitally or
digitally charged?
Digital.
Like you will be you will be.
it said welcome.
That's kind of alarming.
It's a hustle, baby. They
It
got
is.
you though.
I mean, they gotta get that. They gotta get those monies. I'm sorry,
Where in Colorado are you?
It ain't
Aurora,
about where you been. It's about watch where you go.
Where are you?
Aurora, Colorado, where Trump
yeah,
deemed
there's a
like a
Colorado
terror zone. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. So I mean, like, that's just more south. Aurora's like more middle. Fort Collins, if you're familiar with that, that's like north. So I'm like just very close to Denver, but Colorado
Still
Springs.
in Missouri, so I know all the forts.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's a big Air Force base down in Colorado Springs, so that makes total
That's what he
sense.
was. He worked in the mountain.
And then yeah, I mean, there was also that guy in the Cybertruck incident who was like from Colorado Springs. So I mean, like, I don't know, like these things are happening from all over the place, but. But I'm sorry. Good to like. I don't know if you're like with my brother Jabil here. Like it was just crazy. I was just like, who's
Oh,
talking?
my
You're
buddy
doing
Kim. Kim.
Kim. Good to meet you, and Ken. Good to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah,
Aurora.
Aurora, A-Town. Hey, those Broncos. I don't know if you guys caught that game last time. But we are
Chaplain Charles.
Chaplain Charlie of the Denver Bronco.
It's Charles. It's Charles.
It is.
I'll excuse you, even though your hockey team. Bad.
I don't pay attention to the hockey, so that's where it's just like.
She's savage. She tells it exactly how she thinks it.
You guys are up in like, what are you, the Bears right now?
No, softy at all.
Kind of like you. Is she? I'll get a gauge.
Very soft.
He is a fucking teddy bear.
Comparatively, okay. Well, that's good because I see him like as a big, like, ugly, snuggly guy.
I
So
was described as meaner than a rattlesnake from somebody the other day.
You are not mean like that, but you don't put up with stupidity.
And I get compared to
You have
Beth
a-
from
you have a big-
Yellowstone.
You do have a
so-
big problem with stupidity.
I'm not stupid. I fucking hate stupid.
That's what I just said.
Oh yeah.
that's what I. Stupid is as stupid does, though, right?
It's fucking people.
Well, I mean, come on, kid. Like you just hate people, like like just Stupid people, right? This is where Benjamin Franklin has like a brilliant quote where he says, we're all born ignorant, but someone has to work very hard to remain stupid, which I thought was just kind of like comical in its sense, but it really made me think about
I disagree with that.
You disagree how?
Yeah, because I say this: you're a product of your environment.
Well, you can be.
Hold on, you heard a fucking sentence fragment before you say
Oh,
no.
sorry.
So shut the fuck up.
It's alarming that this. I thought this was just like TikTok Jamil. Apparently, this is Jamil Jamil.
Go ahead. Product
Okay.
of your environment, then what?
I don't know what to tell you. What
Oh,
I'm saying is that,
Habibi, you
okay?
can't do it. Just go.
All
Come
right,
on.
a
Lay it on us.
product of the environment is a portion of the variable that makes you, right?
Nature versus
Depending on your
nurture, or nature
education,
and nurture.
Depending on your education, depending on your family values, your economic values, your structure of need, want, desire, what's fucking formulated in the measure of how it was given, how you got it, achieved it, all these things measure and matter. Because what? It dictates the person. Then what? We have an X factor that no one can fucking tell. Everybody's an individual. So systematics works only to a point of a margin. That's where
White hats don't
you
matter.
gotta give fucking the benefit of the doubt to people, and it'll fuck you in the ass most of the time.
So they open
Excuse
their
me,
mouth.
TikTok.
Or drive.
Hey, we know the algorithm and how it works here, Hippie, so you don't have to censor yourself. But again, let me ask you this then: like, how do you measure or value like someone's skill? Like how? Because we each have like.
Fit or not?
I mean, skill is easy. What do you mean skill?
Okay. Like, there's this question. Like, okay, say you're hiring a position and you have two
Use
candidates.
the Bible here. You can tell by their fruits.
By the fruit, but like it's also like you said, the environment in which they were raised. So let's say like
No,
you have
I disagree.
No, I didn't say. I said a portion of
a
environment.
portion of it. Okay, forgive me.
It's values. It's a high value. It's not
Two
like
sons raised by an alcoholic. One could be an alcoholic, and one could go the total extreme the other way.
It depends
They
how
could be
buttery and how
brothers.
wild they are within those measures.
I
man.
was
It's-
fucking wild.
Yeah, you're super wild getting in my conversations.
Hey, well, you shouldn't. They're open.
I
I'm
shouldn't
in
what?
the room.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it's just like, hey,
Shit, like you got them going on. Don't make me fucking dot you in the eye.
Okay, I won't.
I love it. Again, here's the background question: is there a better way to change people rather than nagging? I think it's just like dotting them in the eye, as you said, Kim.
Change anybody? That's the stupidest fucking format I've ever heard in my life.
You can't change.
Only way I'm gonna be able to change you
We
is
can
if I
only-
bind you up and do that. All I can do is give you the best
Waterboard.
advice I can give you.
We can only
Work
change
for them.
ourselves, right? We can only truly change ourselves. So I guess,
Waterboarding.
I mean,
No, you can.
I think that's a.
give the best advice that you can give them.
And
I mean,
let
it
'em
depends. If it was my blood brother, I'd tie his ass up.
Right, waterboard.
But if it's just a friend of mine, I'm gonna explain to him the best I can. If it's someone I don't really know that well, and depending on their action, depending on how long I'm gonna deal with them, right? If it's absurd, I'm not gonna deal with absurd at this time.
free
in my life.
will.
It's stupid, right?
People have free
But
will.
if it's something
they
I can
wanna
help with
change.
and I got time to help, why wouldn't I help?
But you got to think about it. Like, this is all part of Allah's plan, Habibi. So it's just like, what if like we're
Oh,
missing?
now that way.
Pretty sure you didn't
The
plan on
afterwards, you can say that. You can't say it before it, right?
What do you mean?
Past
What do you mean you
tense.
can't say it? You can't say it in hind, or I guess like
This
in.
is where people get it fucked up right here.
Okay.
This is a very important value you should understand if you don't understand it. You make decisions, cognizant decisions, and
Instead of
what?
you,
Sometimes
we make decisions,
it's
right?
just-
We make decisions. We make
Yes.
decisions rather than
Right.
pointing it at me. Like, we make decisions. So again, Habibi, our words. So we make decisions that are what cognitive choices. Is that what
I
you said?
wasn't done. No,
I know, I'm
some
just trying to-
cognitive, some aware and some not so aware, right? So the decisions that we make that we're aware of, we know we did it for a purpose or a reason. If we're powder puff or ultra hard or in the
stupid.
middle, well educated, uneducated, right? And then there are decisions we make that we don't really comprehend because we didn't see the situation coming to be, right?
It's called free will.
So it's the action reaction of dependent on good decisions and bad decisions. And then how good of a person are you
But you
really?
need bad
Do you
decisions
care
to
about
learn
people
from them.
individually?
That's
No,
very true, Kim. Yeah, right. So we have to learn from like the bad choices and just take the good out of them, right, Habibi? As you said, just leave whatever's bad behind and take the
Keep
good.
repeating your mistakes, and they become
Well,
habits.
that's to a point too, because why? You can't be extreme on that. Because you got to make the wrongs right. When you wrong somebody, you got to make that right.
Yeah, I
cut-
disagree.
Well, that's your disagreement, but quit interrupting me, please.
Hey, this is
It's
TikTok.
in the middle of a sentence, so I don't even know how you can get an understanding of anything when you listen to a sentence fragment. In kindergarten, we were taught you need a complete sentence
Don't
to
raise
take a judgment.
your voice.
You lost my shine, and I don't like that.
I apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
But you don't.
I'm not raising my voice. I'm talking stern. There's a difference.
Right, but
Kinda.
again, Habibi,
I'm
this
gonna
is where
talk
you're in this
stern.
like position where you're in two universes right now. You're like on the TikTok universe, and you're also in like the real
I'm the
world.
same everywhere I go.
That might
It's
be.
in value. It's in a value, right?
Okay.
I know how to act in front of moms, dads, in public, that kind of thing. But I'm at home. I'm at yours. I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Just remember, we're all representatives. It's just this is a new experience where.
Anything bad. Kim is my good friend I've known for decades and decades and decades.
I'm not that old.
So, oh yeah, that's right. Only
Hey, 3 decades is not that, you know, like
my
hey.
sister, right? So if I can't tell my sister exactly how I feel, I don't know who the hell I can tell how
This
I
is
feel.
true. He is actually allowed to
And-
raise his voice, but
So then, do you guys find each other like helping each other in a sense where have you personally, and you know, feel free if you don't want to share or not, but like where you really had to like step in and like correct like either one of each other and just be like, you gotta stop.
no, I don't do anything
Thinking like
stupid
that.
We grew up
that.
on a lake, man.
What does that mean?
Lived on-
what do you?
I don't do anything
You
stupid
understand?
when people have to correct me.
Okay.
When you grow up on a lake living. Where I grew up, life was living like a vacation at times, right? I was just a poor idiot on the block in a rich area. So I know how to live good. That's not a problem.
But it's like that the saying, stupid as stupid does. I'm not saying you guys are probably doing that thing, but you guys never had like anybody growing up on that lake, like who would be like, let's go, like do these
It's
dangerous
a
things,
ultra-
like.
It's an ultra-a-thon on that lake. Every type of person you could meet. Drunks, business people,
Okay, so like,
cops. I mean, what the whole fucking shebang's
Remember,
on
we
the
only
lake,
had
man.
one cop. Good old
Dummies,
days.
complete.
to watch over the entire lake, like he was in charge of
Yeah.
it.
And it was my sister's friend's dad.
So was he like a cool guy, or was he even harder on that sister's friend? For her to even do it. Like I had a friend whose father was in the department, and she would eat like a raw onion, like an apple, every like night before she went home from like a party.
After she got drunk or something?
Yeah, to beat the like breathalyzer that her father would give her. And I was just like, oh my god. Like she just like gnawed it like an apple, like literally. I almost took a bite and I was like,
He is
what
a
is this?
G.
I was like, what is
This is
this?
what you call a super G.
Dude, she'd carry around a bag of onions like in her purse. I was just like, who
That
are you,
works.
girl? And she was just like, my father is an officer. And I was like, is this like a, she's like, no, he
Oh,
just
yeah, see,
breathalyzes
that's
me.
how my dad was. My dad was like a detective, man. That's why I'm good at what
Every time
I
you
do. I had to get away with
Right, so
everything.
then
I didn't
that
I've never been a drinker in my life, so.
But we still had to like figure out ways to kind of bypass these environments that we found ourselves just, you know, like this is the thing, like you said, the environment like and how that affects like our ultimate like nature today, right? So this is where like if you were hiring Habibi and you had one person, like you had just asked these two employees like the same question, just like how tall is like that steeple like outside of this window right here? And one tells you an answer immediately, and you ask him like, how did you know that? And he says, oh, I've studied that building, like, you know, and I like know that it's like this, you know, like, so, you know, that's how he knows. And then the other guy says, you know what? Hold on. And he like leaves and then comes back and then gives you an answer. And then you ask him, how did you figure that out? And he says, well, I just went out, looked at the shadow, like measured the shadow and kind of did like the like
Well, which one you hire?
formulas. Yeah. Like which one do you think is smarter?
I wouldn't. I don't know. To me, that's not a gauge to hire anybody.
No. But it's a gauge
I
of just like
understand that, to
how
me, because
people.
they can measure the distance of. I mean, it's pretty simple to measure the distance of a shadow for the time and this kind of thing, and then things like that. But me myself, I've done it so much so I can shoot from the hip within a range,
I'd hire
just
the
from a
first one
glance.
because the second one
So,
took too long.
Because the second one took too long.
They're gonna take their time and measure this and do that and go through this and go through that and calculate. I just have to know how close do I gotta be, right? And then
But
the guy, I mean, either way, I don't. I mean, to me, it's.
But let's slow down. Like think about like how these two different like figurative like potential employees
I heard you.
think, right? Like the first
I
one
heard
says,
exactly what you said, right?
I memorized it, right? I know it because I read it somewhere. So he didn't learn it. He was just told it and like remembers it.
Yeah,
While
but
the other
that's-
person,
there's values both way. This guy had a precursor to look ahead. The other guy had the intelligence of the formula. So which one, if you need someone that's a deep thinker, that's not in a rush, then I'd hire the first guy. The second guy, I mean, he's more of a technical guy that could overlook some things, I would say. So I try to put people in the position of advancement and success, not change the fucking ring.
Yeah. First guy, second guy took too long, and I have no patience.
it's like I need my.
And
But
if they're going to be pushed in a broom, none of that matters.
well, you're right. You're right. I mean, anybody can push a broom. Almost. I had an employee who would like mop, like walking forward, and I'm just like, "What are you doing, dude? Like, has nobody taught you how to mop?" And he's like, "Never." And I was like, "You walk backwards, man. Otherwise, you just walk through it." And he's like, "Oh, that makes sense." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, we have to start like at ground zero." But again, I try to be able to kind of like see people for how they like perceive like our shared world based on just like the shared questions that we get asked, because there are a lot of people who just memorize stuff, like this is the thing where they're just very knowledgeable, but when it comes to like wisdom, it's like how do we apply and like actually like use that knowledge, which can come from, like we were talking about earlier, our bad choices, our bad like memory, like these are like, for me, like a big part of just how I just kind of keep myself centered in this crazy world of just like everybody just kind of, I don't know, speaking over one another based on the fact that they feel they are an expert on something or whatever it is they are speaking about, especially here on TikTok. I don't know if you've kind of recognized this pattern, Habibi, but
Well,
even
some people don't have raising.
raising,
You know?
like upbringing, like a solid
like
upbringing.
Yeah.
That's true.
I say it like that because so the people that understand that they don't have raising
Gen
upbringing
Xers.
can understand it, bro. Because the words you use, most people can't understand in your technical aspects of brilliance.
Gen Xers. Themselves.
Gen X is the latchkey generation, right? Is who they call the latchkey
Last
kids
great generation.
that came, and we all came from the baby boomers who came from the silent generation. Like these generational names. Yeah, but
You too, bro. You guys drive safe.
oh, are they leaving? Good to chat with you. Bye, Kim and Ken. Was it Kim and Ken? I forgot it. Yeah. Be safe, guys. Have a happy holiday if I don't get to chat with you guys again. But it was great talking with you. But yeah, I
I'll
mean,
be sleeping all day on Christmas. I promise you that.
hey, we'll be talking if you want. I had to get stuff. So I mean, like, Elith, good to see you here. I don't know, like, I think I saw
I got
you.
a genius idea, man.
Okay,
And it
lay it
has
on
to
me.
do with kids' cartoons.
Okay, hit me with it.
want to put together a series. I think it's gonna go bonkers.
Okay, what's the pitch?
I'm not saying none of that over open air. It's too good.
Okay. And this is where, like, if you want to do that, like, I always think about, I have a children's book that I try to man out. So if you want to go offline and talk about that, you hit me up. You got my number still,
You have a
right?
children's book already?
No, like an idea, like a children's story, right? Like I'm somebody like you, I don't know, but I think this is a big.
Basically, it's a plethora of domination, easy, and informative, and family values and operations of understanding that I have growing up and remembering the actions of having and not having. And
to kind of help,
I think
like
you can
in the
bring a lot of people
raising
together.
of today's children, right? And like you said,
Yeah.
they're guardians and parents and stuff like
It's mainly
that.
going to help the mothers.
Okay. I mean, that's a huge, like, assistance. You know, that's a huge layup. But again,
Oh, it's monster.
like,
This idea is monster, and it only comes from my cultivation of how I lived and everything I've been through, right?
you got a title yet? Can you just give us like a?
Yeah, I've been cultivating it for a while, so.
Well, that's good. And this is where AI is very useful because you can just draw.
AI.
You might steal your idea. Like, I mean, like this is where. Again, can I ask you again? Like, when you think of digital ID, what comes to mind? Like chips implanted in babies, or just like a social security identity for everybody?
I'm
Right
sorry,
there.
I'm playing fucking freaking Fortnite.
Fortnite.
I'm one-on-one now.
Have you played Minecraft?
Yeah, I used to play World of Warcraft. I haven't played Minecraft. I played Minecraft for a couple days. I like more action games.
Oh, no.
Minecraft's good.
Like, Minecraft has two modes of play, right? You can do creator or survival mode, right? Like, and that's like when I
That was
heard.
a while ago when I played it. I don't remember it exactly. I only played it a couple times.
Like, do you have ideas for like people to like play a game that helps them like elevate in any way possible? Because this is where I was watching this video and they were talking about like if you can create some kind of like game type experience.
I got a ton of those ideas.
Okay. Like, this is the thing. Like, I used to be a pitch man. I'd like pitch just like ideas to just like
Yeah, I used
studio
to do that all
people.
the time too. I'm done giving people my ideas.
I know, right? Although I'm like grateful for some of the ideas that got like come up, I'm just like at least what I did. But again, there are some ideas that I've been holding on to. You want to hear a hilarious story, Habibi? Like when I fell in love for the first time in like middle school, I was like trying to write my girlfriend like a love song, and I remember like in the bathroom just sitting there like trying to get inspired, and the only words that I got out on paper was baby. Baby. That took like an hour for me to just get to that. And I was just like, I crumbled it up, threw it away, never thought about it since. Then fast forward, when I'm an adult, the freaking jam from like the teen heartthrob of his time is baby. You know, I was like, oh my God, Justin Bieber took my idea. Like God, passed it on to Justin Bieber. I don't know, but it's just like weird coincidences like that. I'm just like,
That's happened to me so many times in my life. It's ridiculous. I'm so far ahead of my game. Sometimes it's absurd. The technology don't reach up to my ideas. But now 5G's here. I can do a lot of things I've been planning for decades and decades. Because you know why? Ultimately, you know what the big problem with society is?
I have my own theories. What's yours?
people don't know how to have real fun anymore. They don't enjoy themselves anymore. They don't really laugh. They don't really. The people that have a lot, it becomes boring. The people that have nothing are miserable. So, and I'm saying general, not everyone, right?
I mean, do you still find the same things fun that we did when we were like in our 20s and 30s?
Man, I don't kill the kid inside of me. I find everything fun. It's just now my structure don't put up with it. Like I want to go snow skiing so bad, right? But my hips are blew out, and I'm not going to get no surgery, so I got to do the exercising to get them back into shape to go skiing. So I've been doing that lately, right?
That's good. I mean, that's a good motivator, at least to get, active and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
you gotta be proactive, right? You gotta have small goals, medium goals, large goals. You gotta set yourself up for success, not failure. You gotta deal with the demons inside of yourself. Everybody's got everything, right? It's just a measure. We all have the same shit. It's just a measure of how much.
Right. You saw that video that I had posted just about like that, how to break up like time, right? In minutes to become just like that 10,000 hours that makes us like technically a master or anything. But, like it talks about just like we have 8 hours that we work every day, 5 days a week, and that's this many hours. So like if we plan it correctly or just really focus it correctly, we can like use in 5 years, like 10,000 hours to become like a master of something. But that's where I'd ask myself before I thought of it that way, like what had I become masters of every 5 years of my life, and like this is where like the stages of just like development come in. Did you know that they pushed back like the adolescent stage from like 19 to 30 now? They say like adolescents can reach up to 30 years old, which
we all watch Forrest Gump. Stupid is as stupid does, partner.
right?
So
I may not be a smart man, but I do know what love is, though,
matter
right?
Age, adolescence. I've seen people 50. I'm still a kid at some measures. I didn't even realize I was old till I was like 47.
Really? So then what did you realize then? Just like, oh my gosh, my hair is getting thinner, or just like it was like a feeling.
I got viciously food poisoned, and my health has been drastically going down ever since then.
What did you eat?
I was at OG Garden. OV Garden. I don't want to bash nobody in case I get
Really?
another hot boy on my ass for talking the truth.
I mean, what happened? The tour of Italy like treated you badly or something? I've never.
I was playing World of Warcraft every day, and it was like 20 hours every day of World of Warcraft, and I was eating only this garden's chicken parmesan with the salad, and I lived across the street from it, so I'd pay my monkey buddies to go get me the chicken parmesan, a couple of them, right? A day I'd eat 2 days basically.
But like you pay other people just because you were so focused on the game,
Warcraft, yeah.
and you didn't want to leave. You couldn't leave, so it's just like you guys got to do my intermediary like work. Okay, so then
dumb style, like ultra retarded style.
I mean, just again, what were you trying to master?
3 days straight, nothing but yogurt, coffee, and World of Warcraft pump.
Were you like that South Park episode? Did you see that South Park episode where the kids are just like,
got fat like that and everything.
Okay.
Got fat like that and everything.
Okay.
Seriously.
Good to hear. Now you're.
I think they made that episode over.
Were you the master guy? The guy who's just like.
No, yeah, because now that I see it, I'm like, that exactly is like what I lived.
I mean,
right? Not exactly, but like, where you guys at? We're supposed to raid, right? Because I figured I was trying to get out of, doing the things that I was doing. So I used that as an outlet to get
escape, right? Just escape from just whatever.
No, because I'd always go out on every weekend, right? Either one place or another, and it was no good for my soul. So I figured I took the lesser of two evils. I said, all right, I'm going to sit at my house. And I was living in Rochester at the time, Michigan. That's a very expensive suburb, right? High-end establishment. there. I had my own house. I bought a house on land contract off a friend of mine, and I was spending $1,000 a month. And back then, it was a lot of money. Right now, it's not. So
Just on your like
Yeah, I was-
leisure?
I was no, I'm the house I bought.
Oh, okay. Like that was like your mortgage essentially.
Yeah, it was like
Okay.
$160.
Wow.
$100.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Like $8,000 down on it, and I was making payments.
Yeah.
Right.
Ballers, huh?
And then I moved my mom in. I was taking care of my mom. So my mom wasn't walking, and after about a month and a half, I got her walking, and everything was doing great. And then my dumb ass went and got caught selling weed, and they flipped my life upside down because I grew a couple plants outdoors. So my mom had a mental breakdown, and then it was a whole big ordeal.
And then that whole incident happened, and then just
Yeah, over
Wow.
a burnout headlight. Over a burnout headlight. That's what it is, you know.
But
Stayed where I was going home. I didn't want to leave my mama home alone, so I wasn't drunk. I wasn't doing nothing. I just had a burnout headlight and a doobie in my ear. I forgot I had the doobie in my ear.
those burnt headlights, man. A burnt headlight like changed the course of my life forever too. Like I was coming back from a show in Wyoming. Yeah. So
It's the way
Hey.
it's designed, you know.
one headlight.
I didn't. Coincidental. I didn't eat for 10 days or drink anything for 10 days straight. So when they tell you you have to drink something in 3 days, it's a lie. I took 3 sips in 10 days because the water tasted like it was poisoned.
Wait.
food,
After
I did
your
not
your
eat
your
nothing for
OG,
10
after
I
the
did not
OG
eat
poisoning.
Nothing. No.
Oh, okay. When you were like getting
I was incarcerated. In this time, right?
okay.
I did not eat nothing for 10 days straight. It was from December 5th to December 15th, 2006.
And then just a couple sips of like liquid fluids
When
and
I
stuff
tell
like that.
you sips, I mean not even like just moisten up my lips. And when I tell you I was chanting, after 7 days, I started chanting nonstop for about 8-10 hours because I was in a single man cell. They're trying to drive me batshit crazy, so I just let them know, very articulate, that I'm gonna drive them batshit crazy since they're gonna drive me batshit.
You're gonna
And
draw
sure as
first.
shit, they broke before I did, and they were just watching us. So, and I'm very articulate in a very pleasant way of letting people know how they are without being a dick. And I was rapping it, singing it in a cadence, and exercising like a savage for 10 days, witnessed by them savage people that savagely do that kind of thing to people over weed. So,
Over weed, like long before it. Is it rec out there?
no,
In
not
your-
long. No. So that trouble I got in, I was the next week out of that ordeal, went and got my medical card and was growing legally while
You were going through like the probation for the irony of that, right? Like,
yeah, no, that pissed them off. They lost their shit.
I mean, did any president ever just like pardon all the? I thought like that happened with Obama. Like, didn't
It only
Obama
works
just?
for people that ain't Muslim.
I think that's. Come on, I don't think that's true. I mean, I can see how that
Well,
could be seen
think-
that
you
way,
can
but
think if you want to, buddy.
I mean, like,
But I live.
this is where I don't know.
I tried to be like you my whole life. I'm done being like that because the reality dictates. Now it's not like that for everybody, but some people it is like that.
I mean, again, like I've been locked. I haven't been incarcerated, but
I'd watch
You know,
what
like-
you say and that because I love you. And
Hey.
I'm nice, so it's.
I know
easy.
you'll correct me. I know you'll watch out for me, Habibi.
I'm
but
I'm just gonna tell you this, right? I've given every excuse that I could make up.
for what? For yourself? Like just
For
to
everybody
yourself?
else.
No, right.
For everybody else with that shit, right? And I'm still gonna give new people that stuff, but I'm still gonna call it like I see it, right?
Just calling a spade a
Because I gave you a
spade.
pass don't mean I didn't see it the way it was.
Right.
right?
I mean,
Sad. It's sad that people are racist, that people are sexist, that people are bigots. It's sad that people have a problem with religions. Because at the end of the day, lakum dinakum waliya din. Islam preaches to you your way, to mine my way, and follow the laws of the land. So, I've always been a person that's taken accountability my whole life. My dad
even
taught
when
me how-
it wasn't like your accountability to take, right? Like you found
Yeah.
yourself in that same position where,
yeah,
and that
protecting girls, protecting people, yeah, no problem. I don't care. It is what it is.
yeah, I mean, and that's the
I don't like bigots. I don't like racists. I don't like people that hurt other people just because they think they're what do you call it? Justified of this or that. Fuck them. They can all get it.
holier than or whatever, right? Like that
Any of them. Any
that
of them.
inspiration or whatever it is.
you got is wrong, and you're a mutant for it.
But I mean, I see this as just like this is the human nature that Allah wants humanity to break out of, right? Like, because once you break out of like that chain of just like it is what it is, and just I have no control, like I just like that's like a mental cage where it's just like when you can free, like they say when you are locked up in
Those are
prison.
excuses, man. People do what they want to do. I don't know. I'm not an excuse maker.
That's
Excuses are the building blocks.
you're absolutely right. People do what they want
Now,
to do.
there's extenuating circumstances. I'm not dumb enough to not realize that there is extenuating circumstances. But if you're telling me about an extenuating circumstance, cuz all the time, cuz that shit don't work. Right?
It's okay, cuz rather than the but. My problem was the but.
Same difference. But
Right.
cuz
Right.
want wah. Now I understand what the people parents in Charlie Brown talk. I can understand them talk.
That teacher.
all the adults, right?
Right. Like where that came from, it takes on a
When I
whole
was
different
young,
meaning.
I'm like, why do the parents talk like that? Right? That was a question I inherently would ask myself. Never asked anybody that. But
These are the I would ask my dad just like is Charlie Brown like yeah, I call myself Charlie Yellow. This is where like I take on like that character very seriously. But again, Habibi, I think that like in the future, like people who help other people, like have you heard about like this universal basic income idea? Elon Musk talks about it. He's just like, we're gonna issue just everybody a universal basic income and nobody will have to work, like I don't know, he just kind of pitched it that way, but
good
like
luck on that one. It's gonna
Right.
be a Powder Puff Princess barrage out here.
it's gonna be a lot of World of Warcraft, Call of Duty people,
There ain't
or
nothing gonna be getting done.
or
I
the
was
people.
ultra skilled by the time I was ultra skilled by the time I played World of Warcraft. These kids nowadays, they don't.
But you're also ultra skilled before with your hands, right? Being a mechanic and being like essentially a carpenter and stuff like that, right? So like this is where you have a foundation to fall back on. I believe
Right.
this whole universe, like because kids today, I don't know, like they see this as the job. If they can become
playing
just
Fortnite.
whatever it is, they play Fortnite on social media, and that's what gets them the 10K subscribers, that gets them like a residual income. Like that's the carrot every child seems to be
Right now,
chasing.
I'm driving a golf cart, tuned up, jamming some beats on Fortnite, looking for some big old weapons.
I've never played, so I don't. I thought you were telling me you're like in a physical golf cart playing Fortnite like in your house. Like I'm like, where are you, baby?
Driving a golf cart in Fortnite. Yeah.
Like, did you hear during COVID, like when I guess the GTA, whatever one they were on during COVID came out, and there was like the big online play, there was like a group of like Broadway actors who found each other in the game, like at like the amphitheater inside like the world. And they all started communicating like, you're an actor, like you are frustrated like this because of COVID. Like, what if we try to put on like a play within this game? And they like did that, and they just talked about how people would like find out about it and just come like just gun down the entire thing, and they'd have to like respawn and like come back and find each other. But like, it's amazing just how like people interact with one another, you know, in positive ways and maybe just like non-productive ways. But either way, like this whole game theory thing, it's just like, if we can create some kind of like experience, you know, like in a thing. Like, have you ever done an escape room?
Man, I've watched escape rooms. I've never done one.
Would you? I mean, like, have you ever played like any?
That's not really my forte.
I mean, I didn't think about it either. It's actually though pretty exciting, dude. I mean, like the real thing, like, you know, like I went in Korea, and it was like,
You know,
it was.
I jumped dirt bikes 50, 80 feet in the air. I jumped a snowmobile at 110 miles an hour. I went like 100 feet. You know, I mean, escape rooms, I'd bust through the wall. That would be escaping.
That's where, you know, like you can't be Daredevil all the time.
I guarantee you it would be fun. And that would be exciting too, but you know, my exciting's like going 200 mile an hour, doing, you know, helping people, doing things. I love helping people, man. It's fun.
Okay, like, so okay, you're the thrill seeker, right? Have you ever done like, have you done bungee jumping, skydiving?
Yeah, I mean, skydiving I would do if I could do it every day. I mean, one time to go spend a bunch of money and jump out of perfectly good airplanes. Now, if I could
with
put
some
on
dude strapped on your back, it's like, nah, not
Yeah,
for me.
I
Like,
mean,
what about bungee jumping? Like, that's something where,
yeah, I've done bungee jumping. That's
have you?
fine.
Is that, what is that like? Like, just
Just like anything else, it's go drop until you stomach in,
Just
and
like
then you shoot
anything.
back up, right?
that's the thing I asked him. Like, do you think when you're skydiving, like that
I
feeling
actually
in
met
your
the dude
stomach
that
is?
invented the bungee jumping, man, and that's crazy to fucking say that. But he was telling me about this new idea that they had and all this and that. We were on our way. I forget where I met him at too. It was, and sure as shit, the bungee jumping came out after that. He was right.
I mean, how do you even come up with
Crazy,
that
right?
idea? Right? Like, it's just like,
So you got to understand, I grew up in a place where there was a lot of rich white boys that were nuts. And
we're
nothing I
innovators.
felt better than to be able to get behind that $80,000 ski boat that their daddy bought them and out ski their ass.
Hey, it's always nice to be like
or
the
out
friend.
kneeboard their ass, or out wakeboard their ass, right? So, you know, there was some good guys on there. Wakeboarding, I couldn't really beat. I mean, I was pretty good at it. I could do a backflip and stuff like that. I couldn't really land the forward flip. You know, I can jump. I could jump from one wake to another, grab my tail. I can do that with pretty much anything. That's as easy as it gets. For anything, snowboarding, any of that. But now I'm stiff as a board. I can't do shit. No, I mean, I can dance my ass off too. So.
Really? You got the moves?
Yeah.
Are you like Napoleon Dynamite? Just like
No, I'm
the
like
grooving? I got two left feet, bro. Yeah. Okay, so like this is where when I can kind of do the moonwalk,
Well,
and
put it
I'm
this
like,
way. I taught my senior year. I taught all the cheerleaders how to dance. Me and my buddy.
like HOORY. No, I mean like
No,
just
no,
like
no,
you
no.
choreograph.
I mean,
you would
obviously I
choreograph.
knew how to dance, but yeah, I mean, so I was going to teen clubs every weekend from 14 on up to 18. Right?
So what would be like your dream like
Yeah.
role like for yourself, Habibi? Like, do you think like with just all your
Speed
passion?
skated, I'd go skating every weekend. I'd race dirt bikes every weekend. I'd go hunting every weekend. Yeah, I was doing something every weekend, right?
Have you ever like
For
thought
years
about
and years and years.
starting like a little boys and girls like club type thing where you just take these kids like on these little adventures, or that's not for you? You don't want to be around any little ones. You need
No, I love kids. I don't have a problem with that, but I think it should be interactive. I don't think parents should give their kids with anybody, man. Kids are very precious and
No, no, no. I mean, not okay, okay. Forgive me. You're
I'm
right,
with you.
right.
I'm telling you.
What if
I
you
went to
created
camp
like
and I
those
seen what
experiences
happens
though
at camp, you know what I'm
for
saying?
families,
I'm
like
just-
families who
I'm
get
just
to kind
saying.
of go down these
What I'm
things, like
saying is, that's what I was about to say. A family interacted, or like son and father, mother and daughter, or the whole family come in, learn something new, step out of their comfort zone type shit. Yeah, I've thought of plenty of that stuff, right?
meet
Teach people
fellow
to have a different,
people like them,
you
right?
know,
Single
there's
mothers.
certain people that have a great book smarts. They don't have no street sense. There's certain people that have all street sense with no book smarts. There's certain people that are well rounded that are confident in anything they do, overconfident maybe in some things, right? So it's just measuring each buddy. You know, you gotta put people in a position of success. That's what I've learned, right? It's
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to send you at the front of the line. I'm going to have you putting everything together, lining everything up, our strategies, this and that, and you're snipering everybody from the back with the snipers, right? But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to put you up front and might feel bad about one of these guys coming at you, right?
I'm not an infantryman.
You know what I'm
I'm not.
saying?
I'm not frontline infantry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
No,
Yeah.
you are if you needed to be, but I wouldn't put you up for success in that way.
right.
Right.
It'd be setting. It's a setup for failure, right? It's a setup for failure,
Right.
not
That's
not
what I'm
success.
saying. So,
Right.
yeah, you know, it's not that you couldn't do it or you wouldn't do it. It's that, why would I put you in something that you're not built for at this point, from what I know, right? Maybe you are, and who knows, right? Maybe I might be completely wrong, but I'm saying, as for now, if I'm shooting from the hip and I'm trying to make a plan and do things real quick, because sometimes you got to do things real quick in a hurry. So the measure of putting things in a position where you don't have to worry about getting ready, because it already is, and the measure of putting people in a position of advancement and success, especially in a team environment, right? You're going to make the baker do the bacon. You're going to make the mechanic do the mechanicking. And if you're having the baker doing the mechanic, you might be in trouble.
Your bread's gonna get some grease in it, or something, right? Like something's gonna.
Right, something, right?
Right. Like, I feel you. You know, like, and this
So
is
we all have pros and cons. We all have weaknesses and strengths. We all have everything the same. It's just a measure of how much we don't is this different, right? And I don't give a shit. Every human being has that. Now, women are inherently different than men, equal to us but different, right? In stature and wants, dreams, and desires, and all that kind of thing.
it. Even just like kind of how women think versus men. Men are like
Yeah, what
on
I'm
the
saying
fly.
is- what I'm talking about is the physical. We all have.
Oh,
the
okay. Well, okay. Well, this is
You
where
got money, I
that.
got money. It's a measure of amount, right? You got a head, I got a head. Measure of how much we use it, right? You got.
I mean,
there,
this is-
breathe there. Measure
this
of
is-
how much, right? It's all the same measure, but it's different, right? It's all
Hey,
the same value, different measure.
I'll tell you. I mean, like, I'm sure you've never found yourself in a situation where you see like girls at the gym, like, or women at the gym, like out benching you and outlifting you, just like by leg,
I've
like.
never had to deal with that.
Right.
But
So
I
this
know
is
plenty
where
of my buddies that did, and I railed their ass for it. I feel bad for them.
this is where I look at it, and I'm just like, man, I don't know what they're trying to buff up for, but I feel just
I've
like.
had plenty of other things I've been ridiculed for, right? So, ridicule
I-
comes in every walk,
just-
every talk, every man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's because
Flat.
when you got it, you know, like people like just really try to poke at it. So I take it as a compliment, Habibi.
I
You
never
know, when
really
people.
bragged like that. Only thing I really bragged on is how hot that chick I got her number was, really, or how I lapped you racing you or something. I might joke around. It wasn't really bragging. It was more busting balls, right?
Peacocking, just kind of just strutting
I'm
in
the
a
type of
sense.
guy that's always wanted because I had to fight for everything I got. I've always wanted everybody to have what I have. I don't care.
I mean, is that really true though? You said you had to fight for everything, like, and now you
Yeah,
want
well,
everybody
I
to
learned
have.
Very young that I worked really hard to get what I got, and then I got greedy, and then I seen when I got greedy that it's because I'm hanging out with broke motherfuckers that ain't got nothing, right? So when then I started hanging out with people that had a little bit more, then I realized that these motherfuckers think money makes the man. So I didn't want to be that type of guy, right? Because money don't make the man. Man makes the money. And that shit's flat out.
Right.
And
There's empty wallets never like made up for empty minds. Is like the saying, you know, like
right,
or empty
exactly.
pockets and stuff like
So,
that.
and money don't make you happy. The more money you got, the more fucking miserable you get. It seems like so. It's a finite thing. Having too much, it makes you miserable. Not having enough makes you miserable. So I don't want to be either or. So the way I do it is this: when I get too much saved up, I give a portion of it away, the majority of it away, and I try to give it to the needy people. And then it seems like good things happen when you give it to the really needy people. When you give your money away to people that aren't needy, you're just fucking giving it away to give it away. Bad things happen to you. So I learned that lesson too. So I would say have the good intention, give the money away for fi sabilillah, and it comes back faster than you don't even realize it. And then it's not,
When you say like give it away, just just give it to just I guess like a mosque or just to an organization or to just somebody you see like who you just like, you know, I see you outside on the corner struggling every day. Here is just all the charity I can afford, all to you, and hopefully it'll help you, inshallah, you know, type thing. Or, you know, this is where like we have the control to be able to use that money to really help people within our control. So again, I don't know where you went, Habibi, but Christina, thank you. Whatever you put out comes back to you like an echo. Absolutely. There's the saying GIGO, GIGO, which is an acronym for good in, good out, or garbage in, garbage out. So yeah, thank you for that. You know, like what we put in, you know, will come back to the world and, you know, to us like directly, but it is kind of like the karmic principle. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm not saying just give it. No, not like that. What I'm saying is give it to people that need it, right? You can walk around and go to a city and you can go talk to some old ladies for a minute, and you know, there's ways to figure things out, man. You know what I'm saying? You go see people that are struggling, literally. You know, a lot of people work hard and they don't make it, right? You go find those people that need it.
And this is where like, do they have this kind of like this system in your area, in your state, Habibi, for the homeless?
Hell no, we wouldn't have no issues if people had thought like that. But people don't think like that, right?
I mean,
People
like
get apprehensive, and you know, money's a fickle thing. You know that.
it is. I mean, like when you see somebody on a corner like panhandling, just like
And I
with
grew up loving Robin Williams. I was devastated when I heard he unalived himself, and I just thought to myself, if he just went and walked around and helped people, literally, I think he would have pulled himself out of that depression state, right? And then I think to myself, I don't know.
hold on. What do you mean like walked around and helped people? Like that's part of like that world that makes them caged. They can't just like walk around as just regular Robin Williams.
Well, that's
like
what I'm saying, bro. But
they're
he
like the
could. He could.
right.
Right? With the right entourage and the right action, he could have easily walked around, dude. What do you mean he can't walk around? The problem is he didn't have the right people around him. Mental illness is real, right?
Right.
People fail to realize that that's a real thing. And the action of having the right people around you when the mental illness occurs is pivotal, right? Because if I wasn't around my mom a number of times when she lost her brain to be able to function normally, and I wasn't able to supersede her actions in the public, right? The things could have gone really bad. But thank God I was there, and thank God my dad was there, my sisters were there, our family was there to be able to minimize, almost maximize everything not happening publicly. Still didn't change the facts that there's plenty of mental ill people walking around, grown-ass mentally ill men walking around the streets.
And again, I don't know if that's the proper language. Just like people who just haven't healed from that trauma, right? That's in all of us. Where
to what I'm saying, man.
I mean, I hear you. You know, like I do hear you, Habibi. You know, like
You know what they did? You know what they did with the mental institutions? They've closed them all down. You know how they house the mentally ill now? In a hospital up in a floor, right? So you have normal people underneath the floor of the wackos.
Normal people underneath the floor. Right. There's in the same facility,
right?
right? Just
Yeah. So
separated
what
by
happens
one floor.
What happens then? You have to
Contamination,
facilitate more what?
guards.
Guards, action, doors, these kind of things. There has to be protocols set, mandatories, mandated, everything. Because this one of those come out into this area and hurt them or hurt them. There's huge liability there, right? Just on that alone.
There, yeah. I mean, it is obviously like an insurance thing, but
I grew up in it, bro. I grew up in it, so you understand this.
So do you think
I've
that
talked to
growing
more
up,
psychiatrists in front of my mother than most people will ever even be able to count.
and so what's your personal critique of that
I'm telling you.
profession? Do you think that they're helping, or
I mean, I'm not gonna think on that. It's not my place to think. I think that thinking ain't for shit. You need to know things. Knowing is where you talk on that, and I know that they need to improve. And I know that there's a lot of great doctors out there doing a lot of great work. But I also know there's a lot of facilities out there not giving two craps about their mentally ill people in there. And that's
Right.
what I'm worried about, right? And then I know 100% when I was in jail for the 40 days I was in jail that it looked like a mental ill-a-thon when it was time for meds. People doing the Thorazine shuffle, people were walking tranquiled out, zombied out, dud out, or trying to hustle up the pills that they spit into their hand. This guy gave me a Seroquel. I'm like, where'd you get this thing from? I'm like, I'm not eating this. Take it back. He's like, oh, I saved it for you, bro. You don't ever sleep. I was going to hook you up. I'm like, where'd you get it from? Oh, they gave it to me. I put it in my mouth and didn't swallow. I'm like, I'm not eating no fucking pill that you put in your mouth. Get from me. Right?
there's a reason I haven't eaten nor drank anything.
Yeah, come on. Seriously.
Right. I mean,
So now, these are the measures you're dealing with here. And then you got to remember that you're an exceptionally bright individual, but you got to think equal opposite. Now, there is not many of you as there of the equal opposite. You understand? You got to start valuing things in the plausible, reasonable, instead of the measures of. You got to think the equal opposite, like you told me, right? Don't forget the negative.
right.
So how
right.
extreme is the negative? If people can be so freaking brilliant, that means there's people out there that are the opposite of that, right? And God,
Right.
would you want to deal? Would you want to treat someone bad that's on that scale? What happens if you treat someone bad on that scale, right? You might get some bad juju. Seriously.
Right. That's
So-
where you're
Right. So
on
be
eggshells,
careful.
right? You're just
No, you're not on
tiptoeing around.
eggshells. You're on super lava shells. Burn up.
hot coals, right?
Like
Like
in
type
front
thing.
of someone that's got Down syndrome or something like that. You know, I got ridiculed by a youngster that had Downs. I took it like a G. I said, yes, sir. All right, sorry about it, right? And he was giving me the business. I felt horrible. But it is what it is. Sometimes you got to take a beating, right?
You need that kind of correction, right? Even I still need that
Well,
at times, and
I took
you've
it as
definitely been
this.
one.
If he can have a win off of me, I'm happy for it. Right? That's how I took it. Because who am I to him? I'm nothing, right?
Yeah.
Where are my problems at to his problems? Nothing, right? And that's how I've looked at things. And that's how I look at things. And I'm not the best at that, but those are the values I try to use all my life. Not something new. And when you
And-
use those values, you know, like I got sick of finishing second or pushed aside. So I got arrogant for a short period of time, but it was just a clinical test. I told a bunch of my buddies, look, I'm gonna become cocky and watch all the money flow in, watch all the girls flow in, watch all this stuff flow in, because this is what society wants me to be. And sure shit, all 5 of my buddies I told happening, they're like, yeah, you nailed that shit right on the head. And that was from 18 to 24, right?
Just that like
But that was me,
manifestation.
right? No, I don't. I never thought of it as manifesting. I thought about it as a social experiment.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. Great wording. Just like as a social, just like experiment. Like you told
Manifestation
yourself,
is
just
like
like I'm gonna be
trying to
become
nah,
what
I'm
society
almost
wanted. And then I don't know when you got into that 5 years,
so now.
right? Like
Yeah, but right there at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, I was a beast, monster. You got to remember, I worked hard. I played hard. I grew up
physically,
hard,
mentally,
right?
like
Physically,
everything.
mentally, spiritually, the whole ball of wax. It wasn't, I'm me. I've never exposed nothing that brag about it, right? I don't use it as a bragging tool. It's just how I lived, right? So these measures where we grew up was rowdy. We'd have rock wars, man. Really
What?
serious rock wars. And I would get lucky. I don't know how I could plug so many people from far away, but I would plug them.
With a rock? like a
Yeah.
like
So I
a
used to hit them so much they went and got wrist rockets one day. And you got to think, I'm a chubby little kid this time, but I could
hold
throw
on.
like
What are wrist rockets? Slingshots?
yeah, wrist rockets though.
Okay.
Clamp back, rockets.
We do
So I'm
bottle rocket
I'm wearing,
wars. That
I'm
was
wearing a
intense.
vest, right? I'm wearing one of those bubble vests, those like old bomber vests, bubbly. It's a little big on me.
Like a hockey goalie like vest type thing, like just
No, like
or a jacket like type vest type
jacket,
thing.
like a bomber
Okay.
jacket
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
vest,
yeah.
though, not-
Yeah, yeah. Like the
like
poofy Patagonia
poofy
type.
ones. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a hand me down. It's my cousin's, and my cousin's like 5 years older than me. So they dropped some clothes off to my house for me to wear, because that's how I wore my
For rock wars specifically too. It's like, hey,
No,
cuss.
you don't dress for a rock war, man. You just have it. It just starts, man. The kids in this side of the neighborhood don't like the kids in this side of the neighborhood, and they start chucking rocks. I never started it.
So how many kids
I got
like
plugged.
physically got like injured life changingly, like where
I mean, I don't remember
they got
anybody physically.
nobody? Well
I mean, they get lumped up, cry a little bit, but no, no, right?
man, like we had a group of friends who like
But listen, let me
one
finish. Let me finish the story. Right?
yeah. Lynn.
Now, this kid named Tibor, I grew up in our neighborhood. He was always a dick to me. But
Tibor?
we always hang-
Tibor?
Yeah, that was his nickname, Tibor.
Okay.
So now
These nicknames that we get you.
I flicked like a perfect little, just a sun saucer, man. Just a little flat one. And I arced that thing and I threw it up. And he took off running. And I swear I clipped him right in his hip or knee or thigh or something. It shot him sideways, right? I watched the whole thing. It was a good 45-yarder. Like, you couldn't even believe it hit him.
With a rock? What is a sun
Yeah,
saucer?
with the rock.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like,
like a skipper, right? You know what I'm saying?
like through the air, just like
Yeah, like I
skipping
curved
through
it
the-
in and everything. And it looked like a cartoon, right? And I plucked him. It just like pluck, blew. I couldn't do that again a million times. First time, first
so
shot,
like
got him.
Boomerang.
Try
like
to do it
trajectory.
again, never hit him again, right? I can't
That
tell you how
first
many times I've
beginner's
done
luck, that beginner's luck type thing where it's like,
this.
oh, I
thought it
wasn't
was
even
luck. It's
trying.
just a measure of he always was a dick to me. Right?
that's all you were focusing
Figured
on.
do justice back then, right?
That's
wrong.
where that's where I find myself at my best, when I'm focusing on like the target rather than trying, because like if you just, if I just don't even think about it and do something, usually I'm more
Well, if I
successful.
got it coming, I usually get it. If I don't got it coming and you bring something to me and I pray to get my backs back, right?
Were you a good
It
dodger?
usually comes.
Were you a good like like maneuver? Man, we should start a dodgeball league together.
I've studied Bruce Lee immensely, right?
Man.
So the measures of things I don't tell people mostly my values, because why? I'm not going to give them a heads up on the way I think. So now, when you understand systematics, when you understand energy flow, when you understand economics, when you understand social norms and taboos, when you understand, right? These things start to meld together, right? You start seeing sequence in things. The sequencing of things gives you value to a point. It's always to a point. Data here, data there, data here. Like computers add up, right? So those are the things, right? When you look at situations, when I'd go being a contractor and I'd come in and people want me to redo their floors, their ceilings, rewire their house, plumb their stuff. I'd ask them a few questions, but the questions I ask them, it makes them think I'm trying to gauge them up for something, right? Because there's so many despicable people out here trying to hustle and steal from people, right? But when you have a want, and when you have a wish, and when you have a need, there's differences. So I would try to get a value of what we can complete the wish for under the want price, right? And then we'd value it this way. This was my honest earnest. So you have to have a budget, and then you have to have the wish list, the want list, and the need list, right?
Yeah, in contracting, especially, right?
Value. There's a lot of things I pick up. I get good deals on, and I usually just don't even charge people for my good deals. I just hook them up because that's the way I am. So,
That's how you compete in business, right? Like to kind of pass along that kind of savings to the.
I don't think there's no competition in business. See, I don't look at business as competition. I look at it as I'm selling myself in this world, and no matter what I'm selling, no matter what price I sell it for, I have to do the best I can do because I'm Muslim, right? And that's a prerequisite for being a Muslim. You do the best you can do every time you do it. If you're street sweeping, or if you're mining gold, or you're fixing cars, or you're talking to people, or you're doing something for a paid premise, you give them the best of you every time. And it should be unconditional. Even if you don't like the motherfucker. Even if you hate the motherfucker. Even if you put yourself in a situation. So, because you put yourself in that situation, in my case, right? Some other people got a different case. I'm saying in my case, I'm selling a product, I'm selling a commodity, I'm selling an action, and I sell myself. So I learned that when I sold myself cheap, I'd always get hurt. So I stopped doing that. And I learned when I sold myself too expensive, something else would happen. So I stopped doing that. So I tried to gauge a fair gauge in order to price what I would deem plausible, reasonable for the job. Plus, I would add in what's the going rate, right? So I'd find out the going rate, and I find out the plausible, reasonable for me, and I try to work it right in between there if I'm selling the job per se. And that's my value. It's done me pretty good, right?
Yeah,
I know this. I have trouble. I feel bad when I'm working on cars that I can fix cars so fast that even charging them half of the going rate.
That's a whole different world. But hey, on this note, Nathan, welcome back. Good to have you here. I see you're somebody who is also an expert in just the the wrist rocket, the art of the Bart Simpson like type thing. Where
Well, I grew up before Big Wheels, and Evil Knievel was our role model, and we played in the woods. There wasn't a lot of toys.
Yeah, that's me. Evil Knievel, our role model, playing in the woods. That's me too, man.
Hey, I found out something. Our heart is not a pump. It's the pentar. It has 4 chambers, and it pauses when it pumps. Each of those chambers cracks in half and electrically charges the salts of the earth that came through and were burned. It weighs and measures, tastes itself, comes back up, weighs and measures, tastes itself.
as it's like flowing all of our blood through the entire body and stuff like that.
Thanks. Also, remember that. Don't forget it. Thanks.
It's a repulse and impulse wave, so it measures the repulse and impulse that it gets from each side. It is the carpenter, and above that would be probably the seat. And I had an NDE where I went through my body like raw. You can read about it in the funerary text, but every image in there, I saw that. I mean, there was no kidding. And I was spoken to in my small intestine when my body was ripped apart. But it took a year to be able to speak about it. And, I'm trying to get quantum mechanics. I'm not even able to show people how to dig up another element off the table, but I don't know.
And that's where science, they want
to do that.
What I mean, like, are you talking, Nathan, like in an inner space type thing? You said you were like taken through like your inner body, like
what
raw.
He just said?
Yeah.
You didn't hear what he just said? He can dig up another periodical table chart, right? In the
There's another
measure
element.
of,
Yeah.
in the
There's one
measure
element.
of, I'm trying to be vague, man. In the measure of circumstance and the value of what action. Do you comprehend the value of variables that can occur in the whole scheme of understanding?
Yeah. There's only 4 primordial elemental principles that govern the third dimension. There's 5 principles of relation to it. Those 5 principles relate in a stretch. That'd be the second chamber of the heart. And that would also be in like where we like a flavor one time and then later we don't, or we like
Well,
an
you're
activity.
talking about our senses now. What our senses are governed by our brain, the synapses, and the pros and cons, the things we mind, we don't mind.
Yeah,
Well, that-
yeah.
Can you elaborate, Nathan? You said it's 4 parts, but then like 5 relationships
Talking
within
about the mechanisms of the chamber of the heart.
right, like how this works, like in a quantum
Then
mechanical.
it's talking about the measures of what comes out of these chambers when they combine, when they stay secular, and these kind of
Yeah, because everything has to give us an aha, oh yeah, okay, let's go. And it comes in as knock knock, who's there, what the heck was that?
Right, exactly. Don't
And
forget,
it-
fuck it.
Oh yeah, that's in there because that's a heck of spot.
That
every
fuck it
position-
value is huge, right?
It's in there. You
That's
don't-
one of
you
the
don't-
4 chambers. There's the
Well, it's
F it.
kinda You say when we think about something, when we negate, we're like, no. Oh, when we make a decision, we're like, no. Okay, yeah. It's like we've already made the decision ahead of time, ahead of our brain.
That's the combination of all of them together, chap.
Yeah. We're just the awareness. That pause in the middle is the awareness. See the Osiris.
Well, I'd say the pause is the moral understanding of the person.
Yeah. And the more we repose, it's like I started reposing my breath, just learning a pranayama breathing to try to get health to my body, and I gave back a CPAP machine. I didn't need it.
Now, do you think that is something that is for everybody, Nathan, or just for some people who are truly able to master, or at least
In the
just
books, all the books say when you come
Gotta
to
have
the
the
Lord, pay
concept
attention to
first,
the Lord.
right?
But the low word would be your gut. I was paying attention to my gut, inflammation relief. All I was doing was paying attention to inflammation relief of the body. So I gave up on sugar. I went to find sweetness in baker's chocolate, and I found it. I can eat baker's chocolate and I can't eat too much of things because I take a blood thinner. I have a mechanical valve in my heart. So, but adaptogens and herbs and things like that are the corn. What's really a corn is the co for the urn. The urn in the 7 layers of membrane of the cell that has depleted deuterium water from phosphorus dilation inside of it. It's 1,000 times hotter than our sun.
See,
this
that's
is-
too technical for me. I'm a dummy, so I
Yeah.
break it down
Yeah.
like this.
Can you
I
can
understand
you
what
can
I'm
you
saying.
bring that to the 5th
I un-
grader level for
So
the
this, is how-
session?
so this is what he's
Okay.
saying. Your
The
body is a
energetic-
wonderful thing. If you
Yes.
have balance and nutrients and abilities to absorb and digest and sleep and all these values we understand.
But in a
sky's the
layman's
limits.
term, in a layman's
Sky's the
term where the mechanic could understand, because I'm a machinist, mechanic, millwright, a welder. Did all kinds of stuff. But all right, your battery. This battery has 12 base mineral salts that come in vitro, and we're only in vitro 9 months. These are not just like sodium chloride. These are other ones that have been combined that if you separate them, they're detrimental. Like if you have sodium by itself or chloride by itself, that's horrible. But you also
Together,
need,
it's salt, right?
Well,
Sodium chloride
together
is
you
salt,
need
right?
it.
But
together you need it.
phosphorus, it's nitrates.
Yeah, but
it's
you
all
also
these
need
things.
like calcium fluoride, calcium phosphate, silica oxide, in some of the sodiums, different potassium. You need all those too. That makes for better cross dilation. So like you look at our galaxy, the Milky Way, it won't be milky. You know what I mean? It'll just tincture up and electricity will fly and it'll just be a cleaner environment.
Yes, it's the explosion of the correct fuel air mixturation.
Yeah, I mean, once the explosion happens, I think it's the stiction afterwards, right? Because you can weld with coat hangers if you do it right, if you're good, but it'll look like shit.
Weld with
So
coat
what-
hangers.
Fundamentally, your body has what? It has primary
Salt and oil.
nutrients, micronutrients. It needs to be hydrated. It needs to be nourished. It needs to be able to be put in certain thought processes. Like there's certain like fight and flight.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
action of, or slowing down, or shutting down. You know, a lot of people don't understand these concepts of your
Well, do you both like see the body as like more of a machine or more of like a computer
It's
type?
well,
It's the
it's
greatest
both
thing you can
dynamic.
imagine ever
Yeah,
in
Both.
every way.
it's got
All of it.
metrics and dynamics. The left
Got
brain seems to
electric.
count up 3, 6 to 9, 4, 5 to 9, 2, 7 to 9, 1, 8 to 9. The right brain counts down, 6, 3, just down, 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 down. So easy, but it has a harder time coming up. And they're in like a cross opposed 4 microhertz split with a U-melanin background that's in there that's like blackish. It looks black, but it's probably greenish, bluish in the hippocampus area.
What's the hippocampus?
Like the
Right in the middle of the brain where even the name
Like the-
hippocampus,
Yeah.
the corpus callosum, all that stuff,
Is it by the
hippocampus,
Abdullah
pterowa,
oblongata?
yeah,
pineal?
right around watch out
The
for the
pineal gland?
undulum. Yeah,
I
around
made
the
a brain
pineal.
in science class. We had to make everything. I made it out of Play-Doh.
Awesome. Well, they got a what is that? In that area, there's crosstalk through there. It's like you take a belief down and you walk it long enough, it becomes a muscle memory and a memory. Either a trauma will do it or a really good experience. You'll want to repeat them. It's just how you get a olive branch and the amount of olives between the Huron, because we all have that. Same as in the Vedas, there's a amount of Huron in us and a Sinai. It's how our thought process is. Like the kosher kitchen would be the artist brain. It doesn't get dirty. It doesn't have a 10 base. It's only 6 base. Jacob has a 10 base on the left side, which in the Bible, it would be probably Matthew and Mark on that side, as far as how the thought process seems to work for fishermen, you know? And then Christ was teaching to be fisher of men, being fisher of mentation, I would say.
Yeah, that's
mentation,
weird.
mentation.
Mentation.
I say, how do
Menting.
you juggle all that value, right? To me, I
Right.
would have to block that out.
Right?
If I start
Patience,
thinking like that, I'm gonna go
meditations.
I'm gonna go for Cocoa Puffs.
I mean, this came to me in 4 primordial elemental principles that unpacked, and it took a year for me to be able to speak about it.
Yeah, Islam teaches all that. That's the crazy.
Yeah. Islam has got, it's still the last book, I think, that is for everyone, but still it's misunderstood.
Well, it's 100%
Underappreciated, I think I would say, or
only people
under.
that would read it for earnest would understand it, right?
Our language models are missing. The Hebrew
Yeah.
says you bounce around
Yeah, you're
Jericho
right there,
7
too.
times and it falls down, so they get a 22-letter language model that should match that.
You know-
and then people
you
would
know-
try 37, and that would be perfect, but it still ain't working.
Let me tell you something here. Do you know how many words are in the Arabic language?
Not totally, but I did look at the model, yes.
So there's 12.5 plus million words in the Arabic language in grammar. Then if you
Yeah, I
add,
thought so.
if you add jargon and slang, it takes it over to 15 million.
Yeah, it has the capability of being the most, and that's why I think all the Arab language came up with the Rosetta Stone. And when you like hear something 3 times, you know exactly where it's at. Okay, you could go over there and investigate it, and they could read the language. But the medical text on all of the buildings and how they're set up along the river is exactly like the human body from mouth to anus. Every bit of it. I mean, it just is, but it's misunderstood too.
We are what we eat, and we crap out what we are.
And the lower kingdom works different than the upper kingdom in that country back in the day.
Well, only good comes from God.
Yes,
You
exactly.
think bad comes from the devil and everybody else.
And we have to label everything, so we decide what it is.
Right. And then it's social bad, social
Yeah,
good.
it's diction on fiction and tradition.
Religion bad, religion good, and then all of it's fictitious.
I don't think it's like that. More, it's just religion is religion, and like science is
Religion
science,
is a
and like
barbaric word that is an English word. Deen is
Yeah.
what the Arabic word, and it cultivates a way more foundational understanding of way you should live your life, the things you should do, how you should act, talk, walk, go to the bathroom. From every walk of any action that you think of, it's been explained.
I mean, if I may be candid as a revert, when I heard like that word dean like used, like just like in our dean, and I was like, are we talking like a high school like council? Like I was like, what is a dean? And I had to look it up. It's DEE. What's that?
It's like the way you should live your life, but it's way more profound than that. Right?
Just
Yeah.
like the just like
Substance of
the
Arabic, you really have to weigh its measures because the depth and precision of it is amazing. And it's not
The
just because my dad was Arab.
the Egyptians had the Ma'at, 42 declarations on how you walk and pat your life.
Well, there was prior history from the beginning of time. God informed people of that, right?
Right, yeah.
So as time unrolled, people were advancing, right? Because this is what God decreed. So, but the action of choice, that's what people forget. That these people were actually putting their hard work and dedication for the positive, and then they were actually putting their hard work and dedication for the negative, right? And then the
Yeah.
epic battle of good and evil began. So these
Yeah.
measures, these sequences, these circumstances, these values have always been the same. Now they just change throughout the time and circumstance. The value's there, it's just a different circumstance.
Right. There's nothing new under the sun. It's just
Right,
expression of it is different. It goes in cycles and waves. And I mean,
right.
I sat in the lap of what seemed like, I mean, reflecting on it, the four brothers held me, and the daughters of Ninhursag and her. It's because that's the information from Nana, Utu, Inanna, and Ninhursag. Those symbols are and they're burnt in my head.
Right. I
And
don't
from all
care
that, I
about
see
none
all
of
of it.
that.
Like, yeah, I see the Quran. I see that as the newest. It's trying to bring it forth, and people are still arguing over this or that because it's already a set paradigm.
Right.
They can't smash
Action
it.
that's not said is your choice.
Yeah. And how you feel
I
about
call
it.
it a firewall. You know, like that needs to be
Everything
like
after choice has been declared is already decreed. And it's
Yeah.
already decreed prior to because God knows everything, but He allows us to manipulate what we want.
Yeah, we're like the monkey in the middle, kind of.
the monkey in the
Really. I mean,
Well,
the
well,
monkey in
there's
the
a
middle.
values
teacher and
there's
there's a
values that
student.
will take you away from being a monkey, and there's values that will take you towards being
Right. Teacher and student. The teacher dents the stew, and the stew changes his direction.
Right?
nice
I mean,
wordplay there. I like it.
the teacher becomes the student.
Dent. He puts a dent in the stew and makes him
So
change.
that's why when I took my second psychology class, I said, nope, I can't take no more of these because they're teaching me too much. The values, I don't want to be able to know these things because it's too great of a ability to take advantage of weak-minded individuals. I didn't want to have that ability on my, and I still got it, and I hate it.
I saw a psychiatrist today, and I twisted his brain.
Did you charge him for it? It's like, I think you owe me.
Not yet. No, not yet. But I mean, I said, look, he wants to play a little bit with the dopamine cycles. I don't sleep much. I sleep a 1.6 hour cycle. I can get back into them, but my fascia lights up and I'm wide awake. That's a low end.
1.6 hour cycles? Like that's how long you rest?
How old are you,
and then,
man? I'm on like a 3-hour cycle, and I feel
I'm
great when I'm
61. I'm 61.
I'm 55.
I'm
I
44
had
and I
to-
still need like 14 hours, guys.
I'm
My
wide
father,
awake when I wake up.
I can
mean,
sleep 14 hours if I want to, but it's just my body hurts so bad I have to get up every 3 hours.
Yeah, I have to get up the pain, and I have to do hatha yoga. Shingles was my second affliction after my second temptation.
I got shingles when I was 13 years old.
Ooh, I had chickenpox so bad I was hospitalized.
I had
as an
chickenpox
adult
so bad,
or when you were
I
a
had
child?
chickenpox so bad.
Child.
I had chickenpox so bad. My mom made me wear a onesie, and I had it all over myself.
So you wouldn't like not like scratch and pick it like that thing? Like I was
Yeah.
just,
I looked like a berry.
Oh,
Me
really?
and my brother were bad, and my sister got 3.
Did you guys have like those
That was-
chicken pox parties? Like where like parents would
Not
put
really.
all the kids together so that they got them at the same
Back in-
time?
I still got the scars on my ribs. The doctor said I got the shingles. It's a reoccurrence of the chickenpox because
Yeah.
of the stress in my life.
But luckily, I
Imagine being
have them.
13 and having shingles because of the stress I was under.
Well, this has helped me so much. It's taken away nerve signal from my lower back where I can never have surgery. I need like a back surgery and a neck surgery, and I can never have either one. And I no longer can suffer. I endure the pain. It's so weird. It's like whenever I get to a point of any kind of even emotional whatever, It can't linger. And that's nice.
It's always just kind of flowing
What I've
in
noticed is
different
this,
areas
when I'm on my
or
prayers-
valves.
When
It
I'm on
just
my prayers,
reduces.
the pain subsides. As soon as
Yeah.
I stop praying, the pain lingers. So
In
the
in,
action
Ju-
of praying is definitely a healer.
in Job, it says that when I'm nice to my friends, I feel better. When I get up on these panels and I can raise my voice, my energy a little and talk nice and all these things, the entire time you feel better. Part of that reason is when you speak and you're speaking in the kindly words, your ankh is generating those frequency tones that are sending nitric oxide through your own body, healing like ginger would do if you took ginger. It's nitric oxide running. I mean, I notice when I do my ohm that the petechiae on my legs for my blood thinner will clear up, lighten up quite a bit, but it goes through cycle waves too, and it'll reappear. But I noticed this. I thought yoga breathing was dumb, and in the hot tub, I just decided to start it. It's a big lounge where you lay out, and I can't sit up, so I was laying out. I couldn't even put my socks on 2 years ago or 3 years ago by myself. I couldn't reach my toes.
That's how I am right now.
Now, is the
I can
yoga
stand on one
a
foot.
big factor for that dramatic flexibility?
Well, I can-
and now,
I just left it open. The heat and the hot, the overheat, because I stay in there way too long. They would tell me that's dangerous, staying in there 40 minutes, close to 45 minutes in 104 degrees is a long time.
everything in life is about moderation, right,
Better
Nathan?
be
Like,
well hydrated.
And I worked my way
Be
into
well
it. I
hydrated
did
because
it.
you don't want to come out of that dehydrated, especially in that state.
Well, I started out
everything's
15 minutes at a time, and I drank nothing but teas with herbs, and I didn't no sugars and things, and I was sweating the body out, and I would dive in the ice and knock the cortisol off
Yeah.
as calm as I could, and that was piecing my autonomics, boosting my immune system. All that time, people were getting sick with viruses. I didn't get anything.
Yeah,
Kind of like the Wim Hof.
You know what that is? It's causing an expansion and a rapid contraction.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Expansion, rapid contraction. So
And
you
that's
go
in
from
mitochondrial
pliable to
health.
staunch, pliable to staunch, and it gives you what a good.
It's like going to altitude and coming back to the beach, and you're getting your nitrogen barrier used to being able to breathe.
I live in Colorado, so when I get to go like at sea level, I'm just like, what is this? Is my Claritin kicking in or something like that? Like I can finally like breathe, I'm just like, but then yeah, I mean like when people come up here, like the physical effects that it takes. You watch like sports teams that come to Colorado and they're like on like oxygen masks like after plays. It's like
I went to Flagstaff. We worked for a week there. The altitude didn't bother me. The jet lag bothered me, but the altitude never bothered me.
Yeah. Flag's a nice place.
Flagstaff,
I like
Colorado here in Colorado.
Arizona.
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona. Arizona's
Big mountain.
pretty
Right on
like
the
close to
divide.
sea level, right? Like that's or is
At
that
Flagstaff's up like 7,000, 8,000.
in the mountain area, right? Because the Rocky Mountains go through. Okay, yeah. I mean,
It's
Yeah.
right on the Continental Divide. There's no water on the
I mean, I
backside.
felt the difference. It just didn't bother me, right?
Yeah.
Because I ran. I got a pretty good.
Well, I took a son-in-law he's now a son-in-law. I took him to Yellowstone backpacking. We practiced backpacking. I carried 120 pounds and he carried 80. 3 miles into our trek, we started at 8,000 feet. He drank all his water I didn't notice and overhydrolyzed, and I had to drag him and his stuff 3 miles in that terrain, dude.
He
did
wasn't
he
sweating.
end up cramping up? Like my I get like shin splints when I drink too much
He just tried
water
to go
and
to
try to.
sleep. When he overhydrolyzed, he just tried to go to sleep. He couldn't walk. He had no energy. He overhydrolyzed the batteries. It's kind of like your battery doesn't have power. Putting water in it didn't work. You got to jumpstart it. He had to wait. The next morning he was okay, and I got charged by a moose the next morning. And the
Like-
Most High got me out of that.
Like
I was
physically,
behind
you got like chased. Like
Physically, a moose tried to get me. I ducked behind a tiny tree in the meadow, one little tree, and it was coming through the top of it, trying to see what it was, get me. And I was going in circles around it. And I had one stick in my hand. I knew if I could distract it, it might go away, but the stick was big enough to have two, so I went to break it. And a voice in my head says, if you break it, it sees you. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I threw it and found something else, and eventually it went away. This is a big ass, it's like a cow on stilts with a rack on his head trying to destroy the tree.
This
And
is
his eye
daylight.
was-
This is daylight, or like
His first light in the morning. Yep, I had made coffee on my little stove. I was looking for firewood.
after your son-in-law has been just like sleeping
asleep.
off his overhydration.
Yeah. And all this happened, and he would have woke up and I'd have been not there.
Can you imagine? Oh
And
my
we were-
god!
6 miles from the car at altitude.
What was your panic level, Nathan, when he finally woke up? Were you just like,
Oh,
"Welcome
I was fine
back"?
by
You
then.
just- you have no
Oh, I was
idea how much
dancing
you
by
missed,
then.
son. Just I already
Well-
made coffee, got chased around by a moose, warded off the moose, came back, checked
Well,
on.
I went back and
Have
put
you ever
my
seen a
firearm
moose real
on-
life? He was shitting bricks. I wish we walked.
I can only imagine, dude. Like
He
those things.
probably
Well-
laid some diamonds out there.
Oh, a little bit. I buried him, yeah. But I mean, I
But
went
that
and got a
voice,
firearm close
You
and-
said
Yes, I
that you
did.
heard like
Yes.
some kind of instinctive voice just tell you like if you do break that stick to defend yourself,
voice
it's going
came
to
in loud.
see you. So like
It
like
just
this
came in
is
loud and said, "If you break it, it sees you."
it will come if you break it, it will come. like
Well,
a
it
field of
what
dreams
it tells me
type
is
thing.
It can't see you when they're that close. It doesn't know what you are. And I looked into it. The moose, the way their face is shaped, they can't focus when they get close. And they don't know it. But if I would have broke that stick, it would have told it I was big enough to break that big a stick, and it would have took me out, whatever I was.
Or even maybe mimicked like it's like antlers and stuff like that, right? Now it'll
just
think of you as like a
It's got to
Was it
watch out for
during
bears.
rut? Was it during rut?
No, it wasn't. I wouldn't be here if it was. There's no way I could have got away from that.
what is rut?
I know about. I've been in the wild a lot. I've faced bears, and buffalo, and all kinds of stuff. I'm not naive to wild. I worked on a railroad for a long time. I've hiked the mountains. I stayed away from the bars. You know, I was fresh
Yeah,
married.
I hunted a lot, so that's why I know.
Oh yeah, yeah. hunting.
So yeah, those measures that's not no joke.
No,
As
no.
big as a moose is, those things are mountains.
I mean, but like, I mean, yeah, I'm not one. Is it better to run or should you just stand still like it's a dinosaur? Just like
better-
if I don't move, it won't.
Them things are so powerful. There's nothing you can do unless you
Yeah.
can run around.
Just kind of go with the gut or the voice in us that tells us what to do
I
type thing.
guarantee
Like,
you that thing's gonna outrun you.
I mean, like again, like the fascinating thing that I if we can like kind of explore, Nathan, is just like, what would you attribute that voice as being? Is it something like in that pineal gland, like in us, that's like giving us this, or is this something above,
that's the
like
Holy
the Lord?
Spirit.
Okay,
All
That's
okay.
the
good
Holy
is from
Spirit.
God, bro. All good
Yeah,
is
that's
from
straight
God.
from God. That's the Holy Spirit in us. There's 4 words in us.
Yeah,
The
I
low
say it's
word,
the
the high
angel.
word, the forward, and the lee word, but we are the forward. It's all for us. So we're the forward. We get to kind of, look at me, I'm this and that, but we're picked up by the lee word. Our gut is our low word.
When my mom
Right.
passed away in my arms, I heard a voice say, "Just let her go, Jamil."
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I
Because
believe
the
it.
lap that you sit in when you go, man, it's so comfortable. Oh, my gosh. It's
I
nothing
believe
but
it was
love.
I believe it was the angel telling me. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Like, and that's those moments. Like, do you think like that's something like we can like try to like bottle up and like store for whenever we need, or is this is just something that
No,
we just have to
absolutely not.
appreciate whenever it happens and not
God
be
is
Well,
the
that
for
same voice. That
God
same
is the owner
voice.
of everything, right? You got to remember
That right, that same voice. Like when I was 14, I had recovered from an injury in my eye, and I got a job with my neighbors cleaning their pool for $5, and I'd use it for skateboard and bike parts. I was leaving to go use somebody else's ramp because mine got damaged, and this voice says, "Go clean their pool. It's $5." And I was like, "Nah, I don't need it right now." And I tried to leave. I just kept going, and that, "Go clean the pool. Go clean the pool. It's $5. Go get it." New wheels you wanted, all these things popped into my head, and I just went over there, dropped my board, went back there and pulled their child out of their pool. Drowned. Purple. And I was just a kid learning CPR, and so I did a quick little and praying and doing this, and my body lit up like all my fascia like lit up on my left side right now. The whole body lit up like that. like when you
Wow.
really see it. And she got hot, and her mom, she saw me come back there, and then she saw what I did, and she freaked because she was just sitting there doing laundry, looking over once in a while, and didn't notice that her kid was gone.
You saved him, right? Like you were
Yeah,
able to,
yeah,
like,
I got paper, and they were like, "Oh, you saved her life." I didn't do nothing. I was a conduit.
right, like, and you listened, right? Like more than a conduit, you like you
I
were
heard
the
the procrastination.
message. You were the message, like being
Yeah.
brought back.
Listen to the well. Now I don't procrastinate the same now after that. See, it changed my dent. The teacher dented my stew, and my stew turns a different way.
Right.
You added a couple new ingredients into your pot, right? And now it's just constantly kind of churning. You know, it's a
Says
melting pot.
duck. Says run, run. Says fish, fish. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's just like that inner voice for me. Whenever, just like I'm just like, I recognize something, just like, that's kind of weird, and I kind of walk away from it. But like something in me is just like, go back. What are you doing? Cold, Charles. And I'm just like, what? Yeah, I'm paraphrasing, but those moments where I do just kind of listen to that conduit and then go back to where it's trying to take me. Those moments that I'm like thank you, like those for me too, like these like life defining like moments in my past, and I'm sure everybody else's who has, and so it's just like,
Man. Go ahead.
no, it's just like, so whenever I hear that voice, especially here on TikTok too, because I don't know if you guys hear it, but I think Nathan even like summed it up best when he was just like, whenever we get to a point where we hold our composure and we are being more patient and like all these like positive things, like we leave like this realm and enter back into like our real world selves with like this new like energy or this charge in our battery type thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, but like that's just kind of what was resonating with me when you came up and just like shared that. I thought that was beautiful. I actually saw you on Be the Changes panel. I didn't know you were frequent like on these other panels and stuff like that. So it was like good. I mean,
I was on her first ones. And I met her on another live. She was a moderator, and I followed her over when she started.
she's amazing.
And I'm on hers. I think she says I've been on more than anybody else. I didn't realize that, but I mean, I like to talk on there, but there's so many people and they talk about so many things. But some of the stuff these orbs people see, I saw them in my body. I mean, I know the dimensional scale, and some of the stuff that unpacked. I'm telling you, there's no concept in our language model that can be made from it. This is concepts and systems and things like that to manage, but there's something more.
You gotta look up the Arabic words for them because
Yeah.
English is lacking.
It's very much so. I said, look, I started writing a language model and I burn it because how am I going to get somebody to learn a model? I looked into all the different
Yeah,
origins.
the
and
model's
different-
already made. You just need to value it. Right?
yeah.
People said Klingon would never be a language. Now it's like an actual. So it's just like we never know, right? And there's
Yeah, but how
that
many
saying
words
like
they got? 1,000?
whether
They
we
got
think we
1,000
can or
words in
can't.
Klingon?
I don't know any. But that's the thing. It's just like to establish a whole new language, and not only establish that, but have it spread as like the universal language. That would be a monumental achievement. Where I also work with like language. I call them like the landlines, like our language, like area network type thing. Like how do we network our languages based on like our area, relatively and
How do you
even spiritually.
value the bank account?
Like the financial, what do you mean the bank account? Like the financial?
What the hell do you think I mean, the bank account? The value of the bank account is the decimal, right? And how many commas you have in it.
Figures?
That's a symbol.
How many, the figures that follow
Yeah.
in front of that decimal. Rather
The
than,
more the better, right?
so they say,
Well,
I
there's
mean,
pictures, there's
Then
photographs and paintings in the cardiologist's office. I'm like, oh, those are neat paintings. You know what they are? He goes, oh, those are abstract. I'm like, do you know what they represent? Look at them. This is your heart. Each one of them. And I said, look, this effervescence is here. The valve is in timing. It's the artist has this for you. They're looking at that. Are you kidding me? Every chamber of the heart. This is chamber this, and this is chamber that. And they're like, what? and they didn't know they had it on their own walls.
They're like, I bought it at
Somebody-
Starbucks. It was hanging in a bathroom for like $500, and I thought like, yeah, it'd be nice and yeah. But yeah, people even like art, you know, like a picture says
symbols are there.
1,000 words, right? Like, you know, like, and just like art is an amazing thing. Even like Da Vinci paintings of just like Jesus depictions, like that's where this whole thing.
I
But
love
like
that
just
abstract.
like Picasso,
Yeah.
like Picasso, even like Van Gogh type.
I'm not into that really. I'm just like I like abstract. I like new abstract mainly.
Yeah.
I mean, like
I
I'm a huge fan of Banksy. Like I don't know how much you guys know about like the street artist Banksy, BANKSY.
You're talking to the wrong person there. I don't know. I mean, the only reason
You've never heard of Banksy, Habibi? Like Nathan, do you?
No one except a couple Van Gogh, Picasso, some artists that I look up when I find.
Oh,
paintings
man.
somewhere.
Like this guy, I can't believe you don't like. Nobody knows who this person is. He's like his true identity is unknown so far, and it's like only known to a couple people who protect it. Like to their, you know, like it's amazing. But this artist started off as a graffiti tagger, but he would make like these like profound political statements or just these images. I mean, I post them all the time. Like he's my like inspiration. But his art, when he has a series, he has a documentary called Banksy Does New York, where he came to America and was just like throwing out on social media, just like try to find me and try to find my next like site that I'm gonna like do these things. And he put on this whole elaborate tour that people just like truly like got into, like an Amazing Race type thing, where at the end, you know, everybody was just like, oh, we thought, you know, but whatever it is, his art now changed the entire art game completely, about just like how buyers like value and like just like bid one another on art. Like when he put a piece on any American building, that building immediately put plexiglass over that thing. They would even cut out that section of whatever it was to auction it off to people who would pay millions of dollars for it, you know. But he did his first auction at Sotheby's, where it was his famous like girl who's like letting go of like the heart balloon. I'm sure you guys have seen it if I show it to you, but it sold for $2.5 million, you know, in auction. And the minute the hammer went down just saying sold, the artist Banksy had to have been in the crowd, where he pushed a button and the frame that the picture was in that he gave started shredding the painting, like in front of the entire like auction's eyes, and like everybody's like, what the heck? And then like they like looked, and like I don't know how it just stopped halfway through, and then the value of that piece immediately shot up to $4.5 million, $2 million just from shredding it in front of like it's just amazing, just like how people don't appreciate art for just like the symbolism, but rather, I don't know, just like the hype of all of it, if that makes sense.
Was
You know?
a diamond is really worth what it can scratch. It's you're just looking at it, it's really only value in if you want to pay it. It's what it can do as a tool is hardness. When it comes up graphite, that's kimberlite. It's the same structure that comes up, graphite or diamond. I've never thought of that. I mean, they're great and they're beautiful, but really, that's a hype to make them worth all what they are.
I mean, there's like pure diamonds, and then there's like the zirconians, right? Where it's just like-
And that's just zirconians are prettier. Zirconia is a natural element, but you can they know they can build on raw stone. They can particle accelerate. You can make corundum. That's how they make laser diamonds. They take a pure diamond chip and then build on it.
But what about like that kind of language, Nathan? Like, how did like man or mankind like program that language to value this mineral, like this natural mineral that can be like truly like useful for just like tool cutting, you know, like diamond tipped like blades and stuff like that. You know, like the value that we put like on rings and stuff like that, like it does nobody good, right? Like, you know, and so like it's just like even gold, you know, before it was like spices and silk and stuff was like the gold, but then gold
Well,
has
I
always
know, but
been.
I think even the word corn, I go back to corn. The true corn would be the herbs that go in this, and we think it's this big substrate. The corn in the big structure we call corn would be the color that's under the cellulose, the tarpon, the flavonoid. It's not the structure. It's not the fodder that we call food. There's papers that say that broccoli, you cannot eat enough broccoli to get a nutrient kick from what it carries, partly because just how it's been horticultured. When we force things to be more hardy in nature, I guess it looks like they can't uptake in our body as well. We made it too hardy. You know what I mean?
We've diluted the true
Yeah, we pulled Pandora's box because we want it bigger. We want it to be able to transport. We want it to be able to do this, but now it don't uptake into our body. We don't know what we're doing to Pandora's box when we hoard a culture or horrors of culture, when we force people to act certain ways. Hey, have these many children because we need to protect our land so we can go get resources from other people that are trying to protect their land, kind of thing. Really? You know? I mean, but we find our way. I mean, it's all parasitical. I mean, the whole cultures, everything is, and even if you look at videos, what happens in the cosmos, there's a cool video of, it looks like about a 9 times dilation of time, which makes sense. And a bacteria looks just like a galaxy. One mitochondria in the bacteria looks like a galaxy. And what's happening to the Earth right now with the cold cycle and the heat and all that, eventually she's going to pop out. We're way out of the galaxy right now on the bands. She's going to pop out. And just like they say, there's new galaxies behind us. How'd they get there? She's going to be a new mitochondrial galaxy just like in us. I mean, when? I don't know. But I just see the same reflective pattern. I don't worry about a thing, you know?
I see like people too as like a like galaxy of like stars, right? Like each one of you two, like you guys, I'm sure like know a lot of people who have been in your like orbit that you know, like you just treat as normal people. You know, like Jamil was telling me just like how he met somebody who like gave us the just idea of bungee jumping and stuff. Like, you know, just like these people who just like, wow, you know, like we don't appreciate it until then. But, you know, like then there are people who are just planets or stars, suns, moons, earths, you know, all these different things. And this is where I think about maybe that's where this whole term men are from Mars and women are from Venus, you know, like I always just think about like where did these concepts and these like correlations just like derive from? And then like when I try to go back like at the domino effect, I see everything kind of as a domino effect where I have to realize where I'm at in this whole chain of just like how dominoes knock over the next dominoes, and then depending on what I'm looking for, like that kind of like language just for myself to be able to word that even now, like is what kind of drove me to kind of do this thing. And I the thing that I would wish more than anything is to be able to share that what like that Holy Spirit, like, because you know, like that wasn't from like that voice that I get directly from the Holy Spirit. This was like long after listening to that voice, finally when I got to the finish line, that's like what I felt like when I heard that voice. I was like, oh my God. Like I finally got it, Holy Spirit. Like, thank you. Sorry it took me so long. And then I just thought about like how that whole story about the tortoise and the hare, you know, like and like how that never made sense to me. Like, what was the moral lesson in that? Like, you know, the rabbits just race ahead and fall asleep, and that, you know, like, so when I finally opened that up, I like was opened up to this whole channel where, like you said, Nathan, you were being shown like your inner body. I was taken almost like kind of like the idea of Star Wars going at light speed, just like all of a sudden everything felt like it's just like kind of like rush, like in the Matrix where it's just like you want to, you know, they're in that white room and it's just like, and then everything's just like rushing by. And like, again, like my personal experience on that other end, you know, you attribute it to kind of like Ra and stuff like that, which is, you know, like the sun god. But like, again, the sun was for me like Jesus, like at that thing. And I would like the whole thing. It's all like the same like type, but I think like we all have obviously like God to just like thank for just like being
Yeah.
this part, because when I read the Bible, before the beginning, like Earth didn't have any of this. So God is what gave it this new dimension, as you said, Nathan. Like the third dimension had what, 4 parts with like, or 3 parts with four relationships. Like, like I would love to, like just as
Yeah,
we
yeah.
get to like talk to each other. But there are people on TikTok, especially, that I've gotten the chance to just sit down and really just kind of listen and meet, just as both of you guys, who you guys have like just like just
Well,
help me in more
Moses,
ways than you can
Moses,
imagine. So thank you for like
the
being you.
chaplain, Moses took one of the Ark Covenants out of the temple at Giza. He took one. He took the Ark of the Covenant. There's four. That's all. It's just, and they're looking under the pyramid. They know there's a lot of substructure there. They know whatever, but they're learning about it. But we're coming around the age of Pisces. Pisces at my way or the highway. It's over, I think.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, Habibi. Welcome to the
So
Peace
panel.
be unto peace be unto everybody here.
And you as well. You as well. I
Thank
would
you,
say
brother.
Nathan. I would say Nathan, and forgive me, Habibi. But yeah, I believe that we're catching up. Not, like I think finally society is catching up to like all those crazy like ancient alien theorists. Where it's just like everything's just aliens and aliens. It's like, okay, that's just kind of like do thing. But that whole thing about like Edgar Casey. I don't know if you've ever heard of that name, but it was like this man who just like lived on a
Sleeping
farm
Prophet.
town. Yeah, the sleeping prophet. Thank you. Like made a prophecy about like underneath the right paw of the Sphinx is like the Library of Alexandria, and like Egyptian like governments restricted.
Hey, I know what's the topic.
What was that?
May I know what's the topic?
Oh, I mean, there wasn't really no time. The original one, we've been going on like a journey with this one. It began with me asking like, is there a better way to change people without nagging, or rather than nagging was the background. I don't know if you saw that, Nathan.
Or like mocking, I think, or something like that.
Nagging was the word, and then it had the no nagging. Gosh, I don't know why
No
this background
nagging.
doesn't fit. Yeah, but like this is the thing. There was like a South Park episode where it's just like I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was like an amazing social experiment where it's just like you leave out the vowel and like a Wheel of Fortune thing. It's just N blank GGER, and the clue is people who annoy you. Right. And when it's just like naggers, I was just like, oh my gosh, because there's like, like the people who are negative, like the neggers, and then obviously the I. But then like, like, I don't know, the way that vowels kind of like work in things in language. In English, there's that rule I before E, except after C, unless it sounds like A, such as in neighbors, and weigh, like as in like the weight of a scale. And like, like, I don't know. I think these are all like language rules that kind of went under the radar as generations like developed, especially here in America, at least in the American experiment, as they call it. But again, I'm a little annoyed that this whole background doesn't fit. But I don't know if you guys have been.
Well, rather than nagging, I try to throw a curious spot towards a different way to grow. Just throw something curious and leave it if they don't want, rather than nagging. I don't like someone nagging at me. But it's all about preparing places to grow rather than having hold. So I look at things a lot different. My wife's having a heck of a time with this. It's fine. I mean, I've been married 41 years.
Congratulations. That's.
Yeah, man, that's good. That's beautiful. Alhamdulillah, yes.
Yeah,
It's
that's
still difficult, though. I mean, all of a sudden, her husband, I was downhill. We were
milestone right there.
funerary things, I was facing another surgery, and I had I was on braces and all kinds of things, and now I walk with a cane when I go out. That's about it. Um, but yeah, I'm woke the heck up.
Yeah, that's the best way to be. Woke up.
I'm like 16 in my mind, you know. It's like way before I met my wife, I was this dynamic. I'm wanting to skateboard again, but oh yeah, right. I'm not going to do that. But I have welded some things together to make a small jet engine, but that's different. It's not
Where you
unreal.
from? Where you from, Nathan?
Right now, I'm in North Dallas, Texas.
My beautiful people from Texas.
I was born in the same hospital that Trump had that problem up at that county fairground I used to play in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was born in that same town.
Cool. That's cool. The
What
first
kind
time I
of
laid my
clue?
eyes, I think the first time I laid my eyes on Trump, I think it was in the Home Alone movie.
The second one? The second one? Where he's
You already know. I don't know if it's the first one. Yeah, it is the second one because in the
yeah,
first one
where
is
he's
when he's
lost in New
actually
York.
home.
Yeah, it's Home Alone
Yeah,
2, Lost in New York. We're just
yeah.
like, who are these
Lost in New
parents
York.
who keep losing this kid? Just like that whole
Yeah.
Taken one,
But,
Taken two, Taken three. At what point do we think like this guy's got to be a terrible father? Liam Neeson's playing,
bro,
like they think. But yeah, that young Donald Trump, right? Like I look at that man and I'm just like, how did he get to this? I don't know, like
hey,
Donald.
look, this is something that I did not know. This is something that I did not know that I just found out recently.
That he was
The,
in
the
Home Alone.
director didn't. No, 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 no. The directors at the time, didn't want him at the scene. They didn't want him in the scene. They didn't want him in the movie. But for some reason, I don't know who pitched in. He managed to be in the movie, but that wasn't the director. They didn't had that wasn't the director's idea to have him in there. And they
He
managed to
just
just
trumped his way into the movie.
exactly. He trumped his way into the. That's the reason why he's so obsessed with coming up with Rush Hour 4.
Wait, what? Wait, what is this?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can look it up. He's the reason.
He's
He's the reason why Rush Hour 4 is happening.
like with hold on. Like what was I remember
Look
Rush
it
Hour
up.
1, I remember Rush Hour 2, Rush Hour 3, I remember
Yeah,
what okay,
we
so
had
now he's
3.
trying to make another
He's
Rush
trying to
Hour
make a 4.
with
So what
him.
is it going to be? We got rush hour at 6 o'clock, 7, 7:30, 8, and 9.
Mountain Standard Time. Rush Hour, Mountain Standard Time. This is where in Colorado, guys, like this is like the thing about like that the effect of like those Rush Hour movies, that Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker relationship, where me and like my like black friend Dick, his name was Dick Black. I called myself Caucasian, like that was like our like playoff words, but his stage name was Dick Black. But we were just like riding to a show together, like in downtown traffic or like on the highway going to traffic to downtown, and just like we just hear like the car next to us, just like, "Hey, Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker, what up?" And we were just like, and like the thing was, we were stuck in rush hour, so we were just like the irony of just like the situation that we find ourselves in. It's pretty
That's
comical,
too
right?
funny.
Like so, like you gotta take it as it is, But I can see a lot of people like just not. I don't know, like people yell at each other, like the road rage that's going on now.
Dude,
Like
I
I don't
got
know.
surrounded by cops. My bus broke down. I had a tow truck drop it off. I talked to the property owner. He didn't like where it was, but it was his son-in-law going to work on it. So he's like, whatever. 15 minutes later, I'm surrounded by cops because the daughter didn't see that and thought I was homeless, just parked there. I got surrounded by cops. I come out. I look a little bit homeless, maybe. But I started talking deep language and handed them my passport. I wasn't here on any business. We had an interesting time. They did not tow my bus. They were like, "We're going to tow your bus." I said, "Well, you call the State Department first." And they're like, "What?" I said, "Don't mess with me. I talked to the property owner, and he didn't say move it. So you can't just tell me right now to move it unless you pay."
And this is where you checkmate the sister, right? Who didn't like see any of that going on, right? Like,
I was like, I got a home at home I got plenty of property at home like this. I got a $70,000 tractor. I got a cheap ass bus because I wanted to travel on a sojourn. I stared at her till she couldn't look me in the eye, and I stared at the old man till he couldn't look me in the eye. And the police escorted me back to my bus. We had a nice discussion while the mechanic moved my bus. It was like, and then they left me alone that whole town. They just left me alone.
That's what gets you like a street rep, Nathan, here in Colorado. Those kind of things where it's like that's the guy.
When I was a kid, we used to walk the streets in Hayward and Oakland and San Francisco as kids in the 70s. I lived there 76 to 80. It wasn't that big a deal to ride the train in with some friends or just go. My brother lived in town. I could go there by myself as long as I didn't smoke the brown cigarettes the old man were trying to hand me. They dipped those in formaldehyde. They called them Shermans. Because they rolled
The Sherman Hemsley. The Sherman Hemsley.
Call it getting wet in Kansas City.
yeah.
That the Friday, just like I didn't know you like to get wet, bro. It's like what do you mean? It's like come on, Smokey. I was just running down, just like But I mean, like, but yeah, I mean, just like these things where like even here in Colorado, like my father told me just like not to go outside of Aurora. Like don't ever go downtown Denver, especially go skating. Because like my father had janitorial contracts with a lot of these buildings that my friends would go and just like skate on their handrails and just like get chased off. So he's like, if you're ever one of those people who get caught by like the building security manager and they link you to me, I could lose that entire contract. And like the domino effect of that, Charles, is it worth going downtown and rollerblading, or don't you think you should be inside studying for Harvard? And I'm just like, when you put it like that, Dad, I'm gonna leave.
Could
But
it be a mix? I mean, can we once in a while?
it couldn't. It was always binary with my father. It's either 0 or 1.
We built a ramp in our driveway, and a quarter pipe.
I did too, and he hated that.
My dad even tried it, and he couldn't do it. He landed on his back, but he at least let us have things to play, so we wouldn't go somewhere else. We always had a bunch of land. We moved to San Francisco. We had a little patch, so it was different, but we had pool and all that. And
Do you guys have a lot of skate parks in your states? Like Colorado has so many concrete skate parks where it's just like snake runs,
I'm
like
sure Texas has them. I'm not in that scene. They have them indoors and stuff like that
Indoors?
here. Yeah, Texas? Are you kidding me? I mean,
Oh,
it's
with the
so
weather,
warm.
yeah. I'm sure. So I assume indoor, it's like probably like a membership or something like that, right? Like,
No, you just go and like a gym. You just go and hey, I want to go and play in the park, or like going to a park where you.
oh, okay,
Hey,
so
go
it's
in.
part of like the city, like
Well, no, it's
recreation.
like shopping malls that are going out of business. Somebody rents that
Oh.
space, and put one in,
Converts
and
it,
that was pretty
converts
cool.
it,
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
and they've been running because those fail here in Colorado for some reason. Like
Well,
they
skate parks originally, I remember when they first came out, then they had problems with legalities, and they worked that out. We used to ride swimming pools, and
that's the
drainage
thing where
canals.
like that angle, like that
The drainage
transition.
canals we would run, yeah, we'd put plywood at the bottom of the Hetch Hetchy waterway canals, and we would ride those down in there. It's just concrete, but there's not much water running in the middle. You stay out of the middle, run the sides.
Were you around on like that event like in California for like the speed like
No,
record where
a brother-in-law of mine was in with those big guys down in California. He was in with all those guys at Bakersfield doing all that. One of my
Like-
brother-in-laws.
like the
Yeah,
fathers of the entire
Yeah,
skateboarding.
and his father insisted that he not be with those guys, and he was forced away from him. So he got into selling things that were illegal and developed a big giant business. Got him with the. He was taking stuff from
The
military
background.
through the Hell's Angels groups and
Oh
had a
really?
big.
Ooh.
Oh, he was,
Okay.
and he married somebody in that group, and then eventually, when they divorced, they removed him from the scene and took his business. It was kind of interesting.
And he like kind of rehabilitated. Oh,
He moved
and then-
away. They told him to move away. Is all they told him. This is not his business anymore. He doesn't live here anymore. You're not married to this family anymore. You're protected still. They didn't want to hurt him. The grandmother. It
so it's
was
kind of
the-
like an Adam and Eve situation. It's like you're banished.
Well, no, it's just that
Like,
the
but
grandmother
here's
was
your
high up in the organization, and they were tied with things on the military base. This stuff is deeper than we really. I mean, this is all speculation, right? But I know the people involved, and it was all behind the scenes, and things come in and out of a China Lake Naval Weapons Center, where they develop things and stuff. People coming in and out of there. It's whatever. Everybody's got to have their what they do in their rec time. You're living in a desert. It's 120 degrees outside, and there's nowhere to go except inside.
It's a
You
desert
know,
too, right? like let's make our
120 degrees. In the summertime, I went there for 10 days. That was something else. And I was
like
in West Texas at 105 and 15. It was just different. It was hotter, drier.
like even but manageable. Like I don't know. Like that. Like my uncle was miserable in Texas. Like
With enough
just
salt. Well, we used to eat salt tablets out on the railroad because you sweat so much. And the body is electric, it runs on salts. But now, sodium chloride is one of them. That's like I tell people about all the salts. Sodium and chloride by themselves, they're dangerous. You can't have them, but together they're two that became one that we need. And so are 11 other ones like silica, it's iron oxide. And
so why do you
calcium.
think like salt like salt water is like so unbearable on the human body like in those situations because it's just like an
It's too
imbalance
much
in
at
the
a
Because
time. It's too
you're
much at a
mixing in
time.
toxic levels, man.
Yeah, it's
the
going
ratio
into
between
Trace
like
element. It's not a primary. It's a minor.
yeah.
One.
Look, the water is static, or the water that comes out, our living waters. That's not static. If serious, there's urokinase therapy for your living waters. That's a therapy that they druids used to do, and all kinds of people would collect that. That's energy, and if that's water that'll go back in your cells. The thing is getting things through the nitrogen barrier. It's just another therapy to look into, but I think even medically they can help that.
getting
It
through
is,
the nitrogen barrier like
yeah.
with it in
There's
our blood
7
like our blood getting through the nitrogen
the
barrier.
cells have to pass gases.
Okay.
Hydrogen would cool everything. Nitrogen is fire. That's the fire in the cell that when you go from altitude down and you feel sick, but it's also it gives you your energy. That's your capacity to run atmospheric gases through 7 layers of membranes of the skin through nitrogen barriers. They can't touch each other. They're interstatic barriers, kind of like our atmosphere all the way out. It's just a different scale.
And
all the way
even
from
like chakra points, right? The 7 like chakra
yeah,
points like in within the
yeah,
body like
exactly.
so
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
There's a
I
lot of
mean
7s, there's a lot of 12s, there's a lot of 6s, there's a lot of 3s. There's a lot of stuff.
a lot of patterns, right? Like just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
these numerical, just like not even so much mathematical. That's the thing. I think that was kind of a veil that was put
There's
over.
no chaos. There's no chaos. You just haven't slowed down enough to know what a Hawking's particle or a neutrino's trying to say. It's got everything to say, but it can't because we can't slow it down. A neutrino or a Hawking's particle has everything to say. So does a spark and a junction gap. It just doesn't want to say it very loud.
It just doesn't. It's the
It
one
doesn't
that
want to
kind
say it
of.
as detail. It's like the sun only has 4 colors that emanate from it: black, white, blue, and red. But it looks like it looks because it's patterning like it does. And when a hole opens up and it blows cold, we think it's all just hot, but it's a freeze or burn node. So anything gets near it gets hot. Anything reflected it gets hot. Anything when it doesn't have anything around it to reflect hot, it's freezing cold. So the earth shivers. There should be the moon's waxing heavy with the big event that happened yesterday, and I don't know what's it started to turn more earth facing. We had a big X class flare yesterday. Next few days should have some high energies when the moon comes around. Real rough.
What are you referring to exactly? Are we? We're not talking Three
We
Eye
had a
Atlas or
major
anything.
solar event. We had a major solar event yesterday, and
Was
it's
it
still
an
turning.
alignment or
It's
gosh?
turning more in alignment. It's getting more and more in alignment. So there should be more Earth facing plasma streams. It's cold and it's energetic. So it's just going to make the Earth shiver a little bit more. And as the moon waxes more.
Right?
Yeah, and it
Get those
just like
snuggies
us.
ready, guys. Just like because
Just like us, it makes more mitochondria, so it makes her more energetic. So, people think the Earth's got molten lava in the middle of it, but I would suggest it's more like a microwave with a grape in the middle of it, a plasma ball with a diamond layer, which is the inside of the microwave.
trying to prevent that like grape
It's
core
just
from
sitting
turning
going
into like a
round and
raisin
round and
type
round
like
and round.
thing.
Yep, like a plasma grape in a microwave.
And we're talking about
Corey.
grapes, people, right? Like the fruit grape.
Well,
We're
like,
not, we're not talking about.
in the microwave, it'll turn into a plasma ball. It'll sit there and you know, look like your microwave's on fire. It's dangerous, right?
Really?
Inside the Earth.
Really, like putting
Yeah.
metal, like putting metal in a
No, if you
microwave,
put just a grape in a microwave.
like
just
like we're
grape.
talking right, like just like red. It doesn't matter, green or purple or whatever. A grape, you put like the like one grape, it'll start just like charging all this energy.
It'll plasma. It'll like electrically charge. That's wild about a grape.
Will it not
In a mic-
explode eventually? Because it's just
No,
so.
it'll come back. It doesn't stay looking like a grape anymore. No.
But does it necessarily come out looking like more of a raisin type thing, where the raisin is like where all the moisture, all that water is like dried
It's not
out of it?
something I've not let one go very long. I've seen it, and
Yeah,
you know, and turn it off. It's dangerous for the microwave, I think. That
this is
glycerin-
where's that show MythBusters when we need it, right? Like,
Yeah. The idea is that plasma is an energy ball that can maintain by itself. And they've generated them and they've come out separated, played ping pong with themselves, and done all these things in clean rooms where they know there's nothing in there. And after these plasma balls do their little whatever, sometimes they find dust in the room, like making dust from nothing. Plasmids. You know, how energy comes into form through plasma instiction and slowing in the humidities of the salts and the fresh waters, things that come from the fresh waters. That's the primal four things. It's, you know, fresh water, salt water, pressure, and humidity. The humidity is the mix of the two. The word would be the mix in us. The salts.
the word would be more like the living water in us.
Yes.
Would
the
you
word
say
is-
right?
Yes, the living word.
So like the
vibration.
the fresh water, the salt water, and then like the living water, like, you know, like I hope that's not like overstepping on that, but you know, that's just what I was hearing. I was like, that's
The two have to become one in the plasma fields with our voice that generates the life. Life in the breath's the voice. Breath is life.
So are these like three like different waters? The living, the salt, and the fresh, like oil and water. When you see them in a bottle, where they like
Well, think
one
about
sits
it.
on
You
top
got
of the
one
other, and
fluid, kind of, but like you got one fluid in the body that can be acid, alkaline, or neutral. There, you know, you can go from acid to alkaline, but there's a neutral in there where it's nothing. There's a place where a spark can be ready to jump a gap, but it's not quite there. Its potential is hit. The ions are there, but it didn't jump yet. That's neutrality would be pi times the seventh power divided by pi times seventh. That echo is 137-ish. And that's that spot. But it's never a constant. That's H2 trying to become H3. It's always an ish. It's a fluctuation in the wave pattern. It can never be solid. It has to be potential and fluctuating, ready to jump off the platform.
I think in quantum mechanics they would call this like creating like a quantum like wormhole and waiting for like Alice.
You lean ahead and you fall in.
Yeah, somebody to either go one way or the other. But once they go in, they can never go back in this like quantum like theory type thing. Where now they talk about like this is like where like science describes it, where it's like imagine Alice and Bob, you know, are in two different like states, you know, in two different locations, and they need like information to be sent to each other, and they create like a figurative like wormhole between them, but they can't traverse that wormhole themselves. They need Charlie C to come in and be the quantum state that is able to kind of take, you know, like the state that Alice wishes to transmit, like verse over to Bob. And then if Charlie can take that over to Bob and Bob receives that quantum state, then like they say, Charlie will know because he'll never hear from Bob and Alice again. Like that thing, like this is how they worded it recently. And I was like, well, thank you. You know, like science, but like, I don't know, like this whole idea. But again, when I hear that language, Nathan, like I hear TikTok specifically. Like this is a traversable wormhole that we have all like I guess you stated earlier, and welcome back, Habibi. I don't know why you keep falling. Get off your Fortnite. Pick one or the other.
I'm not playing
Right?
it. I was looking at my fantasy football.
Okay, well, welcome back. Welcome back. But again, like this impregnable screen, as like the Quran would describe it. Like this is something that we think is like a barrier that keeps one of us or either of us from possibly coming through that screen and being like, I'm in your face now type thing, right? Where like I don't know. This is again this old state of people using this tool, just like we were talking about earlier about how I don't know specifically, but like, what my father told me, like social media to him is like the first human like ever using a blade, a knife, and like not knowing anything about it. And just like I can either use it and learn that it's a tool, to like make life easier, or it's a tool to make life easier by taking another life type thing. Like that's the spectrum type thing that he saw social media as like immediately. And I was like, that's pretty like dark, Dad. But now, like 7 years later, I see like how it relates to kind of like the concept of Prometheus, like that Greek story about how like here's the god who brought down fire and gave it to humanity, and like his punishment was like he was like banished from like the gods and stuff like that. But like that allegory, like even in the beginning where God said, let there be light, I can see like a time where like it's like God giving like the knowledge of how to make fire to a bunch of monkeys around at the time, and see what group of monkeys like learn to like share that, and what move like a group of monkeys just like end up burning everything and all that stuff. And he's like, and God separated the light from the darkness. God calls the light day, and like this, like it's just like this language that I'm just like, this is speaking to me on like so many different like networks in my mind, like that. Thank you for like acknowledging that, like Habibi, because like I thought like it was just like like comical in a sense, and this is where Voltaire's quote, where it's just like God is a comedian playing in front of an audience too afraid to laugh. That was like the first quote where I was like, thank you, God. And like my experience just reading the Bible, which was my first ever physical book that I've ever chosen in my entire like human lifetime out like to read on my own for my own thing, outside of doing it for a book report. But even as a child, like I was very lazy about it. Like I just read the back summary and then read the beginning, the end, and then try to like Fight Club it in the like that editing thing. But again, like that environment that I brought up in and then was introduced to faith is what I attribute just like the doorway that allowed this turtle to like get past like these rabbits like who in this race to get to heaven or salvation, where I'm just like, I don't know what makes you guys so confident, but it can't be that easy type thing.
Well,
And again,
Chaplain Charlie, the story about Lucifer is quite interesting. That there's a 400 nanometer split in the light cycles. During the day, the cell waters inside, they ripen and get all excited with energy. And at night, they prune and they drop loose sulfur into the waters of the tea. And when the light comes back on, that loose sulfur converts to insulin and glucose immediately for energy in the body immediately. That's loose sulfur dropping into the light bearer, the light bringer. It's right in the book. But we think it's about this devil, this human. But I see this devil as
light
a
language,
developer.
right? It's like a light language is what I would call it. And welcome, Dark Knight, to the panel. I see your
Why can't
comments.
Thank you,
developer-
Chaplain. How you doing, Nathan? I
Well,
followed you over here, man. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, it's fine. How are you?
I'd love to hear about your salts because I've had to incorporate a lot more of the electrolytes in my body, and it's very important to keep that. I get real bad cramps and I sweat a lot when I do sweat. So here in Texas, man, it gets so hot. You gotta have a lot of that stuff.
Well, I noticed this, and it's just there's some charts online you can look at, but it talks about birth charts and the salts that come seasonally, because the birth month and the next few should be lacking, but they're things like calcium fluoride, calcium phosphates, calcium sulfate, iron phosphate, silica oxides. No, I mean, it's not just sodium chlorides. You know, Nat Muir.
Yeah, it's a complex.
Yeah, there's different Cali-Pos, Cali-Murs, Cure this. That's
Bicarbonates, sodium,
Yeah,
potassium, magnesium.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you need the right values to absorb what? Calcium and magnesium, which are the
Right,
essential
right,
components to make
Exactly.
your synapses, to make your everything really. It seems like.
yeah. And so
Yeah, CalMag's a good
Oh,
vitamin
it is
supplement.
helpful. You know, it'd be helpful, but reposing the breath, letting the CO2 do its job, that's the life gas. Lets things stretch and grow. And accidentally, I did this all accidentally. I just fell into a breath practice, and then I didn't need a CPAP anymore. I just doing all these things, doing the hot and cold stress, and
How long though, Nathan? Like it wasn't just like day and night type thing, right? Like
I was living a pure Torah of raw energy through the body at corn level, like herbs, teas. I was not eating as much food. I was eating food from our land. We have chickens, turkeys. We have friends that raise our cattle for us and pigs. This is a kind of we have bees. So we do things holistic here on the farm. I was doing that as best I could. I was swimming all the time. That's basically what the Torah and even
You're
in
living the dream over there, man.
but I was doing what I could by myself, suffering in pain, and now I no longer can. If I can be helpful the rest of this time I'm here, that's great. I know I cannot come back.
But
Okay.
am I hearing you correctly when I hear that there
My
is some
problem isn't lack.
pain, even in you,
My
Habibi,
problem
like
isn't the lack of knowledge; it's the lack of implementation.
wisdom,
Right? Yes, it's
wisdom, right?
implementation, applying. We don't apply enough. We know what to do. We don't want to. You know.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. Like
Who
wisdom
do you
is
mean
just
by
like
we? It sounds like you do.
Right now, it's good for me right now to have pain in my legs, or I might beat some people up that I don't really want to beat up.
If that's how you reason it, then yes,
Yeah.
alhamdulillah for
do that too.
that. Like
Yeah,
whatever keeps
like,
you from
also-
beating people. Yes. Sorry.
I'm
You know,
just saying,
physical
in
pain can be
reality,
good
right?
to help with the emotional pain. Yeah, counterbalance a little bit.
Right. I
My
mean, like we
emotions
can't
respond
be like up here all the time, right? Pain brings us back down to like the wavelength frequency where it has its peaks and its valleys and stuff like that. But you can't just constantly be like flatline, in like just kind of energy and type thing. So like my last name
I'll tell you,
Ping
I'll give
is
you-
Ping,
I'll give you a
so
little heads up, youngster. You
Well,
know,
they tell you to have your
get
joy and then
all day for the
rejoice.
week.
They tell you to have fun and joy and then rejoice, but they don't tell you a joyce is a structure. There's a joyce in your home, it's under your feet, and it's over your head. That's a structure. And so whenever we land on our head, get insulted, I don't even have glass walls on my house. As far as my personal, what I walk with house. Nothing can, I don't care what somebody says. I see
He's
the
got
language.
some diamonds coming out of his mouth. Just the technical aspects makes the jargon go "Rrrr" in my head.
Right?
just,
I'm picking it up. I know
just
exactly.
they're
'cause I
seeds.
took a
They're
bunch of-
just little light
I took
seeds.
a bunch of chemistry classes. I did a bunch of prereqs to become a chiropractor. I'm trying to forget all that.
It's like those My Pillow commercials. Just like forget everything you know about pillows. It's just like okay.
No, it gets to the point where you start calculating things at too high of a level, and then you go batshit.
Or
Yeah,
just
I
from
start-
to one
I'm not saying
dimensional,
you're
right?
batshit,
Like
bro. I'm not saying I'm referencing it for me. My head starts going, oh, I could do that. Oh, I could. Oh, I could. Why don't?
right. No, it just sees all these doors kind of
Why do I
opening
know
up,
this now? Right.
right? Like just boom, and just remember that like that lesson that I was like just I'm so grateful I got to share it with you, Habibi. Nathan, I don't know if you were there. Just like my explanation on like the E equals MC squared, like just like relationship and all that, like with light and kind of just energy and stuff. Even that word rejoice, Nathan, when you said it, just like how it's like it's a even religion, it's a religion to something, with humanity. But rejoice, like you said, like finding, like coming back to our joy, rejoy, and then that word like I, at the end, it's just like I see E type thing, you know, like in that like rule of English, it's like I before E, except after C, unless it sounds like A as in neighbor and like way, you know, like that whole thing, like
Yeah.
like I don't know.
Technically, there's
So
really,
that should tell you how much we've been lied to in this English language we barbarically use.
What do you mean lied to? Just kind of
well,
not.
look at
Because
technically.
the derivative is Latin, right? Everything comes from Latin and the Greek and then to English, bro. It's an evolved language, like the Semitic languages are supposedly evolved, but that's not how it really works, right?
Right, there should be only 3 sounds of the I and the stretch of the O, right? Those are about the only real vowel sounds is e, e, and O.
Oh
We
yeah,
stretch,
and
and everything else should be K's, clicks, or there shouldn't be so many. There should be some clicks, and like
is that how that's like Alvin and the
Man,
Chipmunks?
I should come around and dumb it down
ting,
for you.
tang, wada wada bing bang.
For people that can't relate, it would be
No,
a double whammy.
yeah,
It's not a dumbing down. It's just, you know, like, are we smarter than a
Well, I'm
fifth
saying
grader?
for me,
You know,
The,
like,
the English language
right?
is a dumbed
I
down
have to-
language.
I
It's
have to-
for sure.
I
have to
mean,
talk to my buddies
I
in simplicity when I'm talking to them in some measures, right? Because if I value, like I told you, I'm a
Simplicity.
horticulturalist, right? Right. So the values of all the trace elements and the you know, what do they call it? They call it. Now I got a brain fart after all this thinking. The minor and major aspects of the things, right? So when I'm talking to my buddies, I'm like, look at. The value of outside is what we're trying to do. We're trying to replicate the sun. We're trying to replicate the atmosphere. We're trying to replicate everything, and then super power pack it into this system inside, you know, in hydroponics indoors. So those values have to correlate, right? There's action, reaction. There's things that you can use to pump up, and there's times that you should use to slow down, evacuate, these kind of things, right? It's the same thing for everything: mechanics, quantum mechanics, physical actions, feelings.
the micro and macro, just like relationship and everything.
Well,
you know, like
the water in the cells is depleted deuterium water. It's deuterium, and a lot of
Deuterium
just
water.
because
what's
just
that-
because we
what's that
package
mean?
our food,
That
it gets
means
laden
what?
with heavy. It's like a lot of what we don't know it. I'm pretty sure. I hope we don't know. But just by packaging,
Hold on, before you go too further, I don't want to get lost. So
Yeah, I don't-
deuterium water is the measure of what? The breakdown of the water, or is it something else?
it's heavy element from phosphorus fusion inside every cell.
Okay.
It's a zo and a diac, so it's a piece like the sun and an implosive and an explode. There's like a force out, a grab, and an impact pull. It's both. It's a push and an
So it's the
implode.
mechanism of expansion and contraction inside.
Yeah,
the cell.
yeah. It's an implode explode all in one, and it's 2 different organisms that became one. The plant plastids did it too. It's 4, because those first 2 were 2. I mean, to make a spark, there had to be 2. I mean, so it's like
So those
1,000
other
times.
number values come into play. I've never
Yeah.
understood number values.
Now there's another organism they found that's doing the same thing, and I heard that that's never happened. The plastids were first, mitochondria were second. There's a new one in the sorghum seed from an organism we helped develop that'll help devour plastics, and one that was just out there, and its off gas is ammonia. That will do some neat stuff to the soil. It's all about taking care of the soil. I think in the book it says Adam and Eve were forced to till the soil.
only Adam, and then Eve,
Yeah,
the
Tilling the
woman.
soil just kills the
problem
soil.
The
Well,
problem
I
with
mean-
that- the problem
I
with
mean,
ammonia
you-
being
you can-
released into
Yeah.
the soil where
I want to back Nathan up. He's like, you definitely. I did organic
Problem.
farming for over a decade, and we feed the soil to feed the plant. And so, basically, you make the soil rich with all these nutrient dense organic materials. We would add green sand, volcanic sand. All these different things, additives to it. That,
Nutrients, right? Like
beef it up.
these
nutrients,
nutrients.
absolutely. Trace nutrients as well as fertilizers and whatnot. But also we had added mycorrhizae, which is very crucial for actually having healthy plants.
I use
And
that a lot.
Yeah, I love it, man.
Guano?
So it's-
Have you guys gone?
Guano's the best.
Fungi.
Guano. I do foliar feeding too, so that's kind of like a cheater do way too, because I'll foliar feed with
That's my
compost
number
tea.
one move for foliage feed, right?
But you don't till the soil because it kills the mycorrhizae and the living organisms. That you basically a no-till garden is the best way to go. It takes a long time to prepare your soil in your area, but I do ground cover and then I add a bunch of wood chips, mycorrhizae that. And basically, it keeps the soil the roots cool because we have hot summers here, and then it keeps the water in the soil and also breaks down organic matter through the year. At the end, you have black dirt sitting on top of your mats. They goes back in the soil from the wood. So yeah, it's
It
really
just
good. that
kind
way.
of keeps like recycling within each other, right?
We
Like
can't do that. We can't do a no-till in Michigan. There's no way. There's too much prime fertile topsoil, right?
It takes a long time, but yeah, I was doing it in white sand, but still, the no-till method could be done anywhere. It's just you got to prepare your soil. We would have these areas that we would do our gardens in with animals in there for a few years before we would even try to do a garden in there. And chickens, that's like the last stage of that. They'll put enough of them in there and kill everything.
That the soil is so compact, right? The density.
I got you.
Why I till it.
Yeah.
Right? So
I have heard they have
the
blades.
measure of the sand though is wonderful. I love making a garden over sand. The drainage, the action, the micros that you can build, and that kind of thing. So it's huge to understand the values of.
But what about like doing that
Absolutely.
for the
Sandy loam is the
sustainability
best.
of like the entire human population? I'm assuming Dark Knight, like you're like doing this like farming, forgive me, or tilling, formerly like for just like self-sustain like in purposes, like to be able to grow your own food, or are you actually doing this like to sell
that was
crops and stuff like that as well?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm my bad.
No. I'm the one stepping
we did
over
a
you,
little
so
bit of
forgive
both.
me. Okay.
No, you're
okay.
fine. You're fine. We did. We had a lot of excess of Muscovies and Muscovy duck eggs. These are ducks. They don't quack though. They're very, very good. And we would, sell some chickens. My ex-father-in-law would sell goats and sheep, but mainly it was for self-sustaining. And we went 1 year without buying any meat, except for some fish here and there because we didn't raise those. Yeah, we had crops that we would sell. We sell our eggs. We're getting $10 a dozen back. That was about 10 years ago now. So I think we
10
probably
years
get 20
ago?
for them now in Houston. Yeah,
For like farm fresh cage like
they're
that.
duck eggs. They're
Duck
yeah,
eggs.
they're actually
Okay.
1.5
The-
huge.
okay,
Actually, they're
okay,
like they
okay.
go really. They'd be like $20.
I thought we were
a dozen.
talking. I
I'm
thought
not
we were
kidding.
talking like chicken eggs. I was just like $24.
They're
Where's
about-
Trump's economy in this like situation? In
Yeah,
Texas? Like
I mean, this is definitely a high end, kind of their delicacy kind of thing,
Right.
They don't. Yeah, I mean, we're
probably
getting
a lot
$25
of
for
like Asian restaurants. Like sushi uses a lot of
all
those.
Asians.
Right. I'm sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Once in a while, we get turkey eggs, but we don't want to mess with the turkeys too much. We want them to grow a flock eventually.
I got a flock of turkeys like parading around my neighborhood in Colorado. Like in suburban.
Awesome. They're so
We have
big.
seven.
Duck eggs are so big. It's
That's where I was just like, oh my gosh! Like you guys, I'm just like,
Have you ever seen an ostrich or an emu egg? Ostrich and emu
wow.
eggs are huge.
Yeah, I was gonna raise emus, but
Yeah.
then I moved to Michigan.
I
Yeah,
met
it's
an
in
emu in the
Kansas
wild.
City.
People raise those in
Moved
ranches
away. I
and
was
let
like,
them go
I'll
wild.
take them.
let them
They're
go.
dangerous.
They let them go. This is like
They
in
did.
Florida, people who raise like little like
No, he's
like
right.
anacondas that become like giant like sewer like lizards and stuff like that. Like
There's
Like,
emus in the wild now out there that never used to be, and I walked up on one on the railroad tracks. I tell you what, that's a scary bird when it stands there looking right at you in the face.
They're pretty big. They're big. They're big creatures.
I'm six.
Giving
I was
them
6
away,
foot
man.
two.
hold on,
Give it away.
which is bigger, an ostrich or an emu? An ostrich is bigger than an emu, right?
Ostrich, 8 feet,
Yeah,
10
but
feet,
it's not
8.
much bigger.
Not much,
The
no.
emus ain't that small. They're big birds, man.
You
They're-
won't care if one's standing in your face which one's bigger. They're both big enough to hug you. You
Well
won't
said, right
care.
there, Nathan. That I
Emus
don't.
are more physical. Like they don't like people more. The ostriches, I don't think, are an issue.
It had a
The
little
oil is really good. I
I backed up. I just
The
kept
oil
backing up.
is that what you said, Dark Knight? Like that? The oil. I mean, like, but again, like the idea of the eggs, right? Like, so, like, $24 a dozen for duck eggs, and essentially, yeah.
20. Yeah, I would say they'd be about worth about 20.
Big,
You know, right now.
man. They're like your fist, though. The duck eggs.
Yeah, they're huge.
Right,
a lot
right,
of times we
but-
get double yolks too. So, and it's basically mainly the yolk. It's very rich that way. It's very little egg white, and they're very large.
So would you
The
do like
smallest one I
the
would
light?
get-
Would you do the light like thing where you put it up to the light and you can see if it's double yolk
No,
or if it's a
no, we were
single
getting
yolk,
100
or-
dozen.
What
Oh,
was
no,
the
no,
name
we're
of
getting
them
100
ducks
dozen
that
eggs
don't
a day.
Because my buddy's ducks quacked like crazy.
Muscovy. They're Muscovy ducks. They're actually technically more closely related to geese. They've been domesticated since pre-Columbian times. They're what's called a meat duck. They're a tree. Like, I think they technically are a tree duck or were a tree duck, but they're domesticated for since pre-Columbian era. And
for this purpose,
they're
specifically, right?
they're
They
great. They're good in the garden. They're good for pests. They'll eat all the flies. They hatch usually about 28 to 30 ducklings at every nest, and they'll sit on that nest and hatch every single one of them out. They'll keep all the ducklings underneath them until all of them are hatched out. It's amazing. They're
But then-
fantastic.
Where
Those are
where do the
particular.
edible eggs come in then? You know, like, or are these yolks
See,
possibly
how-
like?
Well, they're all
The
Like-
Muscovies are highly intelligent, so they're gonna be nest. As soon as you try to pick their eggs, you have to pick twice a day in Texas when it get, in the summertime, especially. You have to pick in the morning, you have to pick in the evening. We're getting 100 dozen eggs.
So
a
that
day.
it doesn't
So,
get
you know.
fertilized by like the male
Yeah, well,
duck.
yeah.
How does that?
It's
how
going
does
to be
that
fertilized,
work?
but it's
fertilized
it doesn't
already.
matter if it's fertilized or not. We wanted the eggs fertilized because we want them to be able to hatch
want
out
more,
them too.
yeah.
So if you pick them in the morning or in the evening, it doesn't matter if they're fertilized. They still, have a 6-month shelf life.
They're monsters.
As
Even longer
like
than that.
edible?
As long as you don't wash them. Can't
Yeah,
wash
exactly.
them.
You never wash the eggs. You never wash the eggs. That's what kills the little membrane on the outside that protects them.
We sell eggs 6 dozen a day, just regular chicken eggs, and we got 7 roosters, 160 something regular chickens. So they're all fertilized, I'm sure, but that's not a problem as long as you don't let that start growing. You got to collect them, but if they're brooding, that's where you leave some, so you'll have more baby chicks later. Kind of a deal.
But when you're raising chickens, Nathan, for like, eggs, like the farm fresh egg type thing, you have to keep the roosters away from the chicken coop, right? Otherwise, you're going to find
Why?
scrambled eggs that have like a little like embryo like kind of type thing. Like,
You don't let
How-
them set long enough to grow an embryo.
how do birds, I guess I don't know anything
takes
about
some-
how birds
They
reproduce
have
in
to
that
set and
sense.
incubate them. If they're not brooding, most domestic chickens won't even set and brood them, so they're not viable. They get a little maybe spot of blood, maybe not. It's just a tiny dot. But because
So we had to have
they get too cold.
other
Yeah,
breeds
and then
to
once
sit
they
the
start
chicken
laying,
eggs.
You can remove the rooster
As-
out.
Yeah.
As long as you keep picking them, they're going to keep giving.
If you want more, we
But if
we
you
keep the
want to
roosters
hatch 'em,
maybe
you need
away
the
from the
rooster,
most
yeah.
of them, but still, everybody gets something. They're everywhere.
Like, have you guys, I recently like asked
with
myself.
with the fertilization.
Yeah, please tell me, but like if you know, and like this is where like
It's really
I asked
not. If
myself
you're picking
like
them every day because they have to be held at a certain temperature. They have to be warm and humid at a certain
you gotta
temperature
put
for
'em
them
in
to
the
start.
incubator.
Yeah,
from
you
it
put them
to
in the
go
incubator, so if
from
you,
from it to go to like the yolk into like a developing embryo
Yes.
type thing.
Flashlight,
Okay,
Yeah.
You take a flashlight, you look in
right, and you
like
see if
that,
there's like something
You
in
can
there or
see
if
it's
it's just a
fertilized,
yolk, right?
right?
Right,
and then
and
once
you can
it's
say-
fertilized, you just stick it in the incubator and you're
right.
running.
In the warm
Well, like-
environment as opposed to the scrambled egg fryer environment, right? Like this
I, mean,
is
I don't know. I did a crash course on chicken living. I've ordered 100 chicks. I ordered 50 big chickens that grew big for the slaughter, and then layers, 50 layers. Man, I'm telling you what a nightmare that was. It was so fast, so quick, so hurry. I had so many eggs. It was ridiculous. You know what the number one predator for chickens are? Raccoons.
humans. you mean below humans? Like raccoons? Just
You
yeah,
got
I mean,
fishing cats. Fishing
Chickens
cats
stink
don't like
so
chicken.
bad. They stink so bad in the summertime. It's ridiculous.
even ostrich eggs and stuff like that. I don't know if you watch like those like National Geographic shows when like animals try to go for like those geese, you know, like those flocking seasons where birds go to like some special thing, and you see how all the primates on that like the whole thing are just like, oh my God, Golden Corral's like opening up like type thing. It's amazing to watch just how nature like relates to human like behavior, even in this world of just like all the advancements in technology. I don't know. I got to witness just like a release of a bunch of sea turtle eggs on the beach in Mexico. That like, yeah, it was like this whole thing that luckily like I was there and I got to see this. But yeah, like I just like touched one and they like just like scourged me. They're just like, you can't interact with nature. I'm just like, what are you talking about? You guys built like this whole thing around it. Just like, this thing is adorable, you know? But I know that in nature, without this human protection, birds would be flying out and picking these things off like left and right, and only a handful make it out into the sea. And that's, you know, like, so it's just like the whole, how nature knows like numbers. It's a numbers game sometimes for certain species, you know, just like they produce all these eggs. But what happens when you just save every egg possible? You know, then you have like this economic, you know, natural like thing. But again, this whole thing with
If you have to get little, you take four hens and a rooster, and you're golden.
4 hens and a rooster, right? So this is where that whole riddle, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? The answer is the rooster comes first, right? like if we think about it, you know, the paradox.
She produces the egg, he produces the cum. It's all
Right,
about
right.
coming and overcoming. This whole
It's a little
existence is
dirty.
coming and
It's a little dirty, but there's
Well, I mean,
there's
it's
truth
the
to
whole
it.
thing. It's coming and overcoming. Knock, knock. What was that? Oh, I got to overcome that. Was it nice? Was it horrible? Do I got to run? Do I got to dance? What does it got to do?
There are hecklers. When I told that joke, they'd be like, "Well, then which came before the rooster?" I'm just like, clearly you missed the point of that joke, Brian.
That is a really interesting question, though. I mean, it's one that we've yet to figure out, and that would be, we think we would have done that already. But it just the black mat layer that formed. It's about 12,600 years ago to 11,200 years ago. In between that Holocene, I'm sorry, it was a Younger Dryas epoch, and there's that's where like 2/3 of the megafauna were, which is like mammals over 100 pounds here in this northern North America, were extinct. And so if you look at that before
like
black
the
mat layer,
mammoths, and like all those.
mammoths, all like beaver bears, and I mean just like really just mythical kind of looking creatures. But yeah, after that there are basically a whole new species that seemingly just popped out of nowhere, and it's not a very long period of time. So it's almost like during this very extreme, there was basically 2 major meltwater pulses, pulse water melt A and B. And in between there was the Younger Dryas, where it was, there was flowers and growing where it's usually just, completely solid ice. And after that, there was like all this new life. It was almost like there was an introduction of completely new species from whatever gene, maybe DNA being corrupted or mutated by celestial activity that only happens during these really extreme
Aliens.
catastrophic events. Or it could be aliens. I mean, whatever way you think of it, it's basically new forms of life that just came out of nowhere. I mean,
Some
it's
kind
pretty
of like
interesting.
outer like control that kind of like kickstarted just this rapid evolution or progression or like
Catastrophe.
creation.
Yeah.
Catastrophe. Right.
Yeah.
Right now,
I
there's
guess
a
it
bug-
kickstarted it. Yeah. Good point.
There's a little thing that's called chaga, and it's transmitted by a little bug called the kissing beetle. And it looks like some other beetles we have in Texas. It's just a cousin to them, but it can carry this thing and nothing else can. It will change the structure of the human that grows, that is born in this. It is crazy weird.
What do you wait? What do you talk? What is this? What's
In
it
a
called?
negative-
Chaga? Like
A
It's
kissing
called
beetle?
chaga.
A kissing
There's
Like
a
a-
beetle?
little beetle. It's a little beetle that is found in deteriorated homes and things like that. It's kind of like the squash bug lives in mulch and things like that, except for like cedar mulches.
you got like, stink bugs. You're talking about like stink bug that
Yeah,
they're in the
stink
gardens
bugs
a
and
lot.
squash bug. That's a mulch bug. Those things, it's a cousin of kind of like that.
Okay.
I think they call it a kissing beetle. It can carry chaga. Now these kind of things affect the organism it'll make the bones grow different, and make the head grow different, it's different shaped body altogether with. These kind of things I was shown in my before my life review when they came down. Things came down, tiny microorganisms that affect the mycelium. They were talking about getting the plants to grow better, the connected levels, all these little things. It's at that scale of things that are causing us to want to be more, causing us to have the fear, the extra tension. But these things are the microbes in our organism has the ability, God gave us this, to uptake more than any other organism on the planet. It's our microbiodiversity inside. I don't know if anyone's looked at that, but every intelligent creature seems to have more.
The more
Numbers
that's
of-
balanced, the more you're in harmony.
Right, and the number of species, and we throw a lot of anti-life chemistry, which has really messed up a lot of that. But
It's chaga though. It's like a foreign
Chaga,
substance in my mind.
yeah,
It's
an
the background. I don't know if you
organism-
guys see the background here. Like this is what like this kissing beetle
Yeah.
right here.
That's
Kissing
beetle,
bugs are
and look up what-
blood-sucking insects that can transmit the parasite, causing Chagas disease. Though human infection is rare, they are attracted to body heat and odors, feeding mainly at night and often biting people on the face, which is how they got their name. To prevent them, seal cracks in your home, remove outdoor debris, and turn off unnecessary
they
outdoor
cause?
lights.
Seen
Chagas
those in this
disease.
house. I have literally seen one of those in my house, man.
Right? This is where I'm just like, oh gosh.
They're similar. They're not exactly the same. I looked into them because we have them, and so I watched them, but they're similar. But it's kind of like even the same flea that can carry one disease might not have it. You know what I mean?
No. This is
Why
watching
not?
the air.
Will
Yeah.
it make me Spider-Man?
The whole idea.
It would make you
thing.
Chaga Man, Dark Knight. I think, if anything. I'm
Could
Chaga
have been what
Man.
caused the giants to have multiple rows of teeth, or who knows? Or could have been. It's at this scale things that affect the organism that we don't know.
Okay,
don't know
so
enough
when you
about-
say that, Nathan, have you ever heard of like people who are born with like shark's teeth, where they are they have multiple rows of teeth growing like behind one another, like sharks, and they have to like painstakingly have all those rows like pulled out. Like I was like, oh my gosh, like do you think that could be linked to like
something-
some kind of
Like a
species?
It might be a remnant of something that
Remnant?
once was, but yeah, I mean, we're like an echo effect. Everything's reduced. That black mat. I mean, I spent a year in almost solitude. The first few months, I was astral traveling like crazy, and I was trying to meditate on the days of Noah. And I get the bends, and the atmosphere pop that had to have happened to change, and the just melting of everything had to have been so crazy.
You're talking the bends as in like how scuba divers talk about like the bends as they come up to quickly?
Yeah, I used to scuba dive, so I know what the bends feel like. And yeah, I'd get the bends, and I was like, and it would take me a while to recover. And I did it twice, and I'm not going to do that again. I don't meditate and go that deep into the days of Noah. I mean, it's just atmospheric change. Most of those animals they looked at in most of their lung capacity and stuff, they don't have lungs big enough for this atmosphere pressure even. So they couldn't keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, that's a
That's
whole.
about the time period I think where technically the days of Noah. That's when the actual. There's two major flood events they were in this, but there's many in between there too. I'm sure when I looked on the map, they're all over the world. But as far as the pulse water melt A and B, that was from the glaciers melting, and it was from some kind of celestial event, they think, because it basically was like a wall of water 2 miles high that went to the Missoula Scab lands and down all the way, flowed down into the Gulf of Mexico. The seas were about 300-400 feet lower at that time.
Probably like a
Yeah.
meteor hitting like an ocean and causing like tsunamis and stuff like that. Like those kind of tidal
it was
waves.
the glaciers basically melted like very
Oh yeah,
quickly. And there
even
was a
like
2 mile
giant chunks
wide
of
wall-
ice,
wall of
right?
water.
Giant chunks of ice that melt off and
yeah.
break off like the glacier and just drop into the ocean and cause like that tsunami effect, right? Like, yeah,
You
yeah.
know how
These,
big the Salt Lake is? You know the Salt Lake, how big it is? That's a puddle left over from Lake Bonneville. And Gulf of Mexico used to go to Utah.
Gulf of
You know, I've
Mexico.
read
Used, you mean the Gulf of America, Nathan?
Yeah, well, yeah, go for whatever game somebody wants to put a flag on. You know? I think there's a bunch of flags floating on boats out there.
Just yeah, I mean yeah. I'm sorry to take away from that, but yeah, that's the comic in me. Forgive me, guys.
Yeah,
but
it
yeah,
is.
I mean like, yeah, I mean even like the idea of like the Pangea, you know, like how it was just like one big supercontinent that started breaking apart through like tectonics. But again, I read like, was it before or I believe it was after
But this
Noah,
is-
right? Like going into the
But
days
this-
of
yeah,
Noah,
but
where
this is
God
like-
scattered the lands and languages
In the
and all
ancient
this.
times, though, this is like the fifth time.
The
it was
fifth,
Pangea.
the fifth like restart,
The fifth
or
time
like
it's
the
gone back to one continent. It'll go back to one continent. Eventually, it's going to pop out and go be its own galaxy somewhere. There's a radio star in here that's going to be its own galaxy. It's just, to me, it seems the same as mitochondrial reproduction. Why would it freeze? Why would it, when the whole galaxy's out there burning? Why is this one out here going through a freeze cycle?
I mean, like from what I understand, like we're in an interglacial period, which is kind of usually lasts about 10,000 years, and the glacial periods usually last like about 40,000 years. Is as far as what they're saying from the all the green Greenland and Antarctica, the ice cores that they've tested, and of course it doesn't go back, really accurately. It's less accurate the farther they go back, but that's what they're thinking. It's that so that technically we're supposed to be going out of this interglacial period where we're going to be where it's going to be mainly a frozen planet again. So I don't know. There's a good example of this called the Maunder Minimum, which was we call that the Dark Ages. It lasts about 400 years. And I think they've already named the one that we're going into. I forget what they called it. But anyway, my bad.
No, I think you're right. I think it's why they're trying to. I mean, some people are all the stuff they're putting in the atmosphere. It's making it warmer, keeping it warmer longer.
Exactly. I've come up with that myself. Thinking, well, maybe if they're actually trying to help us with these, because
I know. I think they are.
so,
Even jet fuel is doing it. The additives in the fuels, that kind of things. It's anything in the atmosphere is going to help be warmer. Anything.
It's the aluminum oxide that's really hampering everything.
Yeah, the irons would make
It's not
more
good.
water. Sulfates make more water. The aluminums really
you
don't.
see it. You see it
In the
outside,
soil.
especially here. You're growing the aluminum oxide, the cause of the disease, the fungus, the molds, and everything that it causes.
Yep.
It causes so much damage.
Yes, we don't want that in our in our air and water and in our crops. That's but I tend to think that I used to be really scared of what everything is happening, and like I'm just not anymore. Like I feel like bad stuff happened. I start to look at this. Well, what could they do? That's what's the flip side of this? Because there's always two sides of the coin.
There's a
And,
silver lining,
yeah, I
in
think
a
that,
sense, is how I put it, right, Dark Knight? Like, there's
Yes,
got to be a silver
absolutely.
lining to all of this darkness that we've gotten through to this point, all right? Like,
hope so.
This life is.
I hope so too. Like you're not alone, brother. But
If
that's
it
the thing.
was permanent, we'd all be in a very shitstorm.
I mean, exactly, right? And this is where, like, God, Allah, whatever we attribute that is, that's what I believe faith is, like this. I don't know, that new introduction.
Well,
like,
this is the problem here. We forgot that we are the custodians of not only this world, each other. Right? We're here to help each other. Here to honor the world and everything in it. It's here for us. God has given everything for us.
Well, we're supposed to be the
Amen.
gardener,
Now
not the
we're not being
garnet.
proper custodians of our proper action,
Yeah.
and then we see that there's action and reaction. And that's
But think about the word, the gardener versus the garnet. We want to be looked at versus
Right.
prepared for growth, kind of.
Well, I think to a point, right? Because I grew up in city country, right?
Yeah.
So I understand both aspects. and a lot of people didn't get the ability to grow up on a farm. A farm is so awesome to grow up on.
Yeah.
It's so
It
much,
is.
it gives you so much appreciation for life, liberties, the responsibility
Yeah.
of doing and watering and cleaning and things like this, and when you don't, how severe it gets quick, right?
I learned you
Really?
don't pick a fight with the Amish boys.
Well, when you have to kill all your own, unalive all of your own meat, it makes you appreciate that life a lot more. And like, okay, maybe I don't want to eat meat today. Like I don't really feel like processing any any birds today. And we're doing like 20, 30 birds a month, and that was more than enough for me to give away and us to eat. And there was 5 of us. Of course, the kids were really small at the time, but it definitely gets to be a chore. But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, if you let things get out of hand, we had 60 Muscovies beginning of one year. By the end of the year, we had about 3,000 adults, and we were getting, anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand ducklings all the time. Because the Muscovies are they're amazing producers. There's nothing.
And
there's no
how quickly do they mature?
The
Like,
habitat's right, rocket.
There's like 3 or 4 maturities a year. At least.
are they like
it's an exponential amount.
Are they like dog years? Kind of just like cute. Like
check
they're
this
like
out.
times 7 in like it's a duckling when they hatch, and then like in a week it's like a duck, and then
They
in a
don't
month they're
put on
like
the-
adults like mating again with
No,
like
not
the
quite
next-
like that. They're slower than a chicken. Like 6 weeks is
Yeah,
what a commercial
chickens are
chicken
way
is.
faster.
They grow a lot faster
6
there
weeks
for feed
6
conversion.
weeks? Wow.
Yeah, for a meat bird, but
chicken.
Oh, for
the
a
commercial
meat bird,
chicken's a different
not
breed
to
too.
not to be an egg production.
No,
Like,
no.
bird. Okay.
Unadulterated chicken is more
yeah,
like
it's-
2 months. 2.5 months, something like that.
The
feed conversion ratio is definitely better for a chicken than a duck.
But
the
we're
duck is
talking
a
like
higher
less
quality. It's
than
like
like years, right? We're talking less than a year.
Oh, yeah, like 60
They're-
of them became 3,000 by a year, and that was
Yeah.
us selling a
Some of
bunch of them and
them
killing,
dying and
eating a bunch of them.
going
Sorry, I'll just keep the.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, Dark Knight. This is where I'm trying to show people this whole algorithm like filter that adults on TikTok have put on themselves, like children, just like my parents told me, if I say this, I'm gonna be going into timeout. Like this is like the experiment I see just kind of like being played on humanity, where you can just be candid, Dark Knight. So like I'm trying to just prove like this thing where we can say these words. It's just how
Alright.
are we saying and using the words that we are supposedly censored, right? We are no longer free to say. Like this is the veil, the dark soil mankind puts in front of their conscious like garden. We were talking about the word Nathan said gardener or whatever, but like there's a garden and then there's the guard in the garden. You're right. So like I tapped into what is called light language, just like the light and just like the language of just all humanity. Like everyone has its own, as my father calls it, its own unique like flavor, right? And its own like signature like taste and stuff when people speak it and stuff like that. And he told me like the South Korean flavor and the American like Western English flavor don't jive. They don't fuse together because one is like all intense emotion, just like in Japanese, just like arigato, like you gotta say it in the chest, but like it's just like this different thing. Domo, domo. Why are you so angry? It's like this is how we say it in Japan.
I love it. I actually love
Only
it.
know domo.
Go to Ishi. I did German too. That's another one. I learned German and Japanese when I was a kid. We had exchange students live with us, so I learned a little bit. That was
So look,
fun.
I'm out pheasant hunting all day. Can't see a bird nowhere. I go to a rave. I go behind use the bathroom, and I look out in the morning. We're leaving out, and there's 1,000 pheasants in Detroit. Then I start walking down the railroad tracks.
Outside the
I'm
rave scene,
confused.
they're just like
Yes,
looking
it
at
was
all
by
the
It was
humans.
by the railroad tracks. I'm like, man, there's a pheasant there. I'm thinking I'm hallucinating.
Yeah, are you sure you weren't
We're walking down the
hallucinating?
railroad tracks. I've never seen so many. It was like a pheasant-a-thon out there in Detroit. I'm over there in Oakland County trying to find me a pheasant. Can't find a pheasant for nothing. I go hang out in Detroit, and it's Pheasant Central. it's all
Pheasants.
about the action of, is it going to be conducive to the environment? Birds breed like hotcakes.
Is it like that with women too? Because I don't know. That'd be cool.
There is some
I don't
primal
think that,
correlations, I would say, between men and women, right? The whole
Curious about those ducks. I know people who had geese and stuff, and they would feed them fish because they had plenty of fish, but they couldn't stand to eat them when they ate nothing but fish. So they would take them and pen them off and feed them grain. Like you take them and just feed them a certain thing if it would change the flavor of the meat so much. Because I know the wild
It does.
birds we get in Texas, we would have them, if they're eating those wild peppers, the chili piquins, the meat is hot. It's
It
really
absolutely does.
Okay.
They're not near
I
as
wonder-
desirable, honestly, because that real they're like it's the closest thing to a sirloin steak, the duck breasts, and you can actually eat it rare, where it's got blood still.
What do you mean
like,
by
you know,
that? It's the closest thing
like
to a
buffalo.
sirloin steak, like in
Really?
texture,
Yeah.
in tenderness, or
and
in
everything.
flavor.
If I gave it all of it, man. If I gave you a duck breast, and I prepared it, you would not know it was unless you knew, you wouldn't know it wasn't beef. You'd be like, oh, this is an interesting tasting steak. I'm like, because I did that. I did it as an experiment to some landman friends of mine. I cooked a bunch of duck.
That's
and
how my
gave it to them.
parents like tricked me into eating some of the wildest things, like as a Korean, like growing up, like just like eat this. It's like a steak, and I'm just like, what is this? He's like, it's an octopus, and I'm just like, there's nothing like steak. It's just like, oh,
That's wrong.
yeah. But
tried
I see
chicken
what
of the
you.
woods? Have you tried chicken of the woods? It's a mushroom that'll cut up and be just like chicken.
Absolutely, a lion's mane and lobster tail. That's they're the lobster tail is supposed to taste like lobster, and the lion's mane is supposed to taste like a crab.
Yeah. And lion's mane's real good, and it's one of the easiest ones to grow. At home, you could grow it at home.
Neurogenesis too. It's like creates new pathways in your brain, makes you smarter.
That's a rumor.
I mean, it did for me when I was just going through the 6 days, just like light and darkness, like I was like talking about how like I imagined it being just like Prometheus coming down and giving fire to humanity, and just like the gods watching which of humanity like evolved from it and which just burned themselves down, just like, yep, there's the darkness, here's the light, that's the night, here's the day, watch these two, and then we'll create this firmament. It's like a step-by-step kind of, like if as a creator, as an artist, like it really kind of like showed me just kind of like the basic kind of like baby steps of how do you kind of like create like an art piece, or even just anything in life, a goal. Like I even look at the word God as an acronym for my goals, objective, dream, or destination, or deadline, or good, overcoming darkness, or good or darkness. Even the Hebrew God now, they spell it with the G and then the hyphen and then the D, and I'm just like, I must be onto something. But, it's just like, it opened up like a new, like, I don't know. It was like a sixth sense, but not like I see dead people, but just like I see a whole new, like it's not a silver lining anymore, but I see just like gold wherever I can find it, like at the end of a rainbow type thing, like that whole thing. Like, Charlie Chaplin says, like you will never find a rainbow if you're looking down, like looking down in life, on people, so it's a like brilliant thing. And then even rainbows in like Genesis, like God's sign to humanity after like everybody and everything gets off Noah's Ark. God makes a promise to all of them, just like whenever you see the rainbow, that is like a sign that I'm not going to flood the earth. I'm going to keep good on that promise. But like the Bible, the Old Testament ends with like a complete opposite, a fiery like blaze type thing, like a dinosaur extinction event where some asteroid or fiery comet comes and just like changes the entire environment to where only the strongest will survive. Just like how they theorize mammals and humanity ended up getting like the kickstart from like that dinosaur extinction event, because before that they wouldn't have been able to go around. And even today, mankind has now been able to genetically like manipulate the chicken DNA chromosomes to where they've made a chickenosaurus. Have you guys heard of this? Like, uh,
That's old.
Yeah.
yeah, this is like 15 years ago, where I'm just like, I don't know if this is gonna be like the new menu on like KFC or something like that. Like, try argue.
They've altered the chicken in ways you can't even comprehend.
Right, and that's
Yeah,
what
but-
people thought about KFC, right? Just like not like genetic like engineering, right? The human like power to genetically alter God's species into whatever we need to deem it for. And like recently, I thought about like how many chickens.
It's all hormone therapy. It isn't. They ain't splicing.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when
they do splice genes. They've done it with salmon, putting insect genes in there. They've done a lot of gene splicing. You can actually grow viruses in any plant. They can get HIV in a corn patch if they wanted to. It's not hard.
I mean, they do that, but what I'm saying is the majority of it's hormone therapy. Not
well, it's
the-
all,
The animals,
but it's all
the
through
animals,
human.
yes. It's
human
selective breeding and hormone therapies and stuff like that. Yeah, and feed, yeah.
through
it's a bad
specifically human interaction or human like override, right? Like without human beings, none of this would have taken course, right? Like there would be no poodles. This dog next to me would have never existed in the course of just like natural evolution. But once humanity steps in and starts playing God, just as maybe God did in the days of in Genesis type thing, where, like on the day of rest, he gave us the blueprint on how to create a heaven on earth type thing. And then in Genesis chapter 2, like what happens? Like all of this is kind of like for naught, like there is no man to till the ground and there is no tree like to grow because there is no water even coming up. So it's just like when I read that, I'm just like, what happened here? When God is at rest, when an object is at rest, it will remain at rest, but when like an object is set in motion, then there's like that concept of inertia, and then the energy gets kickstarted again. But like again, I believe that this was all one big kind of grand experiment. Whoever is behind this experiment, that's the aha like reveal that I'm waiting for. But again, I don't know. It's a
Well,
fascinating time that we are living in. I
You know
believe.
the 1,000 years to a day difference? A day
That-
is like 1,000 years to the Lord.
that
hour.
ratio, yeah, right, yeah. It
A
had that.
thousand times different cycle. Cycle of the microwave background is 6 million. Cycle of our mitochondria at rest is 6,000. That's 1,000 times difference. The Lord rests, the load of our body-based battery rests at 6,000 cycles per second. Runs a marathon or gets tickled or upset, abused, or trauma at 60,000, right? I think that's in the textbooks. But yeah, the load rests. Lord less Old English to New English, whatever. The load of our body rests at 6,000 cycles. That's our mitochondria.
And do you
they're
think
in
that
house
that's where the
12.
distinction between getting just like sleep, like I slept, versus like I got rest?
Well, I mean,
like
that's our base battery rest cycle. When we get excited, when we wait, that's when we're asleep, probably, or maybe not. When you're asleep, you could be dreaming and be excited too, but that's our base battery resting for
once we
those.
get in that REM state where we just have like the REM, like rapid eye movement type thing, like
in
that
every
state
cell.
of consciousness.
That's every
like,
cell of the body is resting at that. And then when you start running a marathon, you start breathing harder, everything starts exciting up and they get more excited. But these are in houses of 12. I mean, they act in 12. So I look at each mitochondria is a house of the zodiac. And
Right.
that's, like I say, but the way it affects us, why it does is because we don't get all 12 mineral salts. We only get however many we get, and we land on I'm Aries, or I'm Capricorn, or I'm this. We get what balance and the micro balance we get, and we get to get however much butyrate and melatonin and all that in a market set go. And we don't know what we're doing unless it does something to affect someone else, and we want to do it or we don't.
which is tying in like the concept of like resistance to just like the force, right? Like when there is like a resistance, every action has an equal opposite reaction
There's a
type
song in
thing.
that. Should I stay or should I go? If I stay, there might be trouble. There
Should I
might be
stay or
trouble.
should I go? Right? Like, yeah, and I believe like mankind has realized this in so many different energy forms, music, like philosophy, religion, faith, like in these things where the problem now is our language is so scattered that we can't realize we are all talking about the same like things. We're just kind of like
You use a lot of
focused.
language, but you use one symbol and stick your right finger, proper finger up just right, and you just said a whole bunch. Yeah, that one or the other one. You can say that one, or you can say another whole language with another finger. I'm just saying.
Right. I mean, like this is where that Chuck Norris is like Chuck, like that thing. But even like I watched Daddy's Home too, where like there's this like argument scene between all the dads. He's just like, "Give me the finger," and he's just like, and he just splits up the one finger. You know, it's just like you're like that's the
I
thing.
photographed.
He gave me the finger could mean a lot. You know, like what finger? I gave him the pinky, sir, and he's taking it as if I flipped him the bird. Even that term.
My daughter
Why is it
and
called like
wife got
flipping
to
in the
meet
bird?
him. My daughter and wife got to meet him. I photographed his children, and one of my daughters was on his television show here in Dallas.
Wait, who's?
Chuck Norris on the.
Oh, Chuck Norris.
oh,
The
Yeah,
only
it was-
man who beat Bruce Lee, you know, like that's the thing. Like,
Yeah, I
Chuck
never
Norris-
met him, but my wife got to. My daughter did. That was nice for them.
I think somebody broke Bruce Lee's back, right? One time too, and then he went back to fight him, and then whooped him up after he was paralyzed.
See, now that's like the myth of this whole thing because that fight was between him and like the Chinese like representative of like who you know like in the have you seen the new reboot where it's the Birth of the Dragon where it's
I
not
want to
like
see it. No,
all right. I mean, like, there's like the dragon, the Bruce Lee story with like
He
Jason
was
Lee.
proving his own art. Yeah, he was proving his own art that would be better than the ones that they had. So his I forget what they call
And
it.
the threat to the motherland is that he's sharing it with the Americans, right? Like
Yeah,
this
they
is
didn't
where,
do that.
and that's where like in that new one, the Birth of the Dragon, they talk about just like he's like really cocky
Well,
in this one. He's
whole
just like
Wall of China was not just the Wall of China wasn't just to keep people out; it was to control the Silk Road and anything going in and out. And so you couldn't be your own entrepreneur. It's kind of like a good example would be when people would buy ships and be hired by governments to be part of their military, but they were privateers. They became pirates. A privateer became a pirate because the bigger boats said nope. It's kind of like a governing body saying, no, you can't have that in your yard because we don't want you to. And I'm like, well, man, I saw some cool videos. A guy's neighbor come over and decided to help by just weeding the guy's weeds all over his yard. The guy had nothing but herbs growing, special herbs. It looked like a weed garden.
this is where I got yelled at too. I'm just like I'm just cleaning the leaves, and those guys like you just destroyed my entire crop, man. I'm just like. Of weeds? He's like, no, those are like onions. Those are like potatoes. I was like, I thought it looked weird when I pulled this out. It was like this giant root. I'm sorry, man. Like, I was trying to help, but I ended up destroying more than I helped. So it's one of those things.
And
Do that to me, man. In a small town where they sell produce, even at these little stands, and it's famous for their watermelon dump, and they used to grow a lot of watermelons there because all the sandy land. And the tax office was right next door, and I had like cops come to my house 3 different times. I had a 15-foot tall mammoth sunflowers. I had gardens. Potatoes, eggplant, tomatoes, all a big garden. It was my whole front lawn, and I didn't have a real big backyard. And so, but like the third time, I was like, man, I'm not gonna chop. I'm just not gonna do anything about this, y'all. Y'all gotta stop harassing me. And finally, the third time coming, he's like, well, can I have one of those sunflowers for my wife? And I made him a big bag of stuff.
I'm in
to
some
go,
hot
man.
water with the missus. Like she loves sunflowers. Like how much for that? She's like, you just let my garden slide and we'll call it even. Like that thing.
Basically, that's what happened.
One of my
That's
neighbors
beautiful.
down the street in the neighborhood, they filed the paperwork and had their property converted to
A community
different
garden?
status. No, just a different status where it was like back in nature. It wasn't. It was just
Yeah, it's a wildlife exemption. You can do that in Texas. You can, and
every
it tax differently. It's like a 50-year thing you can do too, where you can get it back after that. It depends on how you want to do it, but something called an allodial title, and that's something I did title research. I was a landman for 17 years, y'all, and I was
Allodial?
really good at it.
Allodial title? Allodial
Yes,
title?
it's like a
Okay.
patent. It's basically like a land grant, and the state of Texas will still give this to you. Somebody in Gonzales County, if y'all want to find that case as a precedent, because it's going to set it if anyone ever uses it. But they actually give you have to go through extensive research on the property, and it has to have a lot of requirements to be able to do this still legally. But basically, if you can do it, which he did, that you can't even, not even a state trooper or Texas Ranger, nobody can come on your land. Texas Wildlife, nobody can come on. They can't tax you. It's basically like your kingdom. It's like your your little kingdom there again. And so, yeah, they tried to
You're
take
like
it with
an
property taxes and went to
emancipated.
court.
You're
and
like
everything.
emancipated from like the entire United States. It's like Victoria
The land
in
is.
Family Guy.
Florida.
Like, right? Like, it's just like
Florida.
this land is free from all the. It's like
Yeah. Very similar to
Victoria.
that.
then you deal with everything through sheriff, and you're your own ship, you're your own vessel, your own container, but you still got to bounce in this world.
But I mean, like
And then
getting
you-
that grant
You're
has
back
got
to
to
the
be like
Constitution.
a big threat,
Yeah,
right? Don't you
it's a
think?
very
Like,
big threat. I know
this is where
people
the
who've done it
billionaires
with
build like their
$1,000
doomsday bunkers and stuff like that.
You
Probably.
could also do it through a religious exemption. And basically, I think it's a 508. I just wrote it down the other day.
501, 501c is the
It's
religious
a 508,
tax system.
508 something. I can't remember, but I'm sorry. But basically, do it through a religious exemption. You basically file this paperwork claiming, your religious, what all your religious beliefs are. You're able to. It's
You
there's quite a few
can
people who have
grow
done
your
this around the United
cult.
States.
You can grow your cult without government
Kinda like
interference, right? We want to David
could do so much
Koresh
more than that, but yeah.
everything again. Right. Like just like the darkness that can be opened up, just like Pandora's box. Just like these
yes.
freedoms where mankind again finds these loopholes, just like in Exodus, where they're finding like these loopholes, just like, well, like if we find our partner cheating, then we can like be with, like it's just like I think about how men are today, where
They found loopholes to hurt people. Now we can find loopholes to help people. I think that's what the difference is, though.
hopefully, right? Hopefully, that's what is needed.
I
We
know
have to
somebody who's
reconcile those loopholes
There's
or
a
maybe
chunk of land
wormholes.
in Tennessee. A friend has taken land in Tennessee and put it in a allodial trust where people can come and join the trust and build your home or your campsite or whatever and be part of the community. I can't remember how many. thousand acres.
Within some kind of reason, though, right? Like you can't just come in and
yeah,
start like some
There's a
like
contract. It's already written up contract. You can I have the paperwork and stuff. I went
okay,
there
okay.
on my soldier and I stopped to check it out because I thought that'd be a cool place. I want to go back there from time to time. They have Earth Day festival and stuff. We'll see how it develops, but that kind of place is available, and there's paperwork you can do to get it back. I mean, the Bill of Rights should never have been done like it was. My opinion. Everyone should still be attached to the Constitution, but then people don't.
The Declaration
No
of
one-
Independence. I believe we've completely forgotten the Declaration of Independence. Like,
I think the Constitution only applied to civil servants. Really, is so like so essentially everyone else, doesn't like it really only applied to DC, right? I mean, like to the civil.
the
servants,
governing
so-
bodies,
DC.
right? The governing.
Before DC, it was different before DC. District of Columbia is separated out. I mean, the Crown in the Revolution, the Crown backed off and said, "Oh, you're still going to buy my stuff? Okay, we'll make these agreements."
You don't want our tea? More tea for us.
Yeah, we crawfished out enough and said no, and it's okay, fine. But they still controlled everything for the longest time. But the British were the ones that tried to reduce slavery the first and the most. There's always
Yeah,
that. But
they incorporated like black like soldiers in their fight against like
they also hired pirates or privateers and then turned them into pirates. But everybody did that. I think every government would hire privateers and then turn them pirates when they didn't do what they want. Look what they did to Monroe and them with the Knights Templar.
the Friday the 13th
Yeah, they came into the harbor and the ships weren't there, but they collected up who they caught. But the ships were gone.
even the Guy Fawkes myth.
Yeah.
Where like Guy
Yeah.
Fawkes was just like this guy who just happened to get caught like guarding all this like powder, you know? And he's just like, and then this is where my birthday, November the 5th, you know, like this is like that image that you were maybe referencing that resonated with me, Nathan, that like this image that's just been engraved in like I close my eyes and just like, I see like that V for Vendetta, like the V with like that circle around it. And, you know, like once I just really focused on going after that and understanding why that means so much to me, that's when like, you know, like this whole concept of just like how Earth, Pangea, you know, like even the word has my last name in it, like P-A-N-G, Pang, you know, like, and then like
Yeah.
you know, like, and like then it was revealed that the next predicted supercontinent by science is what is called Amasia, which is again a coming together like Pangea, where all the continents are going to come back together, or all of like Africa and like all that is going to disappear, and the Bering Strait is going to open up because that water is going to be dispersed elsewhere in the world, which is a scary thought too. Like, what will humanity do if some like cosmic like extinction possible level event hits Earth that completely displaces an entire continent such as Africa or South America, that forces these people to immigrate or migrate north, right? Like, are we in America still going to see it as just like, no, this is my country, you guys just keep going north type thing? You know, like, I don't know. That's like, as a scientific kind of perspective, that's what keeps me up at night. Just like,
Hey, Chaplain, would you mind letting Gorgeous Best Diva up? She's pretty cool. We've been on some lives together. She wants to come up if you don't mind.
absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see her before.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and I
would.
gave you a follow. I gave you a followed. Dark Knight. Thanks for yeah. You know, like I hope. I gave her the acceptance, but I don't know if she took it up. If you want, Crystal, please. Yeah, sorry, I'll work on that. But
Good, man.
this is where my multitasking
website called
skills.
Deagle. You ever heard of the Deagle.com? It's a kind of like a prediction statistics website, and they've had some really weird numbers predictions on there for a long time, and I don't know how accurate they've been so far, but there's supposed to be like a migration south, is from what I understand. And I mean, I guess a lot of them have started going south this last year, so maybe they were right on that. But
Like birds that migrate south. Like,
well, it's a human migration. It's supposed to be a mass human migration, like to lower our population by 200,000. But I don't know. It's yet to happen, so that I know of. But of course, you know, there's a lot of stuff we probably aren't completely aware of either.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have heard of like this book called The Grand Experiment. I like looked it up on YouTube just to get like the audio like read of it, but like it opens up as like a bird about a book about like bird migrations and stuff like that. Like in the summary, it's just like, yeah, in this book you'll find like detail. Like, so I'm paraphrasing this, but then when I like listen to the audio, it's like a step by step, 1 through 100 of like, if this happens, or this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. All the like these different things, like we're going to create borders. These borders are, you know, like, and then it goes to the last step, number 100, which is how to continue with the grand experiment, which is just like, what is this? I was just like, a book about birds. Like, this is one of those things where I'm like, I did not just like find this, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, look it up yourself. Make sure I'm just not like Mandela affecting this thing. Because when I got to that point, I was just like, what the heck just happened? You know, like, it was like the Matrix just like, did I just like unplug or something? You know, like, it was these moments where, I don't know, I didn't know how to process it. But then somehow, like, society caught up to a point where it was creating art that helped me process it, especially through film and, like just like artworks, like art like paintings and stuff like that. Banksy specifically, you know, like, and so again, they call me somebody who has very narcissistic tendencies and stuff like that. But I don't know, like I don't know, like that whole speech in that movie V for Vendetta, it talks about like words offer the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, an enunciation of the truth. And the truth is, here, like, there's something terribly wrong with this country or this world, or just like everything. We're waiting to go home, like these words, like, and when I just like watched and listened to this speech, like in real time, like it was almost terrifying, Nathan. Almost, I would attribute it to just like before we go on to that like journey inner or whatever it was through Raw. Like, do we want to get on that ship type thing? So it was just like that leap of faith that I resisted a long time because I knew people were going to deem me crazy. But then at some point, I found that saying, just like in an insane world, it's the crazy who are, or it's the sane that are like called crazy type thing. So again, I believe that humanity has gone through all of these cycles, these wavelengths. A full like frequency is when the peak and the valley come up, and that's like one like cycle or frequency, right? And then it goes again, and like even the Big Bang we're talking about, it's not a one-time moment. There's been multiple Big Bangs, even with like how our timeline changed from BC to AD, right? And when I hear atheists, it's like, give me evidence Jesus Christ existed or God is real. I'm just like, look at the timeline, man. Everything like revolves around this one like figure. So if you want to reject the existence of this, like you tell me what time we're in, and then I found out like Hebrews actually say we're in like 5,000 So this is where it kind of like worked against me. But again, this whole thing with words, the prophecy in that movie was more than 400 years ago, a great citizen wished to embed the 5th of November forever in our memory. His hope was to remind the world that fairness, justice, and freedom are more than words. They are perspectives, right? And when I heard that, like, I don't know, like, so when I think of like, just like prophecies and just like even things with Three Eye Atlas, if you guys know anything about that, I believe we are in this monumental time where it's going to be like that before Christ and in the year of the Lord type moment, like that will the way that we see it. And I think that the resistance is coming from those people we hear who are of faith, who see this direction as a sign of the beast. A one world government is like the sign that like, like don't accept that, resist it and stuff. And that's what's slowing, I believe, progression down in my personal theory, if that makes sense. So chew on that for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if Crystal wanted to come up, but like TikTok, this whole thing with TikTok, this is the big grand experiment, I believe, on how we continue with like the next grand experiment. How do we as people work together and collaborate with one another? Is it to better humanity, to like brainstorm ideas like we've been talking about, just like horticulture, farming, just like these different principles? Or are we going to spend most of our time creating division and arguments or debates and stuff like that? So I believe this is where God is saying, let there be light, and he's separating the light from the darkness. How do we use this, this goodness as it to hurt somebody, to deceive other people, to deceive ourselves and become imposters, so it's just fascinating. I don't mean to throw any fear or anything like that, but really just to kind of wake people up to become awake. Like Knight, you said, it's good to be like woke and stuff, or not exactly those words. It's like, no, like it's one thing to get like woke or say you're woke, but like you got to stay awake. You can't just like fall asleep and then wake up like God does in Genesis 2, just like, what happened? There's like no man to till the ground. Like there's nothing. Like what just happened? And so he does a whole different thing where he just creates something out of clay for a specific purpose, to till the ground, not to have dominion over everything necessarily. I don't know. So this is where when I meditate, Nathan, on like you said, the days of Noah, I'm like meditating deeply on the days of Genesis, like in the beginning, and just like it's taking me through just layers, and I welcome it. Like there are times when I'm just like, I got to take a break. But like I said, it's been a leap of faith for me, and I'm just so grateful to God for just all that He's just like done in my environment. All the guardians, teachers, friends, even acquaintances and companions that I get to meet even today on TikTok in this world. I'm just so grateful. Thank you very much, brother, brothers. Like this is where Jamil and I were talking about earlier. Just like I don't know, there's more of them than there is of me, and this is where I felt kind of the same. Where I believe that there is a Superman and superwomen in all of us, but we think of that word Superman as like this mythical superhero that, yeah, every boy wishes they could be, but when you grow up, you find out it's all fake. Like that kind of self-defeating mindset is what like troubles me about, I guess, like that relationship between the living water, the salt water, and fresh water, if that makes sense, Nathan. So just trying to kind of tie everything back, if that works for
Well,
everybody.
everybody's trying to find their niche. Everybody's trying to find their way how to survive. That's primal. You need survival. But it's just like, I mean, equated to as above, below, within, and without. Look at our colon. Everything in there has got a niche where it needs to be. People don't want to be in the niches they have to be, though. So, best thing to try, principle seems to me, is to travel. And if something's bugging you that bad, you don't always have to travel with your feet. Reposing your mind and money.
We can go anywhere our mind will take us, right? Like this is an Ed Sheeran line.
Sometimes your feet have to take you. I know guys. If I had to disappear, I know the railroad track system. I hop trains that go anywhere. Or I could get on a boat. I picked up hitchhikers. I picked up an old man coming out of Houston. I was like, "What are you doing out here in this rough neighborhood around the shipping yards?" And he had just hopped a boat from Africa. He'd been on a journey there, and he didn't have enough money to go all the way to Scotland, so he sent all his things to Scotland, and he was going to hitchhike and make money and work up his way up through America, and then go across up there. I was like, "All right, here you go." I gave him a ride up to Dallas, and gave him some money, and I helped an old man that was just doing his thing. Heck, he was in his probably 60s, maybe 70. He said, "I know how to cook a few things," and I paid my way on the boat because I cooked for the people.
He wasn't some like stowaway hiding,
No,
right?
he
Like,
said, "Hey, can I pay for passage?" And he worked a deal with the crew.
right.
I mean, we used to have to go up to girls and say, "Hey, how you doing? What's your name?" In their face.
What do you mean we
you
used
kidding?
to? We don't have to do that anymore. Is there another process
Well,
I'm unaware of
some guys-
that's keeping me
Well,
single?
there's a live I listened to, and these guys are like, "Well, how do we meet people? I see all these profiles." I'm like, "Go somewhere and say hello." There is no profile when you're standing in the face. They still have a mask on, I'm sure, but we got like double and triple.
This
You
is
know?
where I believe the female mind, collective like consciousness has caught up to like the male, like that whole idea of like the dating artist or the pickup artist type thing. You know, like the people who just like have these tricks of just like, yo, man, you just like don't call them and they just like come running at, you know, like these things where it goes against everything that's like instinctively telling me what to do, right? So this is where I realized why I was always put in the friend zone. But when I realized this was the wisdom that was being passed amongst my fellow male Martians, right, in this whole thing between Venus and Mars, that has turned like the Venus like partner of Earth here for us into what we see today as just like women who are just like, you know, like just exploiting their bodies and just like their you know, like type thing, where I believe that when it comes to dating sites and stuff like that, like women are really testing men in a sense where if I was a woman specifically, okay, let me just say it like that, growing up in today's time, knowing what I know as a man, like I would do so many tests on like, especially people like I would meet on online for the potential of like a soulmate, where, you know, like I believe like women get their friends just like, yo, this guy, like I have this connection, test this guy, just hit this guy up, see if he says the same things to you that he did to me, see it, whatever type thing. And they like, whatever, do it, and then this is like a whole, but again, this is a whole nother social theory that I'm like, just kind of got on my wall where I don't know. Like, I don't know why I constantly just think in like this theoretical Einstein thought experiment matter, like, or way where it's just like, I wonder what it's like to ride a beam of light. Like, it's just like, and then take a hit off my pipe, just be like, it's like, let's go, but yeah, I think that we are all here for a purpose, and we just have to really spend a good portion of time in our lives following whatever that answer is calling us towards in the Holy Spirit, right? Not in the carnal spirit of people just like, buy my book, I'll give you 5 steps to success, type thing. Where
I was writing some strange thoughts. Pi, phi, omega's pi, mo, shear, sheen, glean, stiction and friction, dominance, routine, traction and fraction, artist facts set fast plaques, brewers skewers and booers shewers, fat cats just viewers, dominance ma'at, prominent marmalades, the sweet pataths, prominent masquerade. Patath was who spoke into existence the world from Cuban Ra, supposedly. I mean, it's just things I've heard.
Just heard? I hope you had that written down, brother, because that's like so.
The teacher inside me showed me. He dented me enough to make me see.
Okay. The stew is now come to a simmer type thing. Like, beautiful.
The Amun is Hotep. The Amun is Hotep. The hot operator in me seems to just be complacent, satisfied without needing much. And you can have the last if there is one and 2 needed.
Alpha Omega type kind of concept, like the.
Well, I mean, I've had my life. I've had a great life. I plan to live out what is I can, but I have no prime expectations on. Everything is a packet of information that can cause adaptive change in this environment. The smallest black hole would be hydrogen, and hydrogen is trying to be H3 all the time. So it's H2.
I think it's trying to be H8. Wait, what is the compound for propane? Propane, right? Wow. It's not like C3H8, right? Propane. Hate. H8 is hate, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Always trying to be more. And we got one-upmanship built in us. We always want to be more. We see what somebody else does and can improve it and get a patent on it. And then they don't get nothing, maybe. That's been done.
Is that the one-up thing?
Right.
Or I would attribute that one-up instinct in us as just like how animals, in a pride or in a herd, there's only one male that is in like the herd of all females. Even, Dark, you said how many, like the male ducks versus the female, the ratio in which
there'll be one dominant. Yeah, there'll be one dominant.
But you can't have just like a group of roosters who all like work together, just like, yo, man, see that coop right there? You neg them. I'll come in.
Well, lions are supposed to be generally, they have a dominant male, but there can be groups. There's been a study on there was 4 pack of male lions that were all alphas, and they had the largest territory ever. And eventually they got old, and they split up into 2 groups. They got eaten by some other lions, but they got when they're old, it was a sad story. I watched a documentary basically on their whole lives. It was amazing, but yeah, so it can happen. It's just not it's very rare. They were
just
all
like
from the
Lion
same,
King predicted, right? With Mufasa and his like type thing where that's amazing. This is an actual documentary where they actually followed
on their whole
pride.
lives, yeah.
And there wasn't one Mufasa amongst that entire pride of just males.
No.
They all work together as
Oh,
like
yeah.
I guess like wolf packs too, where like wolf packs actually work in unison as opposed, or no, there is like an alpha.
Well, there's an alpha, you know, but
Right, right, the
were
leader.
They were brothers, you know.
Right,
They were
right,
all
right,
brothers
right.
from the same litter, and it just
They were
happened
all
to be from a
getting
really.
they were all getting a piece of the female pride, right? It wasn't just like it's only me, bro. You know, we're gonna fight.
Well,
for
they
it.
took over all the other prides, all in the other surrounding territories around them, and killed all the. Unalived all the males and ate the young.
Atheon? Well, I mean, but essentially, we're only allowing their genes to pass on amongst the next generations, right? Like, so again, this is, I guess, like the survival of the fittest type thing. But again, I guess it is a very sad story when they, get older and then I guess just kind of maybe want to die alone or something, and that's why they split ways.
Well,
and they
yeah,
get
they
eaten
got
or
too
something
cocky.
like
I think it looked
Or
like they
that
got
too.
too cocky.
It's just like,
Yeah,
hey
and they
man,
separated. They were like, we could do this on our own smaller group, and then they got old and then they couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they
so
went on their
the hierarchy of just kind of how it was working before kind of starts collapsing on itself, right? And then it has to rebuild in a sense. I watched like
Look
how
at a pro
giraffes,
football team.
like I don't know if you've seen like male giraffes like combat each other.
Totally.
Look at a pro football team, the way they win a Super Bowl, and then the next year people go off on new contracts. They don't have the same linemen. They don't have the same everything. They have to rebuild. The teams like the Patriots, they stayed together and said, no. Nobody take an increase. Let's stay together. How many? They won a whole bunch in a row, right? They kept the dynamic. Otherwise, I remember when teams here they won. All of a sudden, some of the key players were in different teams, and now they were nowhere near the top. They think they are, but then they lost the dynamic they had to money.
I mean, yeah. I kind of went through the same thing in my life too. Dynamics change, structures break down, and then of course, you got to tear down the old, all the way down past the foundation. In some cases, before you can build something even better. So, I hope that's going to be happening in our world, but in a very in a good way. Where the old structures break down for new structures to come in that's better and it's more for the people, not a more like a
physical
transfer.
body broke down. My physical body broke down so bad, and that's where my suffering and everything was. So that's a lot of the information that I got for people and how to grow things and bring. I'm making water from just moving air through things in different rates, and it's just weird things I'm playing with in science. I don't have a lab or anything, but when my mind goes crazy, I start whittling sticks. I make canes, I give them away or sell them. It's like I can't shut this damn thing off. I just want to show people, be inspired, be curious, and be healthy, sweat. Get salts run through. We don't know what we're supposed to be doing here except being dynamic. This place don't care. We're the ones that has to. Right?
If we don't, who will, right?
Right, but the construct, the source, it can't. It wants to so bad, but it can't. It wants us to connect with it. Go inside, but we're so dictated by everything outside, and people telling us what to do, rules we got to do. We get mundanely set in what we're doing, and just remember to listen to that little voice that makes you think about, no, I'll do that later. Sometimes later ain't the best time to do something. And sometimes it's perfectly fine. You can do whatever, you know what I mean? Just don't be down on yourself so much. There's nothing you can do about it if it already happened. You can only go forward.
I know. I'm in the aftermath of something like that, but it was my whole adult life pretty much equated to, with the exception of the last, the first few years of my adulthood and the last 5 years, I guess. But yeah, it's like to recover from the aftermath of all that, and I was very down on myself, but that's what made me go inward to try to start finding the answers to something, because I had no external ways to find those answers or to get any relief, and so I had no choice but to go inward, and that's the big journey I found, and it's a long recovery, a lot of chaining thought patterns, stop the input of all the negative stuff on TV. There is, some stimulation that could be negative on TikTok, but I try to find people like y'all that are really positive and have great messages, and It's really
Thank you,
nice.
Well, thank you, Dark Knight. You know, like energies attract like energies, right? Hopefully, and even though your name is Dark Knight, I see just pure light from you.
Dark
you know,
Knight
like
Soul.
Dark Knight Soul.
Yes, because I've gone through the Dark Night of the Soul, which is basically, a tribulation, trials and tribulation period because of
the shadow
not
work,
listening
as they
to the
call it,
lesson.
right?
Yeah,
like the shadow, work. That people. Beautiful.
Facing
And
my demons, and what I have done that I didn't know I was doing to people or myself, and
believing
those
that
actions,
we
taking
are
accountability.
adults, right? Like this is like the slippery slope that we like the generation X, Y, Z, even like baby boomers and stuff like that are finding ourselves in this like new era of like this, like restart. We're back at generation alpha now, and like the quantum age and like quantum supremacy. But again, the difficulty is like what I find in this quote right here. The day the child realizes that all adults are imperfect, he becomes an adolescent. The day he forgives them, he becomes an adult, right? Like it's this whole thing where it's like, it's not about an age. Even like now there's articles saying like human adolescence is now like lasting up to 30 years old. So, like science is catching up to what TikTok is revealing. And just like how people are just angry or like really positive, it's like this like hot cold type thing. And like we need more people who are in the state that's in the middle that can be like the conduit or this bridge or even a wormhole between these two separated states, if that it makes any sense. At least for me, that's what gets me just like energized, like wake up every day as if it were on purpose is what Will Smith says in the movie Hitch, just like don't be like so much just like blessed to be waking up, but just like, just wake up as if it were on purpose, like it just changed the way that I looked at things and the things that I look at. And that's what I hope to be able to just be able to do with everybody, and I hope that everybody can do that with everybody else. Just be like Forrest Gump, as if we're just on a bus bench waiting for a ride and just talking about our lives, and there'll be people who are like, who connect with us and they'll be like, I can't, where's this bus? But it's just all about enjoying the ride and where we're at in it that I just appreciate more and more as I get older. And that's what I find the difficulty is in sharing that life experience with the younger generation on TikTok, especially, who are so like in the state of just like they've realized how imperfect all adults are on TikTok, where they act like children and they're all like bigots and like all this stuff. But again, it's all for a purpose. And like Dark Knight Souls, you said, it has to be for something good, right? Like that's, like otherwise, like, why even like continue with this? So I believe that like hit it right on the head, like.
Chaplain, I noticed coming up in the groups that I come up with, we had a Tesla coil at school and we could learn about it hands-on. We're messing with it. All kinds of protocols. You could not mess with that thing. Somebody came in, messed with it, hurt themselves so bad that it was removed the next day. And we just had to read about it and we couldn't hands-on it. Then in the science class, somebody come in and heated up with a Bunsen burner, a faucet. A kid came in, a nerd came in, they did it to a particular kid. Burned his hand so bad he had to have surgeries. No more Bunsen burners. All the formaldehyde was taken up, all the things, because the people were just dinking around with stuff they shouldn't be messing with. Right. Coming out, I guess.
It's dividing the light and the darkness within like students, right? The students who
kids are in charge of our country now. That's the age group.
That's the scary. And that's my generation. So forgive us, Nathan, on behalf of generation. And even like that's the thing. Like Generation Y is now like the millennials. I always, as a comedian, made fun of the millennials, thinking they were just like younger than me. But yeah, how times change. Where it's just Generation Ys. Even that word, the Generation Ys, the Generation X, the Generation Z.
Ask why a lot. That's a big one.
That's the thing. Is it the WISE or is it the WHY apostrophe S like wise, right? Like the questioners, the warriors.
Ask why. Be curious. Always be curious. That's a big deal. Curious is cold. I've read in the book it says cold or hot, but lukewarm, I'll spit you out. I was shown that every time I got lukewarm in my physical and mental activities, I was spit out bad.
In a bad way? In a like this is where
I
I
got
get
open
called
doors.
lukewarm all the time. Like like
Well, no, I mean, I was in a dynamic in my business, and it was leading me in attention towards like other women involved. I was getting in the movie scene and stuff, and I was pushing back hard. And
the
I didn't,
temptations, right, that come from
yeah, I
just
was
like
being
being in
tempted,
that
but I
industry.
pushed back against, yeah, I pushed the whole thing back, and I just wanted to coast. But a month later, well, no, a few weeks later, I got sick. And I ended up having open heart from a staph infection, ate part of my heart. I was showing it in my life review.
And that's
That
when
I
you
got,
got your artificial valve. That was the
yeah, that's
moment.
when I got a mechanical valve. It was 23 years ago, and I was shown that you were complacent. You didn't want to improve. You went lukewarm. You were going cold without being curious, and so you were spit out. Pi and Phi can't. A sheen comes on, a shear angle. It's just an odd thing, but it just seems to be like you can't spin a plate on top of this thing without coming back and spinning it. It'll fall down. How they do that at the fair sometimes for show.
The gravitron, right, where you just like
Yeah,
pull
or
against
you
the.
got a bunch of poles and you take a plate on the pole and you spin the plate and you bounce it on there and it spins like a frisbee. And there's guys that'll run around and get 10 of those going at one time.
Or even a basketball. I have no
Yeah.
idea
How
how
you do
people can do that. Like just that kind of center of gravity, and even the people who don't even believe like I hope that there's nobody here on here, and if there is, it's okay. But like people who can't even accept that the Earth is a globe. It's like round. They're still stuck in like the dark ages where it's like, nope, that's all.
Can I do a thought experiment?
Please.
You mentioned the quantum world, right?
I did.
And I really do believe that this is something that's real. And you were talking about something that the book you had read, and you thought am I tripping here? Is this the Mandela effect going to be happening? If y'all look at, well, I think the quantum world was responding to you, and you mentioned something that you were seeing gold and everything's like there's like gold everywhere. I think that's a reflection of you. The quantum world is reflecting it back, and using that as a going with that thought experiment there, that train of thought. What if the quantum world is completely real? We do manifest our reality, and our collective consciousness and agreement upon what we're observing is actually what makes reality. And so, if we essentially, if everyone believes that we are a heliocentric model and it is a globe, then everybody believes it's a globe, and we got a globe, and we got space. And if everybody doesn't, then we got a flat Earth, and there isn't. Could it be like that?
Well,
I mean, it was like that. Remember, like there was a time when, like before Christopher Columbus in 1492 sailed the ocean blue, everybody believed the Earth was flat, and therefore, if you try to go beyond, you're going to fall off the face of the Earth. Therefore, nobody tried. Right? That was the boundary.
Well, Magellan in 1192 went around the Horn, Cape Horn, I believe it is,
and the figures like that
So
who define like the known knowledge are the ones who are suppressed, or the ones that kind of get like tucked away. I don't know, Magellan. I've heard that name before, but again, like there were, isn't that okay? That makes sense. Magellan was probably the one who inspired Christopher Columbus to be like, "Yo, man, I'm gonna try to get to
they had
India
maps
faster."
already.
Right. Like of their.
It's a story. It's a very big, easy story to remember. They want to unify people's belief systems so they can control people with the unified thoughts. And so like basically Christopher Columbus already had maps. They had mapped the coast way before that. There was already towns here. There was already ports. There was already colonizations. So yeah, it was that was not the case.
But the idea of the new world, like the Western world, was not on their map at all, right? Like that was still.
There was maps of it. Yes, absolutely. There was already. They had already had a map. They had done previous explorations to this coastline already. I'm telling you, it's a convenient story. It is really a convenient story.
well, what is this narrative in the world? What is a carpenter to you? Christ was a carpenter's son. What is that? Well, the heart is a carpenter. It has 4 chambers. They each crack in half, and it has a pause. That's 9 bits, and it pauses each chamber. That's 5 and 9s. That's quantum point in, point out. That's Planck scale if you take it in tight. Right? And 9 bits is Planck. There's 4 primordial poles and 9 pinch points that can be, 5 that relate, and 5 that stretch out.
Every time we start talking about this, it blows my mind. I really want to understand it, but it's like when people start getting into the numerology and
I have to
stuff.
draw it and step you through it, and it's like it's weird because one pole is more in the heart you got the ejection fraction, that's more powerful, but it's all operated by the same salts. It's kind of like the heart sneezes basically every time something enters it.
Gesundheit.
I mean, it effervesces from the salts that are in there, and it builds up a pressure, kind of like, oh, I got to pee or whatever, and then boom, it fires because it charges electrically. It cracks that chamber, bends just like rubbing a balloon, and that's plasma.
So then, is there some kind of like maybe dark energy that is like the one that comes into the mind and be like, "Yo, we have a urinary tract infection. We're peeing a lot right now." Like that's supposed to just like, hey, I drink a lot.
Well, actually, it's the positive energy that actually is is what the viruses have. It's a silver, like it has a negative polarity, and that's what the virus is attracted to. That's why it's good antibiotic or antiviral or all that good stuff.
They can cause change. They're just like shape structures. They're not alive. They activate stuff that's already in us to make it sting a certain way. It's so weird.
Like the anti to like whatever the pro in this thing is, like almost like even like the Christ and the Antichrist, dark matter and antimatter, like type thing. Like there's always like this anti.
Yeah, the Greeks said Christos is
Gorgeous
the oil.
wants to come up. She came back, man. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. I see her. If she could you
the oil that carries the
there we go.
salts that get blown down to be weighed and measured down in the Duat. It's kind of like you got to know if you ate a hemlock or not. Hi.
Hi, gorgeous.
Welcome.
Would you say do what?
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal. I'm Dark's friend.
Crystal, welcome to the
Thank
panel.
you for coming back.
And Habibi Islam bro, I will accept you guys. Sorry to kind of load this up, but so gorgeous. Crystal. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not to take away. Sorry it took so long to kind of get you up on here.
It's okay. I just can't sleep my PTSD, so I just saw Dark on, so I'm just back.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for bringing the audience.
And Gorgeous followed back. It's great how we do this because we find somebody good and then we all kind of gravitate to her. We're like, oh, let's go here.
So Dark,
Okay,
should I
so
follow?
then here's
I
that
trust your
saying.
judgment.
Birds of a
Yeah,
feather
for sure.
flock together type thing. Like this is where
Yes.
we as birds are finding our flock and we are recognizing like our feathers with, if that makes sense, like this is where I like these terms of birds and stuff like that. This is like been like a huge like focus. So please accept me like for that. That's kind of part of my own like.
So what
past.
are we talking about? We're talking about planet
What?
or
We've been talking about, geez, how do we even sum this up, guys? Like we've just kind of been letting the universe flow, I believe is like the best way. I hope that, like everybody can kind of agree that this journey's been like, as we've been sitting together, but just kind of opening up different energy frequencies within our human soul and our heart and stuff like that, because personally as a chaplain, a man of faith, and just a man who's just a human trying to be a good person and trying to show people how to be keepers of our brotherhood and sisterhood, even like in families, and how to treat our parents and friends and neighbors and stuff like that, just as Jesus did and stuff like that. And I just see connections and everything, and I believe that I have been theorizing, just like TikTok specifically being a giant like social experiment being conducted by many different people, whether they are professionals or just like pseudo people who don't know what it is. But this whole platform that we have as TikTok is like a sign for me where I believe people really need to you learn how to use this tool for connections and healing and just like listening to people who do have some kind of PTSD. So if that's something that you'd like to kind of talk about, sister, as a chaplain, like this is kind of like my energy, like, this is my Higgs boson, my God particle. So maybe hopefully that's what attracts people like you guys, these great positive charges, if we're going to talk about just like spins of like particles and stuff like that. But again, we're talking science, we're talking faith, we're talking nonsense, whatever's in your heart, please speak. Like, please, like grace us with just kind of your perspective, because we're just all a panel of Martians here. I would like to hear from somebody from Venus, if that's no offense to you, sister.
I've just been listening. I just come on here because to meet good people like Dark, and I met a few good people, but there's also, it's not that, it's also a lot of not so good people. So I don't show my face anymore, just to let you guys know. And I met Dark in a different live, and we were just talking about all different things. So it's pretty cool. But I am Jewish, so I don't believe in Jesus. But
Shalom.
I'm not
You don't
religious, but all my friends are Gentile, and we all respect each other. I'm not religious. I believe in angels, and the main thing is if you have a good heart, and if people really believe in Jesus, then they'll love their neighbor, because Jesus didn't care if you were gay, straight, black, white, pink, or whatever, as long as you're a good person. So I
your
don't
heart,
hang
right?
around people.
The
Yeah,
love in our heart, right? That's the key, right? Like
exactly.
thank you, sister.
And Batman's my good friend and his wife, but maybe if it's up to you, host, but if we could change the boxes, we could get a lot of my friends are going to come in too. And Dark actually met some of them in the other live. So I just either text them on my phone or shared it. If you don't mind, I told people this is a good live. So if you want to meet good people, here they are.
I mean, I'm honored.
All right.
I'm honored for that.
Let me tell you something. Dark knows I'm sweet home, and I bring the good people. So we can have a serious conversation with me, or we can have a shit show and have fun. And I'm willing to have both, right, Dark? So
as long as we're trying
we gotta be
to
able to.
make it somewhat fruitful, right? At the end, right? Like that's what we have to
I
like.
know you are. He's trying to, my friend's down there, he's trying to get his kids to sleep, so.
Maybe ear like some kind of wireless headphones would be the best, rather than kind of like letting this play like out loud in the background. Where like this is where like I don't know if you guys feel like experience the same thing, where like in reality, like where we're like at a store or something, where we see like the employees just like more involved here than like with us, like in real. It's like, yo man, like you want to scan these like like. So again, it's like this social experiment, but I'm truly just like honored and grateful that you just kind of gave me that like gorgeous like stamp of just like approval, which kind of like, if I may ask like everybody on the panel, like how do we individually, personally, just like measure like this good or not good is how I'll put it, like in the like members that we meet on TikTok specifically that we experience, because like I believe we all do it. It's like this guy's just like anti me, or this guy's
is what
like,
I do. You want to hear what I do?
I do.
Okay, so so I came on here. I'm a DV survivor. I almost lost my life last year due to my ex-husband. He tried to unalive me. I really don't want to talk about it because my PTSD has been very bad. So besides that, I came to meet other people who went through the same struggle as me, right? But I also sing and write my own music, so I share that too. But I come in here because I met Dark and other people and other good people, and I just bought Batman and his wife and all these different. So what I do is if I meet negative people, or I go in the box and, like, just example, these girls are fighting over guys that they're never going to meet, or they're acting really nice to this person, and then when they jump down, they're talking shit. First of all, I'm 28 years old. I'm not in high school anymore. I'm more mature than half these people who could be my mom's age. So what I do is I don't like bad energy. So what I do is I just get down and block them. But the funny part is you guys are great because I think I blocked the whole TikTok already. So just saying, Dark. So you're on my good list.
Well, I'm honored. Thank you. Well, you're going to meet
I
a
have
lot
a
of really
lot
good
of
people
fun. My
following.
name's Crystal. You can just call me Crystal, but
Okay,
I have a lot
Crystal.
of good energy. And even though my thing is with myself is, even though I'm struggling a PTSD attack before I came in here, I like to make people happy, but I expect the same. Sometimes I'm always caring about other people. And then does anyone else feel alone in the real world? Because sometimes it feels like I will never change my good heart. But does it ever seem like when you're a good person, and I'll never change my heart, like I said, you guys, but it seems like when you're struggling, where are the people? Like anyone answer me that? Like anyone feel alone? Because there's a lot of times I feel
Where are
very
the
alone.
birds of the same feather, right? Like when we need to flock
Absolutely.
together, right? Like that thing, that kind of cry for just like some kind of companionship is how I put it. Just, like when I felt like that time where it's just like, am I the only one? Like where are the birds of my feather type thing? But again, I had to find out what are my true feathers. And this is where,
Right.
sister, like a quote that really helped me is one from Bruce Lee. You'll hear many if you stick around with me. It's just like, we shouldn't pray for the easy life, but pray for the strength to endure the difficult ones. So it's just like, though that change and just like a mindset, like really like gave me this new way to heal my own personal trauma. Not, it was nowhere in the level, and this is something where as a chaplain, it really is heartbreaking to hear this kind of common denominator amongst like our sisterhood, like, and this is where I really critique like our like brotherhood and what we're doing and what we need to change. We need to combat that pickup artist, let's just get laid and just, like women are women and blah blah blah.
I know. It's
Type thing.
disgusting.
It is a disgusting thing.
And another thing is, I don't want to interrupt you, but this is how I am. I take care of other people. My good friend down there said he's struggling and he's telling the kids that they might not have a very big Christmas. So I know you're talking about my situation, but since I'm so close with them, I feel bad. But also, that man, I think everyone else will agree. He has 6 little girls, and my kids are my life too. But I don't say much about them on this crazy app. But he has 6 kids, and they're very good parents, and the little girl just got out of the hospital, knock on wood, thank God she's okay. So what I would tell him as a friend, that it's not about what you can give, it's just the love and care, right? Because everybody, those kids, when they're older, they'll know that their dad is always there for him. It's not always about the gifts, it's about the love and care. Don't you all agree with me? Because that's how I feel,
I mean, like, hallelujah to that, because as a kid growing up with this custom of like Christmas and like Santa Claus, this like omnipotent like observer who's watching every child, judging whether they're good or not good all year, right? Like this concept, like as a kid, I was just like, what? Before I even knew like really what God was, like I was on board with Santa Claus like right away because of that reward of just like the parents going through the hurdles and all the like work to put that illusion together for the child to like just believe in something beyond what we think we see. But again, the slippery slope is, how does the child realize that is something where adults are kind of being imperfect? So when you said it like that, sister, I totally resonated with that, because the day that I realized like Santa was my father this entire time, I was just, I mean, the fabric of my existence literally shattered at like 5 years old, but like as I grew older and like, just, like that was part of just like my own personal trauma that I really had to get over. Just like the childishness that I didn't realize even going through like in college and stuff, that, like I always just thought my parents are the cause of just like the darkness that I'm going through. And like, it was just like somebody who finally opened it by me having to go through rehab by getting arrested. Like that's the thing. Sometimes things fall apart so better things can come together, right? It's an Audrey Hepburn quote. And so I believe that there is nothing new under the sun. There are great human beings who have shared their love, their light, the light in their human heart, in our human heart. And people just today don't appreciate that because they're too busy classifying it as just like, oh, that's pagan, and or it's like whatever. But again, for Batman, like I just hope that, I don't know, like I hope your children realize just like your parents, the parents, like everybody has to work hard, but the true gift this Christmas is that one of their siblings is going to be with them. If I heard that correctly, when you were saying that, Crystal, just like they just got out of the hospital or something. But like I know that as a parent, like this is your family. This is like your heaven on earth, and so I will just pray that, hopefully everything will work out I don't have to hope. I know everything will work out for you and your family, for the will of God doing what will be most beneficial for your family. And I just hope that maybe not having all the presents just like piling under the tree doesn't take them away from just like the appreciation of just having any gift or, a Christmas tree at all type thing. So it's all about seeing a silver lining, but even finding the pot of gold beyond that silver plating, if that makes sense. That was kind of touching back on what we were discussing earlier. And Habibi, sorry you dropped. I didn't see you. But yeah, if he's coming back up. he keeps dropping and coming back. I'm just glad he's awake.
And I'm not judging I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you, Chaplain. I didn't want Batman to feel wrong or anything. Don't get me wrong, man. It's all good. However y'all want to do it, and if whatever, I don't want to judge too much. I just know that there's a lot of things that we were indoctrinated into that I didn't want to carry on. And, like spanking, I was spanked and abused pretty severely. And I didn't want to do that with my children because it doesn't work.
You're right. I don't
healthy.
ever touch my kid. You're right, Dark. See, I knew I liked you.
Well, that was something my wife thought. I didn't know. I was 24 when I on my 24th birthday, I got married. And, so I thought I was still thinking, we're going to do that. But she's like, no, we're not. I'm like, okay. Well, and it took me a little while to
okay, this kind of changes my whole offensive plan. Like, you're calling like Omaha, like Peyton Manning, just like, are we audibling? But yeah, it's like that kind of thing where you meet your soulmate or your partner that you create, like these one fleshes, right? we'll take that in another.
She was the mate of my soul.
The mate of your soul. Beautiful,
I was
right there.
beaten severely as a child. I was beaten severely. I finally have forgiven my mother. But growing up, I had 3 daughters, and all I had to do is look at them or raise my voice. We broke that cycle big time in our kids.
That generational curse, right? That's what they
still
call.
see my mother's excitement and anger and stuff come up in my oldest daughter, who has the grandchildren that live in my home. And I see the energies, and I'm here able to help balance that. One of my grandchildren was locked in paralysis, awake, laying on the couch when I walked through, and me coming through woke him out of it, and he was scared. I was able to explain that to him. So, I had, in my suffering, I had a major right hemisphere bleed I have not recovered 2 years from. It took a whole year to be able to speak coherently, and my family still treats it like it's an injury, and they're seeing the dynamic because I got all kinds of information, but they're like, you sound like a Jehovah's Witness, we don't want to hear about it. I was like, all right, well, I'm here.
Wasn't there a movie kind of like that with a brain tumor thing? It was like Phenomena or something like that.
Yeah,
it was awesome. I loved that movie
With John Travolta?
Yeah,
Phenomenon with John Travolta?
I don't want to map anybody's mail routes. They got that down pretty good, but I mean, it's that kind of patterns I see in everything, and it's quick. It's tiring to break down. Like I'll look at a Chinese letter. Some of those languages you got to memorize the characters. So I was like, what do they mean? Well, they say it means this, and I'll look through the energy. It's like, wow, that does mean tiger. I mean, and it could mean a few, but it really leans tiger.
I mean, even this one. I don't know if you guys saw this one earlier, but like this is a Japanese symbol for peace, right? And it looks like a cross, like the symbolism. You're right, like especially in like Asian.
It's got the diamond and the moon. And everything is just sitting there drifting. Nothing's in energy. Nothing's curved down hard. No spikes. Right. None of the spindles are tight. Yeah.
But again,
what do you think about the symbol on my? I'm sorry, Chaplain.
No, you're good. Your let me expand you real quick. You're talking about your
Yeah.
Is it an eye? The eye of the
It's not the all-seeing eye, but some people think that, and they think I don't know why it's so small, but
I know. I put you on the screen, and you're even smaller than you were
It's weird.
before. This is where what happened with. Yeah. Okay. that's better for some reason.
Well, what do you feel? What does it resonate with you guys? Just curious. I'm just curious.
Okay, so off first impression, if I may, I see the symbolism that kind of connects with the Trinity diagram first off, and I see one half of the Star of David, the one that points towards heaven, right? If that makes sense. So that's my answer.
Cool.
Nathan.
Yeah. I was trying to pull one. I got. That's just behind you though. I don't have a good one of it all put together.
The all-seeing eye, right? Like the one that's on the back of our currency, right?
I even took pieces of metal and welded up Merkabahs, 3-dimensional ones.
It was given to me. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it came in some stuff that was given to me. And the first time someone said, "Hey, I recognize that symbol," they messaged me and they wanted me to be a part of their afterlife program, which he stopped doing it a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but it's the symbol that they use on the knowledge book, and it's that was like a channeled message from the 80s, and you can download it on PDF online. But it's very interesting, and it's kind of like the raw material, the Law of One.
Yeah, it'd be in that.
Like this.
Yeah, pretty cool. But I was using it before.
Do you
I
see
knew it
this?
because
Do you
it
see
resonated with
this
me.
Dark Knight? Like this, like Law of One. This is what I see. Like this, you can't really see the black where it's like this triangle where it's like this center thing that is like 3 separate like states, right? Even time, physics, like time is God, right? Time is the past, is the future, is the present, but it's the future isn't the past. The future isn't the present, like type thing. And this is where it's that law of divine oneness. I don't know if you guys are familiar just like with universal laws.
Well, even in this dimension, it takes a triune of quarks to make a triquark that can become a hydrogen or another particulate. It takes a triune to become a one.
What do you think about retrocausation?
Well, there's a triple trinity of pressure perturbations that hold everything in tension so that Yadhe Vodka can have his diction over dominant terrain.
I love how you do that, man.
Yeah, I don't even know. Let me see.
So we can have our echo that goes across the terrain. Otherwise, there'd be no echo without all that. And that's what it feels like on the inside, basically. We're smashed our face up against the wall, looking out, and we're jabbed in the butt and make it feel. And it's a higher us doing it. It's the House of Ra. And I know that Moses took one principle out of the temple, and we've run the world with this. But, it feeds itself eventually.
I mean, when you say it runs the world, I believe, like we were talking earlier, like it runs half of the world. This is where, like in Genesis, it talks about like there'll be 2 lights, right? The greater, which will govern the light, the day, which is good, and then the lesser light, which will govern the night, the darkness type thing. So I believe we're kind of
Do it my way tells us what to do, but how we feel about it is how we do it. If we have to do it, we still do it, but we feel through it, so yeah.
So then have you ever seen this diagram, Nathan, or anybody on the panel? Like this is when I saw this diagram, I saw like the Star of David in like the way that I've always just like, in 1 John 4, where it just talks about there's 3 spirits that bear witness in heaven, the Word, the Father, and like these things. And then there are 3 spirits that agree and witness on earth. And all of these 3 agree as one with each other, right? Not to say that both those agreements are in agreement with each other. But again, this whole state of quantum being
that walks through, you take a triangle, you go from one like go from the middle out to one, and then you can go across to the other one, but you don't go through the middle one again. You drop down to another one. You don't go through the middle one. You go and you make a aha, oh yeah, okay, let's go, to go all the way around that, and you hit on different points each time when you're going around it. It's
Where we just
intense.
stay in this like circle like existence where we're just going around and around between classical logic, string logic, like this matrix logic, right? Like
You got to have a dynamic, and you got to have a see-through. You got to see what it's for, and you got to see what kind of dynamic it's spin around. So you got to see linear and dynamic. So symmetric and up and down and in and out kind of thing. It's like we breathe in and out, but I learned to repose the breath, and the body heals so much faster. Get the life cycle CO2 gas in there, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's interesting how the law of three, it equals the law of one, because everything's, so like they say, it comes in threes, and like the Masons, like one of their rules is you have to ask 3 times. It's just, and so like you don't get it until you ask the third time, so you
Well,
gotta
that's
know you gotta ask 3
fundamental.
times.
If you hear a
third
noise,
time's the charm, right? Like is that where that comes
think
from?
about it. Think about it. If you hear a noise for targeting, the Carpenter's cartographic pentatonic cartography is what our mind does. And if you hear something, there was a sound. You hear it twice, about where it was. If you're a marksman, you could stop that area from making noise. But if you just heard it 3 times, you know exactly where it was. You could go to it. That's what the Rosetta Stone did about the language for the Egyptians, but it really didn't describe anything other than everybody says, Amenhotep, that was an Egyptian god. No, that is a state of being. Sekhmet is a baby that has to be, fed no matter what, or a colicky one, or a CEO that makes you go pick up trash because he didn't like the way you did your hair or something. Sekhmet
It's just
can
like
come out.
I know I'm the custodian, man, but really, like, what's up with my hair that you have to go make me pay? It's just like it's my job. Don't diss my hair, like this type thing.
They
But
say Sekhmet was the god that had to get drunk to calm him down, and well, so does a CEO. So does a kid that doesn't get his way. So it's a state of being.
So does Dark Knight.
Yeah, exactly.
and this is where I see the connection. What is is there any connection or correlation between like this whole Dark Knight soul and like the whole Batman,
And Batman.
Batman Inferno?
Think about it.
Dark
Batman.
Knight is from the 12 years to 33 years.
Yes. Oh, 33 is the key. Spin something with spokes on it 33 times. They stop spinning. Going forward, a wagon wheel will do that. It'll look like it stopped spinning, but it's still going forward. And then it'll look like it's rotating the other way. It's kind of how the hemispheres spin back and forth. What was that? Oh, well, how did it bite me last time?
Right.
Absolutely, and to triangulate thing, I've experimented this with a SDR radio and hooking it up with my DAB on my Alienware and a shortwave, and I was able to use them all to triangulate FM frequencies, and I was able to get, once I got it tuned, all of them dialed in, then I could see like every radio station. And I mean, I'm doing this with like a $30 DAB. My Alienware was really nice, but yeah, triangulation. Where if you're able to triangulate it by having 3 points, it's a way of defining a distance and really honing in on something. So that's pretty interesting.
But then you also have to
Radio.
be on the specific frequency. Like what we have AM, FM, but now we also have like Bluetooth. Can we channel into
That's
the
modulation.
Bluetooth? Is that modulation?
Bluetooth. Well, FM is a
Military radios
modulation.
can do that. Military radios can do that. They can listen to your phone calls. They can listen to anything that's being broadcast on any frequency.
It's not that hard to do that, actually.
I mean, now, right? Like, obviously, like now more than ever, where again, like
You know how they
everything.
found- You know how they found Pearl Harbor? A cat whisker radio. It's just a cat whisker, an earphone, and a piece of wire, and a razor blade for the conductor. And they picked up on a radio signal and flew until they lost signal and turned. Picked up signal, kept going that direction until they lost signal. Same kind of way.
Before
Pentar.
Pearl Harbor was hit, like that's how they.
That's how they found it from their carrier group. They knew the radio
Oh.
station. They took off and
The
they
Japanese,
followed the radio.
that's how the Japanese
The cat whisker radio
cat
is the
was.
easy way. My dad had a cat whisker radio. It was easy to just set your antenna. I'm sure they had one better than then, but that's how they did. They just followed the signal.
Do you guys think, like, on a thought experiment, like perspective, like mankind has or will be able to reach a level where we can create like an idea in the form of just like a photon light, and just throw it into this TikTok particle accelerator and let it spin around and collide with whatever particle it collides with, and like create some kind of clean energy, I guess, is like the goal in this like world. But again, like, I see there has to be everything with a purpose, and I believe just like we particles in this language model, like we are we are photons, gluons, and then there are like neutrinos and like down neutrinos, like quarks, and like all these concepts that came from the discovery.
Too many bosons. We got too many bosons.
Not enough Higgs. Too many bosons.
I might resemble that remark.
No. We're all both, right? We're the Higgs boson type thing. But even that acronym HB, Higgs boson, Holy Bible. Even in the movie Man of Steel, where like Russell Crowe plays Jor-El, and he's just like, this is a Genesis chamber. Every man, woman, and child was created through this to serve a specific purpose, whether it's a warrior, a soul, like this thing. And then like that was the fall of Krypton. Like he like talks about just like your mother and I believe that Krypton lost something like precious. It lost like something like what if a child like wanted to become something that society didn't intend for them? What if a child wanted to become something it's just like, and it's like, you are the embodiment of that thing. And I'm just like, my narcissism is on DEFCON red right now. Like, I'm just like, why is this speaking to me like so deeply? But again, like, flash forward now.
Who came in the next one? Didn't the other three follow Zod and the other two? Superman came and the other three came to do battle with him. There's 4, right?
I mean, and which one? That's the thing. This whole universe has been like rebooted so many times. Yeah. So there's like the Christopher Reeves iconic Superman like tale. Like there was like what, like 4 of those? Where I believe like Richard Pryor was in one, where I was like, I can't even watch this anymore. Like the first 2 are classic, where they have like General Zod, who like I don't know how they got there, but they were again just like Superman. So they all 3 of them had the same power, but not the same experience on Earth to adapt as Superman had adapted growing up, But that whole thing where they get trapped away in like that glass thing, like who thinks of that at that time, where quantum like physicists today are just like, that is what like something is in quantum physics. I'm just like, what? And so this is where, I don't know if you guys know this, but directors like Christopher Nolan and even the Wachowski brothers, who came out with like The Matrix and that whole revolution, these are people who like have been like connected to something beyond. Like, the Wachowski brothers had like this connection as brothers of like anime, and to, like how they came up with this story and how it just like came into fruition, and how they used the same people like Lawrence Fishburne, Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves is just like the man. He's like Bill and Ted. He's like so many different iconic figures. But again, like, I don't know. Like, I see a connection with everything, and sometimes finding, as Crystal was saying, like these times where we just are trying to help and love everybody that we can help and love the way that we can help and love, and just, hopefully get that same energy and life preserver thrown back at us when we find ourselves in that state of loneliness, or just, just earth, the earthly realm, under the firmament of heaven, as the Bible would call it. And again, those who are above the firmament are like birds. And there was a Peter Pan's quote, like, the reason birds can fly and humans can't is because they have perfect faith. Because faith is to have wings. And today, I think of like, what gives us wings? Oh, Red Bull. You know, like these things, these like brilliance, like is getting diluted. But if I may touch back on what Dark Knight was saying about just like raising, you know, these like birds like in front of his kids, and like I heard about just like how do you explain to a child, even maybe an adolescent, the difference between a sacrifice and a contribution. And it's like looking at breakfast. You know, we see like our sunny side or scrambled eggs, and we see like our sausage, ham, or chicken fried steak, if you're me, you know, on the other side of the plate. And I know that this was a contribution, while the chicken fried steak, that was a sacrifice that like a chicken gave, you know, like. And so I don't have children yet, but you know, if whoever is hearing that, I know God will take it as will. But thank you for just kind of sharing that story, Dark Knight, because that's something that I don't know. I hope that your children and all children who do get the benefit and blessing of being raised on like a farm, maybe not all the life, all the time, because that, you know, everything's in moderation and things have to change. Nothing can remain stagnant or it just becomes stale. So this whole idea of what is called 0 point energy theory, where E equals mc squared, E is just zero. Therefore, everything on the right side just doesn't matter. It all balances out. And that's where I personally like have theorized and proposed to the scientific community that Einstein revealed in his lost letters, like right before his, like 20 years after his death, the liaison letters, where he talks about like he was trying to explain to the world that if humanity can understand and accept and like work together to create like an energy of love, that is what it's going to save all of mankind, everything on earth and everything that. Like it's all about like the power of one like goal, objective, dream, energy. And then, you know, like it's just very deep. So I love that we're getting into this like this quantum like language and just kind of like
Something I also noticed, Chaplain, when I prepare places for things to grow, I have enough things and others can come and partake of them and then have some enjoyment. When I prepare places for things to go and leave them so others can have them and go prepare other places, because I have dynamic, I can go do that more times. I seem to be able to come back to those places often without conflict. But whenever I just have places where I can have and hold from others based off my ideology and how I dole it out, when I get all this great success and I'm sitting up here on my high horse, others just seem to want to take it from me. They don't want me to come to their place unless I have something to offer them.
or
They
blow
don't
it
want
up,
me
right?
around
They
unless
either
I
want to
have
take it from us or they just want to watch it fall apart. If
Right,
anything.
but if I just give away, that's maybe not so much too, but show someone how to cultivate and prepare things to grow. Because having and holding is impermanence. And I know as the father as well, in this third dimension, impermanence is a thing.
Impermanence
Is the constant.
yeah.
Impermanence.
Impotent.
Reconciliation to make new is probably the hardest, best thing of love. There's nothing but love. But to tear us apart to make us new when we're no longer served, we do that all the time to little things. But all the divider that did us all, you can't put a name on it that is everything. So I put information
The
technology.
Tao that can be named is not the eternal name, right? Like these,
You can't name it. It can't nothing. It can't. It had to separate so much. It feels so much. It feels everything, and it wants you to connect. But that's going to be your connection. Your 42 points of your truth to walk your mat.
connection, or it could be like the container, like Bruce Lee said. You know, like be like, you know, you put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. You know, like, but water can flow and it can crash. You know, but running water never grows stale. So he says, like, be water, my friend. But you know, like, I thought about like the saying, just like we can lead a horse to water, but we can't make them drink, right? And in this like allegory, like metaphor, like there's a human being who is, identified and called a human, right? We, can lead a horse to water, and this is where the horse is referring to another human being as something not a human being to the water. And this is where, again, when I found just like a closer like vision of just like through faith, Christ showed me that living water where, like once we take a sip of just living water in all of us, where we just share it because that's who we
think
love
about
being.
that principle. I've thought that principle through, and I've cared for horses. When you got a horse and you know that it has to have water and it doesn't want to, it just doesn't want to. You leave it in a place where it can't leave the area. It doesn't want you telling it what it has to do.
Right.
It
But this
knows
is where I see you, Nathan, and probably all of us here on the panel, like as trying to be the water that either or will come to
Yeah, just
whenever
be
they're
there.
thirsty, right?
Just
or
be there. You don't have to slap him in the face. Just be there.
all right. Don't be a teapot. Don't be a bottle. Just be
If somebody
flowing.
needs a teapot, you can show them how to use one. But I mean,
Hey, I'm Asian, so if you want to know about teapots, I'll tell
oh,
you.
she's, I mean, just saying, yeah.
Right. But I mean, like again, with like the whole tie back to like the flat earthers, who today are like from like the religious like lens, where there's like it says in Genesis like the firmament, so like there is no space. It's like, yeah, maybe like if you want to just interpret that word in just that context, but that word has evolved. So like when I hear just people just like word the thoughts that are just in their head, however they do it in real time without any kind of baiting. And again, like everything is just some kind of baiting, but there's like specific baiting where it's
At quantum level, there is no perfect round. There's a 2/3 and a jump gap. There is no perfect round, so nothing can be perfectly round. They know that. I mean, it's dipoles at angles, and density is gravity. So it's just density of a dipole that's protobating. But
so are we talking about the Earth being like the
Yeah, it can't-
the
it can't be
donut
perfectly
shape
round.
where
And
there's
wait-
like this?
yeah, it can't be perfectly round. And wait till they understand that it's really as above and below. It's going to be
Like
its own
elongated?
galaxy.
That it's like
It's going to be its own galaxy as a star inside the planet. They don't
Yeah,
It's a star inside the planet. What do they think? This is going to be a new galaxy soon, just like when we do mitochondrial reproduction in us. It's just what they're looking at me like, oh, you're nuts. Okay, that's fine. In the book, it even
Again,
says-
that's where I tell them just like, yeah, in an insane world, it's
Yeah.
the nuts who are called like sane.
The book says that the earth shall receive her paradisical glory one day as well. She'll shed this peppercorn shell and overcome it. This is all about overcoming, becoming anew. They talk about galaxies behind us, like how did galaxies get back there? How does a body repair and grow and get more energy when it gets cold? It reproduces itself out of itself.
But even that term galaxy in like the context of just like ancient human history, like I imagine just like what it must have been like for like the like South American ancient like civilizations, like and they the old world, like the Egyptians and like even the Asian like civilizations that share like the same architectural like
But think about it. If you know in the universe or in a galaxy where something is going to be popped out and made to be a new galaxy soon,
like a Big Bang, like a Big Bang moment where
well, like what is fixing to happen eventually to the Earth, it's going to break out and become a new galaxy on its own. There won't be an Earth; it'll be a star, like a radio star, kicked out completely, right? Just like when we look up the Wim Hof technology. When you get cold and shiver, your mitochondria reproduce overnight almost, and now all of a sudden you have more energy battery. That's the kind of thing is, if the galaxies and the different galaxies, they do different things as above and below, the house of the zodiacs of 12, there should be about 12 different kinds of galaxies. Some spinning opposite direction, masculine, feminine sort of thing, maybe. and one new one's coming up behind us would just be ones just like the Earth's going through. It becomes a new galaxy eventually, and we're here to witness it and grow on it and live on it because we know that's the kind of place it is right now. And if Ra does that all over the universes, that's kind of cool.
I mean, to kind of go along that train of thought with the thought experiment, you know, I used to like look at the star. I mean, I've always looked at the stars. I've been a star fanatic. Been to McDonald's Observatory here in Texas a million times. I wouldn't say a million, but at least like 25. And when I was going to work out there, but I have not been able to see the North Star since 2012. And then, I mean, everybody's like, "Yeah, it's right there." You know, like I'm like, okay, we'll come outside and at least in person. I have not been able to get anyone to point it out to me since, you know, the last, I can't remember it before 2012, and it may have been before then even, since I've been able to find it. And you know, the last time I went to Enchanted Rock, which is like this state park where they got a big boulder out. It's a second largest rock uncovered by water in the world. It's granite. I mean, you could see like a million stars, and there's no depth in the stars. So like you could see, you know, maybe how big they were versus how small, and maybe how bright they were versus how dim. But there's no way of looking at them and seeing like a three-dimensional shape, like where I'm like, okay, well that star's definitely behind that other star, and so on and so forth. That, like, if I look at the star now, I can like see, you know, actual depth. So you can definitely tell which star is farther away, and so on and so
Orbits
forth. And,
even like
I mean,
you see like orbits like of planets like that are going around the star like in transient, like you can see the transient like the passing, if you know that sense, Dark. I don't know if you've kind of seen it like in that perspective, but like I kind of feel what you're saying, where it's just like the
No, it does look different. I think the Schumann resonance, as high as it is right now, the difference, I think that's helped. And really, I know what you mean. Sometimes
Yeah,
it
I
just
mean-
looks flat, and sometimes it looks like there's depth. You know?
yeah, there's like definitely depth, and we shouldn't be able to see that. There should be no depth perception in the stars because of how far they are away. So
no
yeah,
depth.
I definitely
Like,
think
you
I'm
have
somewhere where I
no
didn't used to be.
Okay,
Well,
so
I
then
get
like does that like in any way like take application in the world down here, like, you know, looking up at the stars, just like ancient humans did, like everything was through the stars, looking up and basing everything around there. Like looking down here, I look at human beings, like, you know, there are humans who are stars waiting to start, like, you know, maybe come out of like their big bang and start radiating that light, you know. But it's the light within the human heart that, like, once that's opened up, like, it could blind the world, or it can just completely, like, just, I don't know, like, there's this duality of it. But again, I just kind of use this like language as like human beings, you know, like, and again, like, I look at you each as like your own like galaxy, you know, like this is where you guys, I'm sure, have everybody that's coming towards you. Like, you're the embodiment of everything that comes around you. Don't let that go to your head. Don't let that pump your ego and blow you all up, you know. But again, like, then there are just people who are in their own universe, the narcissistic, who just everything is around me, and, you know, it's just like this kind of thing. And that's one other state of consciousness. And then within that, there are the stars, the planets, the asteroids and type thing. And I believe science has been using this language that has been in front of our eyes and ears this whole time. And for somebody like me who finally like took out that plug and like plank in my eye to be able to kind of receive this new frequency of just kind of, I don't know, energy, I guess is how I would call it, like a Tesla coil in itself, you know, like, I don't know, people like tell me like, don't trust this guy Charlie or whatever, you know. I kind of have like this hot cold effect. But whatever it is, I believe that we all, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, like, we all come from the stars. And like, if we can just appreciate that we come from the same like matter and stuff like that, that we just like look up and just like wonder about, like, that will bring us back down to earth. But that's the tricky part about, I guess, metaphysics. But again, before I ramble on, welcome back, Crystal. I hope.
Thank you. I'm just listening.
Thank you.
I can't sleep. So.
Do we? I can sing a good lullaby. Hush, little.
Oh no.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I love this. This conversation has been really cool. I love how it flowed today. Like we just went from one topic to the next with like no resistance. It was pretty cool.
I thank you for saying that, because that's like my carrot that drives me. Like if I'm the horse, like that's the carrot that's driving me to go forward with blinders on. To hear that is a huge I'm so grateful for that. So thank you, God, and thank you for just all these like my family in humanity, just to come together at this moment as you plan for us to be here and just continue to guide us. So thank you for that. But again, yeah, I think that if we as human beings, there's a saying like the strongest drug for a human being is another human being, and just when we can just be a human being, I guess in this state, more human than a human, right? Just like that Daft Punk song, more human than a human, because I believe we've gotten into this crutch where it's just like, well, this is just how humans are. This is human nature. And we can't do anything about it. So this is why, if you can, preach that chaplain message. We got to be more human than a human.
Absolutely. Well, check this out. That made me think of something, where we've actually got more like bacteria and fungus and viruses and yeast in our body per capita than we do human cells. And we got to keep our, probiotics, our gut flora, healthy. Otherwise, we're not able to digest food, and everything else is going to fall short if we don't have those. Our immune system is based on that, our bacteria and whatnot. We got to have that healthy gut. That's our main source of protection. And same thing on the bacteria on our skin and all that stuff. And so, if we were to look at that, what are we really? Are we the human, or are we all these other things? And where is consciousness actually housed? Because it's not in the brain. They've done studies where people that have most of their brain not there and a little bit more than a brain stem are got 2 degrees and are highly intelligent. So obviously it's not their brain doing it. People with just a brain stem even are normal people, and there's like freaks of nature, right? But that would allude to the fact that consciousness is outside the body.
The savant people, right?
Especially the savants. These people are just like normal.
Right.
These are highly intelligent people, actually.
Right.
Prodigies,
but there are
like
savants.
prodigies, like Mozart, just like these.
They're just freaks of nature. They can't explain why.
That's where
be,
it's just
because
that wording is kind of a little, like
just
freaks of nature. Like,
well, they explain it that way because your brain is supposed to be where all your thoughts are. But if you were to use that as an example, that they shouldn't have thoughts, and it's outside of our brain is where consciousness is. And we're just, basically we're basically giant radio receiver transmitters. Okay, our DNA is resonates. Everything has a frequency. We, like the string theory. Basically, everything's just little strings vibrating at different frequencies. What basically makes everything. And so, light basically the observer is what gives light the mass. I think I've heard. I think it was Nathan that maybe said that. I don't want to attribute it.
Kind of like the Schrodinger, like thought experiment, right? Just like once we put it into a superposition and open up that box, it's going to be alive or dead type thing, right?
Real-time rendering, actually.
Real-time
Right.
rendering.
Real-time rendering.
Well, basically, we're sitting at super and supper position. The supper and the super is where we're sitting. We're sitting teetering on the bit, and we're dancing 5, 10, 5, 9, 5, 9, 5, 9. Every time the heart beats, it's doing 5 9s.
This wavelength, like frequency, right? This pattern.
It's
right?
measuring salts, and it's going down, down, up, up, all in a 3 cycle, they call it, so you get your sinus rhythm. And that's a lot of detail in there, but each one is measuring each wave. Each chamber is measuring how much it charged, how much salt was there, and then it tastes itself. Oh, it feeds itself, whatever they want to call that. But those charged particles or crystals, they kind of burn as they go through there. And then Band-Aids got to come, the HDL and LDL cholesterols, right? That's just bandages that feed each other. And there's modalities that we used to have in our diets that people complain about. Oh, you shouldn't do that. It's a bad habit. Those kind of things used to be in the diet to calm those crystals down before they did the burn. There's like even George Burns lived long time and had habits of,
That big old cigar in his mouth, just puffing until he was just like old And, like, yeah.
But I mean, there's things that we've said, no, that's bad, that's good, and we're judged by that. But we're not so sure. I mean, we eat food that's mostly fodder.
Like
but it
cannon
does-
fodder, like fodder,
Well, I mean, it
FODD.
just fills the belly, and it does no good. It's just belly. It's just belly fill. Well, yeah, and cannon fodder if it's got sugar in it, and if it's been packaged, it's got laden deuterium. We don't know much about that, but the cells are
Yeah.
got the opposite. They got to get that stuff through. So we are very adaptable, and we're surviving. But really, how optimal? And that's the thing is, you shoot for optimal in every intention. You're never going to hit it dead on. You can never hit the mark exactly. That's why the fear, guilt, shame. I'll never hit the mark. Well, you'll make it so far. You can breathe again. Be as dynamic as you can. But the low word, the gut, that
Be
brain,
as optimal as we can, right?
that brain is the highest brain. The gut brain is the highest brain we got.
Absolutely.
I went through
Yeah.
it, and the structures in there were like cathedrals and breaking up. The only part that was being recovered, period, looked about 10% human structure to be new stem celled. The pieces of her husband have to be reconciled, and she can't find the stem cell. She can't find the phallus. A stem cell gets put in, the cells get refilled with mitochondria and stuff. It's all, we're only 10% human. We do owe everything to this Lord and to each other.
All right. I wanted to say something down there in the comments because, I understand the method of science. You come up with a hypothesis and you try to prove it, but basically, all studies and testing are designed to prove a theory. So you can find statistical evidence for anything you want both ways. I was a debater. It's something you can do a thought experiment. You go pro resolution or pro or con. You either pro the resolution or against it, and you can argue it both ways, and you can believe in both. It's kind of something you have to be able to do to debate well. So
Both things can be true, right? Or both things are true.
Absolutely.
But in a debate, you're trying to prove the other not true, right? Which is a self-defeating battle.
Well, yeah,
in
and
itself.
first we have to do is define your terms and agree upon them. So that's the hardest thing to do especially with people is agree upon the definition of a word. So that's where most actual
Semantics?
arguments start.
Like the semantics, right? Everybody's like, we're just arguing over semantics. It's just like, yeah, that's the problem. Like we haven't established.
Night shift. Excuse me. Night shift should be kinder. I don't like what she or he's saying about dark.
No, it's perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, everybody
A
can think
fast
whatever they
talker
want.
like Eminem. It's just like, yo, man, it's because my mind is racing, man. Like let me take you around the block and jog your memory. So it's just like if sometimes I talk too fast for somebody, like, hey, ask me to kind of slow down. But if they're just like, you're a fast talker, it's just like I could take that as a huge compliment. Just like, yeah, smooth talker, fast
Nathan was
talker.
brilliant. I've already, kind of got into the what I thought, where creation started, where it was something before the God particle, something before light, and how it slowed down eventually into mass and what we are here now. And so there really is something to a lot to what he says. And if I find something brilliant, then I'm going to use it. Sorry.
to pay it forward, right? Not to like take it, patent it, call it your own, and then like profit like just for yourself, right? And I believe like that's that test like in Genesis that it talks about, just like like mankind was already corrupt before God even like came into the world. So like this is where when I go back and think about in the beginning God created the heaven or heavens and the earth. And then the next verse is the earth is already in this state, So this is where I thought about like that goal, objective, dream type thing, where it's like, here's where everybody's in darkness. Where's the heaven that God wants to take us? Right?
I think you're one of very few people who have noticed that about how there's a first chapter and a second chapter. And there's actually two creations there. God, the creator, creates everything, the
laws, right?
Heaven and earth, day and night. But then in the second creation, Lord God has his own creation. And then he lets, he creates Adam and Eve. And that's a whole different deal. But there's actually two creation stories in that first two chapters of Genesis.
And even like you said, Lord God, like the creation, like the creator inside the
different guys.
creation now, right? Like like
Yes.
or two different states, a superposition in a sense, where it's just like
Right.
here is like the cat being put or whatever. But thank you, thank you for also just recognizing just like that correlation, because again, like there's a lot of people who are theists on TikTok, especially who hear philosophy and even the word like metaphysics and philosophy itself, and they're just like, oh no, this is like the anti guy, like this is the beast, and they've already put that darkness that the as the Bible says, like darkness was upon the faces of the deep. Who are the deep? The people who think that they see like all these depths in people, but really they are very
That-
like one dimensional like
The
that.
same double creation. The
Have
same
Night
double
Shift
creation.
come on here. This person seems to be very highly educated and maybe wants to dispute some of our wisdom. So I don't mind having their wisdom to up here as well, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, Chaplain. I see that same division with the two creations when the Bastet formed the calf set and then split the calf set. I mean, it's the same in the old Egypt. It's how the higher mind above us is down, and now we also have extra split because we're the artist or the doer. So the higher mind is helping us, and it's a masculine and feminine, but there's a masculine and feminine to the low word, the high word, the forward, and the lead word is always there to pick us up.
And if I may kind of platform off of that, like I thought we were talking about Jamil and I earlier when I started this live about the game Minecraft, like that's all popular with kids, but then I thought about like Minecraft, and I found out like in this game, this popular game, children can choose whether they want to be in creator mode or survival like mode, right? And this is where, again, as a parent, I would use like that game. If they wanted like a game or anything, I'd start with that and just kind of see how they interact with, because I think that is a huge tool to kind of gauge where young minds are at. Because again, like the mind when it's young, it's a sponge, and it'll just absorb whatever like the elder minds put in it, regardless of intentionally or
Is that
whatever.
like practice mode? Is that like practice mode?
Like
See, practice mode's important.
training,
Practice
training,
for
right? Like
basketball players, right? If you're a basketball player and you do your shots, they've shown that if you just sit there and think about the same time period, think about doing the shot, think about making the move, you're not watching it miss ever. You're just watching the move. You can watch it go in every time.
it's just muscle memory, right? At that point,
Yeah,
right?
and so you're not getting the negative each time, so you're not getting a divot. You're just always going through it. And they've shown that is just as well manageable, if not maybe better, than actually going and practicing. Once you've developed it, then all you got to do is think through it. But I think there's still a level of development first.
Lots of development, especially with the senses that we have that are more than 5. As I know, there's a lot of people on here on TikTok that have them already.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You think it through. You prepare the place ahead. Do you really want to go see what that thing's about?
What thing are you talking about? Because I missed that part.
Anything really. It's like I wanted to go in. I'd been away from a friend of mine's. He raised cougars. He rescues animals like that, and I had been away from
not
one.
older women, right? We're not talking about those.
No,
things.
these were animals.
Oh my
Right,
God,
all
we're
right,
not
all
on
right.
Chocolate.
No,
Behave yourself.
no.
We're not on
I used to be a
Tinder. God
comedian.
darn it.
I used to be a comedian. This is like that comedian.
I'm the youngest one, and I have to do that. You believe Dark Knight? You believe this Dark Knight? My coffee almost came out of my nose.
I was just making sure you're here with us still, Crystal.
it's funny.
So,
Oh, I'm here, all right. I'm
Older
here, all
women
right.
are cougars.
Okay, mountain lion.
forgive me,
Mountain
forgive me,
lion.
Crystal.
A 200-pound cat. I went in its enclosure with a camera in my hand, and I hadn't seen it for 100 pounds of its growth. I should have put the camera down and gone in and remembered it, and then brought my camera in. But I just went in. It picked me up by my stomach and stuck me in the wall until I put my other hand in its mouth till it remembered me. It was that excited to see me. That was so powerful, though.
Oh
to
my
be picked
gosh.
up by a cat and it not break the skin on my T-shirt.
Okay,
And I
okay.
weighed,
It didn't injure you,
it didn't
right?
hurt
Like,
me.
okay.
I
It's
weighed
like
200 pounds.
okay,
It didn't hurt me.
I thought you were calling this like, oh my god, it was just excited to see me. Like that's a healing that beyond just like if you're able
Well,
to
I
just,
mean, it was. It was so excited. It would jump up on my face, and I
That's what I
held
thought.
back.
It was excited to see you, Nathan. Is that what happened? That's what I thought.
just
Is that
clawing you
Yeah.
apart, just like I'm excited
No,
to see you
it
guy. But just like it was able to hold back like that instinct, right? And it
Oh,
was
yeah.
just kind of like
Oh,
physically
I got
kind
some
of
great pictures rolling around on the ground. It started purring, and to get the picture I wanted, I set the camera and I smacked it in the face, and it looked like it was going to
that
attack
doesn't
me.
sound like a smart action to do.
But I got the picture I wanted, though.
Oh, okay. All in the sake of art, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Boom! Good to see you too, guys.
kind of. It was weird. I was learning photography. I became a professional photographer for 23 years. I did that for a long time.
That's awesome, isn't it? That's awesome.
Yeah,
Just that kind of
Are you in
dedication.
Mexico?
I'm in Texas.
You're in
He's in
Texas?
Texas
Okay, I don't
with
know why I
you.
thought you were in Mexico.
Yeah,
I thought you
say
guys
you-
both
I'm in,
knew
Michigan. I'm in Michigan. Where are you, Chaplain? I'm in Michigan.
Colorado, Aurora, Colorado.
It is 21 degrees out here. It is freezing.
We're
You
supposed
guys-
to be pretty
Getting
nice
snow.
outside right now.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's been
Little chilly,
seasonally
but
warm
not bad.
over here. But
Good for you. Great for you.
I hope
freezing.
hey, if you need some warmth, sister, come. You can get some. We're
I
a
knew winter
mile
was
closer
coming.
to
I
the
was in
sun.
Cleveland. I was in Cleveland a couple months ago, and I knew winter was coming. I had to get back to Texas. I was just,
He's funny. He had to get back to Texas.
And that's the thing, like we can just migrate around Florida, Texas.
I'm in a bus. I'm in a bus. I can go anywhere.
There you go.
I love
There's-
fishing, Dark. I take my kids fishing all the time. We love fishing. Fishing is so relaxing, you know?
Absolutely.
Because the reason why I said it is because Dark said, "Come fishing, Nathan," but he left us out. I don't know if Dark's.
Well,
I don't
y'all are
know
a
if Dark's
little
my
farther
friend
away.
anymore. Captain, I don't know if
if
he's
y'all
my
want to come,
friend
y'all are
anymore.
welcome. Anyone's welcome to come. I just didn't.
And
you know,
as I
it's-
stick up
Yeah.
for you, and
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Come
All
on,
of you
Nathan,
are-
the hell with
okay, yeah,
Crystal,
yeah.
the hell with Crystal."
That might have been my fault. That might have been my doing because I gave you the amount. That invite was for everybody. Like I hope to be like
It is,
an
it is,
ambassador
absolutely.
for my state. Just I try to represent just like my origin as close as I can. So when I heard Donald Trump just talking about Operation Aurora or whatever, I was just like, man, he's like making it up just like. I'm gonna walk outside and just like get mugged or something. I'm just like Donald Trump is really inflating this very heavily.
What is Operation Aurora? I don't watch the news anymore, so.
Exactly?
I know we
You're
don't
better.
talk about political, but I am. I'm not a Trump supporter, so I'm just going to put it out there. So
Hey, I actually registered as a social experiment to run as president. I was an official registered candidate running against
Serious?
Trump.
Oh my God! I would have. Can I tell you something? I would have voted for you. I'll
Yeah,
vote for anyone.
That's,
sure.
that's what they all said. That's what they all said.
Dark.
Well, where were they when it mattered? Is what I. No. But this was
Hey,
a big.
Ron Paul got my vote. Rand didn't get past Texas, though.
This is where, is he the father of that fighter Logan Paul? Those
Is he?
Pauls. I don't.
Wait, is he?
I don't. I
Is
think
he?
so.
Yeah,
I,
Jamel.
I have no idea.
Who's this guy? He's very. Who's this? I like to know who's in the boxes when I talk. I know Nathan, of course. I know my friend Dark, but who's this above you, Dark?
Jamil? Hey, Jamil, you still around, buddy?
Jamil is
hi.
my personal.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
my brother.
hi.
He-
Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal. I like to introduce myself to people. I like to know. I think it's part of my TV surround. I just like to know who's around when I talk. I think that's just part of my.
Michigander freezing too, Crystal. I'm a fellow Michigander freezing too.
Yeah.
I live in
Right.
Detroit. I'm in Detroit.
Where on the glove are you guys?
I'm in Detroit.
The
Jamel.
mitt. I mean, yeah, the mitt.
My older brother worked
In the
Detroit
in the taint of the
on the
state.
railroad on the
Nathan,
island.
where
out
did
there.
your older brother work, Nathan?
He worked on the railroads there on old Ford Island where they used to make the coke plants and stuff. All those little railroad tracks on those things. He worked on all that.
Hmm.
He left out of Detroit a few years ago. He's back on the family farm around Kittanning, Pennsylvania.
Is the real estate pretty cheap in Michigan? I've heard in some areas there's a lot of really cheap like houses and stuff that used to be like really nice ones, but because of all the like lack of industry that ran out of there. I don't know if it's
Yeah, my
the case
brother
in your
left
house.
his house, just left it. And when he did leave, he said it's picking back up. But when he had to leave, he left. He got a job with the railroad in town back home, and then hurt his leg real bad and retired. So he's living the life on the farm now.
Just taking it easy, right? Just maybe
Well,
with a
he's
little limp.
invited people from Detroit. There's people from Detroit that came there. There's some people from Philadelphia that just kind of heard about him and they're living on his property. Some in the house. Another guy's got a cabin out there. He's trying to build a little community, just letting people bounce out if they need to, kind of.
Like a galaxy, right? Like he's like bringing all these other
He wants a
stars
campground.
in.
Maybe he can make some money and be exciting, and then he won't have to drive places to go have fun.
Gorgeous wants to sing a song. You guys, you mind if we change it up a little bit? She wants to dedicate it to her friend. I mean, if y'all are down, I'm cool with it.
I love just commercial breaks, and I think that would be a beautiful like segue. if I could just give you my face, but gorgeous.
Okay,
I mean, if you love,
excuse me. I just have to fast forward on my YouTube channel because it says my last name. So hold on 1 minute, okay? Hold on 1 minute.
okay, you let me know. I'll cue you up. I used to MC, so this is my thing. This is what I try to like. I love to just kind of be the facilitator of just this kind of energy. So thank you guys just for kind of just being your highest selves. And by that it can mean anything, but our highest self is just like just without any filters and just like without any inhibitions. We just get to be whoever we feel like we are, and I think that's a beautiful thing. And whenever we get to experience that, I always just I acknowledge it and just give the gratitude where I personally believe, and I know Nathan and Jamil and I know everybody here truly does in their heart, like goes to one source and all that stuff. But again, it's heartening just to see how so many of us have just kind of
Are you guys
done
ready?
this thing. Okay, we're queued up.
Okay. Today I'll open up the blinds. Today everything's gonna be alright. Today I'll leave the past behind. I'll bring the color back to life. Today I'm getting stronger. Today I'm getting stronger. Today I will be stronger than yesterday. Oh, I've been through shit, haven't we all? Sometimes I run, sometimes I crawl. And I know that I don't know it all. But if there's one thing I know, today I'm getting stronger. Today I'm getting stronger. Today I will be stronger than yesterday. I take it back, won't leave the past, 'cause there's so much to learn from that. Instead I'll just keep moving on and turn it into something Today I'm getting stronger. Today I'm so much stronger. Today I will be stronger. So I hope you guys loved it.
My gosh, you have a hell of a voice. That is, oh my god.
That's awesome. Wow.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fuck, man. I just started to sing and like, I am so impressed. Like, yeah. Wow.
I was talking about how like my first song was Baby, 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 and then like years later, Justin Bieber ended up like marketing. But that is amazing. I truly believe like music is the language of our soul. And I'm somebody who I admire that kind of ability to. Was that you also playing the piano, Crystal?
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yes.
You know, to be able to
Oh man.
compose all of that
Yeah.
together. Like
So
that was very
I
beautiful.
write my music and I sing and yeah. It's kind of about my life. And there's some songs I don't
wish I
share
could.
because my
It's
trauma.
kind of
But
about
no,
your life. Just
I
kind
wanted
of.
you to all hear this, but like I wanted to like play it for all of you guys, but also like I just want to tell Dark thanks for everything because every room, like I met him through a friend's live who's very close with me, and then every little room I go into since I can't sleep, I always hear, "Oh, that's gorgeous down there. Oh, that might not be a lot for him, but it's nice to have someone who is conditional the same tone to me around here because a lot of people aren't. Do you understand? Some people they'll be nice.
Unconditional? Do you mean unconditional rather than conditional? Or did you mean conditional?
Am I right?
I would say
I am
Yeah.
the same person all the time to everyone, you know. unless I just woke
unconditionally,
up.
right? Unconditionally, like, you know, like a dog. My father told me just like unconditional love is like that look like my dog would give me every time I come home. They're meeting me at the door, just like so excited, just that they see me, you know? So it's just like, I don't know. I didn't mean to like kind of interrupt. Like for me, when you said conditional, for me, it's just the unconditional, where it's just like you're this way because you're unconditionally this way, you know, like. So again, I think that we're talking about the same thing, maybe in a different language, but again, I'm just like honored to like have that song like on this live here. So
Wait, can I tell you something? Sorry, cry a little bit. But okay. So you're literally talking about the same thing. Your dogs my fur babies are my life. Check out my videos. I followed all of you. Whoever wants to follow me back, that's fine. I'm on private and I'll accept it because you're Dark's friends, so now you're mine. But yeah, dogs are the best. Don't you agree, you guys? Like my dogs, they're the best. Anyone else, they're just the best. Oh, Dark, I'm sorry. I hope it made you cry in a happy way. Well, I played it. I
Absolutely. It was
played it
just
for my.
so
Do
powerful.
you love it? I played
I
it for
love
my
it.
other song. My other song, Sideways. You know him. If you he has the beard. Well, if you saw him, you would know him. I played it for him because he's struggling with stuff. He said to me, Crystal, whenever I struggle, I'm going to think about it. Well, he wants to hear it every night before he goes to bed. It's very sad. He tells his story. He's very sick with cancer, you guys, and he only has God knows how long. So I sent him the copy of my song, and then he messaged me on here and showed me. And every night now, he goes to sleep to it. And do you know how much that makes my heart feel so good inside?
That's awesome.
He's an
I would
older
love
gentleman
to
on
be able
here.
to
Not
listen to
that
it,
old.
too.
Excuse me. No, he's not that old. He's not that old at all. He's only 58. That's young. He's in a Marine. He's very sick, you guys, and I help him. He says I help him. So I'm surprised he might be on here soon. He's probably his medicine makes him tired and he has to go to chemo. But he said that my song makes him happy, so I trusted to send him my name so he can listen to my music. Does that make sense, you guys? Because you have to be careful on here, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Nathan, did you like it too?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved
Oh,
it.
good. And Jamel, I just want to make sure everyone liked my music, you know?
It's amazing. And the fact that you do both and like you have great range. Barely, Jamil, barely, man.
Yeah,
We hear you.
that's like
Yeah.
Galaxy tablets junk.
are you making? Hey,
If you would,
Yeah,
gorgeous, would you check out?
Yeah.
I'm also JC, aka John Connor, and I've got a couple of little rips on my keyboard. I
You
just
do?
mess around. Yeah, I just play by ear. I just mess around. I've made up a few things, but I can never play the same thing twice though.
If you guys don't mind. And they don't
This
mind.
is why
How old are you, Dark?
music
Dark,
is
how old are you?
written. You know, like this is why music has to be like written in a way.
Yeah. Dark, how old are you? I'm 28. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Yeah, young. So everyone's young. Let me guess. Don't tell me. I think Chaplin. Let me see. Chaplin, I think you're 34,
36.
right? I think Chaplin's like, he's probably between 33, 34.
He's Asian, so you can't tell. But
Am I right?
I turned 44 last November 5th. So
Well, guess what? Happy birthday. Guess what? My
Thank
Asian
you.
friends, God damn it, you never can tell. Dark's you never can tell.
not with the Asians. No, they age gracefully.
especially
They
the
do.
ones who haven't been married nor had any kids yet.
Why
So
did
this is
why
I
did
got a lot
think
of
he was gonna
factors.
say that? Oh, hi, the Manny. Hi, Captain. Hi, Captain. Can I just tell you something? And there's Nathan.
Love
Hi,
your hair,
Nathan. Oh, I love your beard. I love beards on guys. Like, do you think it's
Yeah, it's
funny? I
badass.
love beards. But oh, here he is. But another thing
All
is,
right,
here we
all
go.
right.
Another thing is, why the heck, Chaplin, did I think you were going to say that? Oh, he's not married, so he doesn't age dark. You believe it?
No,
How about us
no.
women?
Well,
How about us
I don't
women?
know.
Okay.
I couldn't buy a rated R movie till I was 30. Y'all,
Forgive
so
me. Forgive me.
literally.
I didn't intend it to be received that way. I could see how it
Okay,
can be
so
perceived that way.
Nathan, I'm 28. I would think. Let me guess, because this is why he put his. I would literally think. Let me look.
Let's say 52. No, 50.
I would think you're around like the oldest 50, 48, 50. Am I right?
61.
Well, he looks. You guys, even with his now,
All
imagine
right.
if he didn't have the beard, he would look younger, right, guys? So think about it.
This
That's a
beard is-
compliment.
This beard is not 2 years old.
Let me tell you something. I love the beard. You believe it? I like beards on guys. Oh,
See,
God.
this is
I
where
like the
I'm
hair,
missing.
man.
I'm missing my. I
Captain,
just
come up,
shaved.
damn it! I want Captain to come up. He's a hoot.
Yeah.
Come up, Captain. You're a hoot. But no. How long did it make you grow? How long did it take to grow your beard?
This is where, as an Asian, this is the question I ask myself. It would take me at least 12 lifetimes, Nathan, to
I had
reach.
this event less than 2 years ago. I had this event and I trimmed
I
it
think that
several
was
times.
Mm-hmm.
It's less than 2 years old.
Oh my God. I like beards. I know I said that 10 times. I just do. But I
My
don't know.
wife is not so keen with it. She don't like it so much, but we're working
He
on that.
doesn't? How long have you been married for? A long time? Is your first wife or?
First wife, 41 years,
God, congratulations.
5 grandchildren, 3 daughters.
My kids are my life. I don't tell them much on here, but I'll just tell you, my kids are my life. I don't care if this is, this is like trauma to me, but it's not like Does that make sense? So I don't give out information, but I was married at 18. My ex-husband was a great husband, father. He went back to addiction. Last year, February 16th, he tried to take my life, and he's in jail for the rest of his life. So here, there's Dark. I like your hair. So here I am. He threw me out in a moving truck, broke my tailbone, choked me. I was hemorrhaging all over. So here I am. So I have severe PTSD. I'm trying to be the best mom to my kids, and I'm singing and writing music, and I'm doing very, very well. I sing with Dax. I met Kid Rock already, so I'm doing very, very good. So
Kid
it's
Rock,
just-
the old man who still goes by Kid Rock, like Grandpa. Let me show you what Grandpa Kid Rock. Like, it's like you're still calling
God,
yourself Kid
I
Rock?
bet you guys knew Kid Rock, of course.
I know Kid Rock, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm doing good with this, and I'm trying the best I can. But my DV, like, I don't know, it's just scary out there. You look younger than 40. And I used to show my face all the time, but I don't because there's so many thirsty guys that my uncle, being a cop, tells me I have to be careful in here. Does it make sense, you guys? So
As a
Yeah, we
female,
don't
I
care.
definitely like.
Yeah.
Exist. But did anybody see?
We don't
Like,
care.
I see. When I see Dark Knight here, I feel like this is what Nathan probably would look like if he shaved like the
I'm
beard.
gonna be honest. I see Dark. I don't want to make him laugh, but I see like Guns N' Roses.
Axl Rose.
So let's go sing November Rain, God damn it. you
Like-
know what he's thinking? Crystal, shut the hell up and get out of the box, God darn you.
Hey,
You know?
he can stand the heat. He knows when he's in the kitchen. He's
He can. He's been so nice to me and everything. It's so nice because I can't sleep. If you guys weren't on, I would be going nuts, My other friends on here invited me. I'm their mods. They're nice, but you know what's going on in the other boxes? It's not good. They're fighting over men. I peeked in and they're fighting and they're screaming. And I said, I have to go out here.
What?
And they said, I don't blame you, Crystal. Come back. Yeah, they're fighting over guys that they're never going to meet. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Dark, you've probably seen it on here. Get right, Dark. You've seen the crap on here.
Well, I've done the lives for about the last 6 months, and in the beginning, I was like a lot of spiritual and a lot of Christian stuff, and I kind of gravitated just more to spiritual stuff, and it was a lot of debating at first, but like now the algorithms only put me with the people that are of like mind with me, and I only meet good people like y'all. So
good, and I'm
it's
following you
only
around.
Yeah,
he's gonna
I'm glad you have. You're gonna meet some really cool people. Like,
God, I don't know. You're gonna.
we
You
all
better
end
tell
up
your
in the same
friends.
places.
You better tell your friends when I come up. You need a lot of talent at Walmart because I don't not talk. I talk, right, Nathan? I talk. I mean, why shouldn't you? But I listen. But this is very important. Like I couldn't talk through my marriage because I would get hit, and like he was 1 minute good and the next minute not. So I like to talk on here, but I listen all the time. And you saw that about me, Dark. I listen too. No, I don't just
Listen very
talk.
well.
My wife was
Had to learn how to
17
listen.
when we got married. She was 17 when we got married. I was 20.
Okay.
He turned 2 months later. We've been together the whole time. Yes, sir.
I'm proud of you guys. Like, it doesn't happen many. Like, my grandparents, if they were living, it would have been, 68 years? And they both passed not that long ago. My, it was my grandpa passed before. But I'm going to tell you right now, do you think this is weird of me saying if my grandmother passed first, my grandpa couldn't be able to take it? Makes sense, you guys? Like, he would got been unalive from a broken heart. I'm not joking, Nathan. Like, I'm being serious. That can happen, you know that, right?
It absolutely can.
So,
I
Dark,
almost
you agree
from my,
with me, Dark? Okay, good.
absolutely. Well,
grandfathers-
geese, they
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Oh, go ahead.
My grandmother passed. She cared for my grandfather for years. He had larynx cancer and couldn't speak. He had to burp talk. I'd learned to speak Donald Duck so I could talk good with my grandfather. Otherwise, he had a hard time talking, but I spoke like that, and we had conversation. He was fine, and she had a simple surgery and passed
There you go.
so suddenly, and he took his own life.
Oh my God.
It's
There you go.
horrible.
I know he's fine.
I get it though.
I know he's fine
get
though.
it.
After I've had my event and I sat on the scales and was weighed and shook out and measured, he's fine.
He's
He was
fine.
It's a reason why you do stuff like that. Is I think it'd be the only reason to be held in stiction of any kind. He just didn't want to be a burden anymore. He had already lived a life, and when the wars came, he was so valuable here. They made him stay here in Wire Towns. He was like,
Nathan, is this the one who took their life?
yeah.
My best friend 3 weeks ago, like actually it'll be a month. She was going to be 32 coming up, and she took her own life. So that's another reason why I'm on here for support, because my best friend since I was best friends with her since I was 5 years old. Her name's Leanne, and she took her life. And we're just shocked. We didn't see anything coming. I'm not joking. We never saw anything coming, you guys.
Yeah, I don't have any stiction on that. They're fine. They're finer than we think they are.
Are they? So they're fine. Can you tell me they're fine, right?
They're
She's
finer
fine.
than you think they are. You're caught in
Good.
nothing but love.
Good.
mean-
Right, Dark? She's fine. Yeah, she's fine.
From there, I don't know,
Absolutely.
because I was shook incoherent to a degree, and then I find stability. And so we're awareness beings forever. We cannot unalive ever. This place is like, okay, we can.
We're all
experience-
energy, right? Therefore, like we
Yeah.
can never be destroyed. Like once we've been
Exactly.
created.
Is outside of forms, and we can never unalive. So why not create a place where we can try it and fear it and go through the experience? Because we can't.
And this
Right,
is
you get-
where
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean it's a leap of faith. At least it was for me. You know, like when I posted my suicide announcement on my Facebook page in 2017 to kind of escape from the comedy world that I knew I had to put behind me, but it was just like a dark cloud just following me, and like part of me wanted to be under that cloud, but again, through kind of the blueprint of the scriptures and stuff, this is where when we were talking about the Last Supper, the moment type thing, where I had my closest family that I know I could confide in a time where my biggest conflict was with my own blood family, and this was heartbreaking for me, also, and I always accepted like this is what God put me on this earth. But again, that leap of faith, just opening up that door as wide as it can to in Islam. The beauty of it is like Allah is called, like the most merciful, and like there's a belief that if we just even show like the slightest bit of faith towards like him, that he will come like running towards us. And this is the same, I'm sure, with Hashem, the Lord's name for Judaism, and then Christianity is kind of like this, I don't know, this intersection. But again, I believe all of this is here for a purpose, and a purpose for good. And I always think of this saying in the background for all the friends that I lost, because I see it today more than ever that their faith like just took them back to God again. But I believe that we are all energy, and therefore we can transfigure into a different form of energy. So like when I see
So right.
a living creature, even a moth.
You can't run a marathon forever. I mean, there are people that can run 100 miles at one time. I was able to run 100 miles in a week, and I was crazy when I was a kid. But in this,
He was crazy when he was.
Jamil
anyways,
too, the thrill seekers, right?
in this load that rests at 6,000 cycles, like the 6 million compared to 1,000, that mitochondrial load that's in us, when it's running a marathon, a psychological event that you can't get out of, the galaxies are coming apart. Eject is going to happen. I can't see anybody, no matter what, really. I mean, it's just how this thing is built. I have no problem with someone. I have no judgment on, like, oh, that poor person. They're okay. We cannot, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean exactly. I know what you mean. But this is me. Well, first of all, I want Dark Knight. Okay, I'm talking after. Dark Knight, talk. You wanted to say something. Go ahead,
No, you're
Dark.
fine.
No,
Go
you
for it.
go.
Well, I just want to back all of you. Like y'all all said so many beautiful points. I think you can die of a broken heart. There are birds that mate for life, and if, so like geese, if one of them dies, a few days later, the other one will. I almost did, and I tried to unalive myself as well. I was very unsuccessful, and I got into a lot of motorcycle accidents, and I just realized I should be here for a reason, because I should be unalived a bunch of times, so. Also, like Chaplin, all of my family basically betrayed me, and in the worst ways you can imagine, just unexpected ways. But so every person I've ever loved and ever really cared for are the ones that absolutely were my worst enemies at the end. But with what Nathan's saying, when you're running a marathon, you've got to find a way out, and when with front doors on fire, sometimes you got to jump out that window that's 4 stories up, and only one way out. So
Before you just like drop like dead from like a heart attack because you've been just like on like crank mode, just like in this like rat race type thing. But and again, I don't know if you got to read this, Dark, but just like
I read it. I really like what you wrote.
It's not me. I mean,
He's on mute.
it's not me. These are just quotes that I found on my journey that other people have
I
said.
really like it.
I thank you. I mean, like glory to God. Like it just helped me just see that carrot driving me. That was like like rotting, I guess, in that state that I was in. Just like why?
Well, you're
why
helping me. You're helping people, and that's what's good, Like, that's why about my music, even though it made darker, I hope it helps. Like, there's a lot of songs I wrote about, like, I didn't have addiction issues, but like my ex-husband did, right? So I write songs about that, dealing with stuff. And then I played it on TikTok, and people would say, wow, Crystal, it really helped me. I've been clean for these and these years. It helps me. So people look at it different ways, my songs. And that's why I like to help people. Just like you, Chaplin, are showing these things that help you. Now it's helping us. Do you know what I mean?
I hope so. And I, like that's been my intention.
Am I right, you guys? Right, Dark and Nathan, everyone? That's
Absolutely.
that's how it is. I will never change my heart. No one's going to take that away from me. And I don't care. Like, I feel like a lot of times, to myself, like people will say to me, you're too sweet in real life. You're too sweet, Crystal, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? I'm never going to change my heart, right? Like, this saying, hurt people, hurt people. Well, I'm opposite. I know how it feels to be hurt So I don't want anyone to feel like that. And if I find people being sneaky or not genuine, the best revenge is they won't have me in their life anymore, and I just remove myself. I don't need revenge. Do you understand what I mean, you guys?
Absolutely.
Payback. I
To
substitute
stay-
the word revenge with payback.
Yeah, you agree, Dark?
Success is the best revenge, right? And
Success
if you can
is
keep a
definitely the best
golden
revenge. Right?
Well,
Dark's right.
and to,
the
the true
word-
test is what we've all been through, and love profoundly, had our hearts broken profoundly, and still love, just the same or even more.
In the realm of vengeance, you want to add venture. You want to have adventure. You don't want to have vengeance.
Amen. Light language right there. Yeah,
Yes.
adventure, right? Like, yeah, like the words, and this is where again, like glass half empty, glass half full. Well, either way, we won't be going thirsty. So count our blessings and not our flaws, type thing. Like everybody, like we are all unique, likely flawed, but we're not unique because we are flawed, like type thing. So it's just like we have to find our center in just like this chaotic, like realm. That's just
The little pharaoh, right? And technically, it's the pharaoh. I mean, if Moses took one principle out of the Egyptian temple, took one principle out, and we run the world with it, we're all pharaoh, but we all can come home anytime.
Exactly.
I don't care the name you put on it. The foundations of the earth was before language models to argue about stuff. So I can't dance too hard on what somebody else calls what they believe in when I really don't believe in things anymore. I walk a mat barefoot, and that's about it.
Yeah, there's like a Japanese art form that is like where like they have a really nice vase is broken, they put it back together with like epoxy silver and gold or whatever looks good, but it's basically precious metals and epoxy, and it's even more beautiful and more perfect after it's been broken and put back together in a new form, and because it's been broken, that's what gives it its perfection. And it's more valuable and more unique because of it. And so I attribute the Dark Night of the Soul to that breaking of the vase, and hopefully for us to be put back together anew in a much more perfect form.
Yeah, I knew an executive that was high up in an oil industry, and he liked to go big game hunting, and he would buy these really expensive $20,000-$30,000 shotguns and show, oh, look at all these beautiful things that have scratches on them. I was like, man, what are all the scratches? He goes, I go out and the first thing I do is run it on a barbed wire fence. Spend all that money and put a big old scratch across all that stuff. And his friends think he's nuts. He goes, this is so much fun. And I bet when that man passed, everything he had went for way much more because it was him. Like the artist that did this extra thing to his thing and made it was, wow, that was even more. Made it that much more unique. Anybody can buy the one that was just stamped perfect. So when it was done by hand, it was just so perfect. Make your own scratch in life and put your stamp on it. But who cares about a stamp?
it's just our own, like again, Banksy has like this thing where it's just like the great artists imitate, but the best artists steal. Like it's like this thing where it's just like, but again, art, like it all starts with like just art. Art is like amazing on like the collective like consciousness, like where it goes, and like music again with like Mozart playing the piano as Crystal is like just like able to also like use as her like expression, and then like even that song alone, like I know will be like her legacy that will exist as long as YouTube exists, right? That's the beauty that I saw like YouTube and even like TikTok, where they save everything into this cloud, right? And then obviously maybe some things will get banned or anything, but whatever we put up into the cloud that stays in the cloud, that's essentially the legacy that we're going to be remembered for from like generations 100 years from now. The grandkids who look back and like go on ancestry.com and be like, wow, great grandfather Nathan was like this amazing person, like on his like TikTok like page, Crystal like great, you know, like I can't believe like she was this thing. Like that's the beauty that we being humans today have, like the free will to use however we will, like the knife. We can use it as a tool to help mankind, you know, or we could just
Do you
teach
remember?
people.
Do you remember when phones were just doing ringtones that you could record and then have that as your ringcode as somebody recorded it, little tones, little things?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There was
Even
one
the
I
people
put
who went
out.
a step above and paid for like music to play instead of like the ring. It's just like, wow, this guy
Well, I
really
had
cares
one that I
for their
liked and I threw it out
caller.
there. And I heard one that I had for mine that I recorded and I threw it out there. And I heard it every once in a while. It was just hello.
This is where I was
You,
wondering what you were talking about when you
I
were
know
saying
that one.
learning how to do
Oh my
Donald
gosh.
Duck language. You're like, I had to learn how to talk Donald Duck.
I remember that.
I mean, I went on and on. I had a cursing one. I had a polite one. I used to talk to
So this
little
is where
girls,
like the Huey, Dewey, and Louie
the
come into
kids.
effect. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I used to have so
Scrooge,
much fun with the
Uncle
little
Scrooge.
kids. Yeah, that's what made me a great
There's
photographer.
people
I
that I
had
know that had that ringtone, bro.
I was 250 with a flat top haircut and had a 185-pound grip. I could hold people straight out ahead in front of me. I mean, I was a big dude, but I'm just a kid. And then life beat me up as far as physically and I mean emotionally. All that got beat out as a kid mostly, but physically now I'm showing people how to maybe maintain physical health a little bit, mental health a little bit. I can help with.
And
Spiritual as
also,
well,
think
Nathan.
and
Spiritual.
think about he's been married for 41 years. I mean, I'm just gonna say it, right? I'm sorry, but my next relationship, you know, I want it to be the last forever. Like I'm not taking this. Like, do you understand? Like, you have to understand. I'm young. That was the only guy I've been with in my whole entire life. I met my ex-husband when I was like 14, 15. Got married at 18. The only thing and the best thing that came out of you guys is my best kids. I don't say like much about them on here, and I know Dark probably knows and understands. Everyone understands, you know, because it's a sick, creepy app, and we're on the For You page, by the way. But what I'm saying is, my kids are my life. So I would take all of this nonsense, what he did to me, just for my kids. But I don't ask for much. I wanted my ex-husband to be the best father first and the best husband. But I know whoever I get involved with will always be the best to my kids. And you know what? Blood is shit, because there's definitely people out there who will love me. They'll love the kid. Like, do you guys know what I'm saying? I'm like a little tongue tied. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, it doesn't, like, do you understand? Blood is shit. You understand, you guys?
I do.
Yes, my parents are still together, and
Yeah.
they're having a hard time, you know, physical wise. But I know my father maintained a crazy dynamo. Holy moly, my mother was crazy, but my father came from the side that was so stable. That I see that whole side of the Douglas family was so stable, so much that all my other cousins were told, you know, don't do too much, this or that. The oldest one of us all had a route that he could only drive on. He could even go in the left lane of the freeway unless he had to go around something. So strict. I drove from another state to go visit them, and he couldn't understand how I could be allowed to go that far. Wondering if something would happen to the vehicle and all these things. Would give me these lectures. And on the way home, I lost a belt and had to take a piece of my shirt and make a belt. I was like, maybe it's because the Most High wants me to do more than just sit here. But they live a more simple, beautiful life with nature. It's like we're just guided to do different things. But bringing the two families together may be why to bring that crazy side of my. I mean, my mother's related to William Sherman. Holy crap, that was a dude that had a problem with authority, but that was a war thing. Anyways,
Yeah, good mother is always. You tell a good mother by the way they treat their kids, and you know, a mother always tells their kids first. You know, and it's very unfortunate what happened with you and your husband. And I hear a lot of stories.
His loss.
yeah.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, and it's fortunate that it went that way. There's a lot of toxic relationships like that. So, when I went through my stuff, my ex basically got all of my family saying that I was this horrible person and I did all these things that I didn't do.
And they believed it or they did not?
They absolutely believed it. Yeah, they never even
You
asked
believe
me.
that,
But
Chaplain? And
she
they
was a
think
really,
that's sick?
she was a very smart person. She's a super genius. I mean, I'm a genius myself now. I wasn't always, but you can actually get smarter as you get older. I know because I've taken tests through the years, and I'm like, wow, I'm getting smart.
You mean you can eat Skull Dog new tricks? Oh my gosh!
can.
Tell that to my
Learn,
father,
yeah,
right?
all
Right, good.
Yes,
right.
absolutely.
Like, yeah.
She isolated me from all my family members through the years and friends and whatnot, and she always found a reason to do it. And I didn't care. I traveled so much. I was gone 4 or 5 nights a week. I mean, literally, I worked so many Christmases, and the day after Christmas, our anniversary, and so I get it, and it's so horrible how these situations come, and when there are real dangers. There's not the help that you need, and people don't get involved when they should. And then the opposite of it, when there isn't, it seems sometimes people do get involved when they shouldn't. And so it's a very hard situation. It's always about the kids, though. And that's what everyone should think about. It's about the kids and what's best for the
I broke the
kids.
cycle. I'm proud of myself. I broke the cycle because I didn't have a good mom. So guess what? My dad's my best friend. Oh my God. My dad is my best friend. So what I'm saying is I broke the cycle. My mom taught me one thing, how not to be a mom. So I broke the cycle. So I don't deal good with people who come on this app. They have the kids crying and they put TikTok ahead. Get off the damn TikTok. Take care of the kids.
You see the kids just like walking in the
That's right.
background, just like.
Feed your kids. Deal with your parent. I can't stand anyone else agree with me because it makes me sick. It makes me sick.
Or when they're like doing like videos, like driving with the child, like in the background. I'm just like, are you kidding
Chaplain,
me?
right? Or they're
Like-
crying and they're screaming, get in your bedroom. You just had a chocolate milk. It's like, can you get off TikTok, lady? Or
I can't stand that
Right,
either. I'm
John?
sorry.
John,
It's
right?
sad. I've
I
seen that.
know.
Yeah, there's a couple of TikToks I've seen, but they don't know any better because it's learned behavior. So we learn how to parent by our parents, and unfortunately, a lot of kids are having kids, and we're like Chaplain was saying,
a lot
I
of
think he
kids
said
are
30
having kids, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
our brains aren't developed fully until we're 25. My cousins didn't stop growing until they're 25, and they're like 6, 7. But
They
so,
push that back down to 30. They say like the human now
I believe
is
it.
in adolescent stage, according to this. I believe like this standard, just like where we just realize everybody's just imperfect, But until we like are able to forgive them, that's when we've like made that conscious like quantum leap into like adulthood, like like the sentient, amongst this sea of just like artificial beings, who are just like just looking up ChatGPT or whatever. That's all they know. But Bruce Lee said again, like life itself is our teacher, and we should always be in a state of just constant learning. So like I thought you put it beautiful in the way that you
Parent-child relationship to me is so important that I was making comments in my own home. I have a daughter and son-in-law and grandchildren living here. I made some comments back and forth, and my daughter was in a mood, and she was absolutely right. She threw her foot down. It was like, these are my children. I'll tell them that. I was like, you're right. She needs to learn her relationship with her children as they're growing. She's been with them, learning her hypnotic and all those things. That she's absolutely right. I'm living in a bus in my own backyard. Now, I don't sleep. I take naps now and again, day or night. It's just whenever it feels like it. So it's better for me out here anyways. And it's true. I want them to be inspired. I tell them, you're absolutely right. You're supposed to be one with the Father. The children need to be listening to you. And then when they get 18, they need to try to be one with the Father. And at about 33 is a keen age for guys especially. Girls, it comes a little bit earlier, just like the bat mitzvah, bar mitzvah timings. When life seems to
Yeah, I had a bar mitzvah.
Right. I mean, that time is a real cycle, and it's a timing in the development timings. We're in the Garden of Eden until we're 8 years old. We come out, I would say Nimrod comes up to shake things off a bit, 9, 10. King David comes out about 12 for sure. 18, King David is lined up. I guess in Egyptian it would be set comes in. You're setting your patterned ways on how you get tic-tac-toe to play more. You know what I mean? That's kind of, I don't land too much on what people want to get too picky about, but it's states of being and how to overcome and become something new if you wish to or not, kind of deal.
like the process of transfiguration,
I'm
right?
Amazon.
Like I look at it as like even moths, when I came upon like that quote, just don't blame people for anything in your life or in our lives, good people leave us good memories. And I thought about just like, that whole thing, like if I truly believe like we do maybe transfigure into a different energy, like what if, like I don't know, it really changed how I really applied it in my life. And I ran through this thing where I would try to catch butterflies the same way I would catch a moth, and vice versa, and do the same intention, like to let it free out into nature. And literally, like, it was this whole different thing where I was dating like my last fiance, where it wasn't according to God's plan, but I took a lot of growth. It took me a while to realize like how much growing I still had to do. But again, like that's life for me. And
Well,
I
the
believe that.
butterfly and the moth they're made from consumers, the grub caterpillars that go, they consume their life. Then they remove their head before they get in their chrysalis to become anew again. And the Egyptians had it to where all the organs were saved, but the brain was scrambled. I mean, the heart and the solar plexus in your gut, that's the main drivers. What should probably be. All language came from songs originally, and philology, and now it's more like dictatorship, and you better get off my lawn kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Nathan, you're funny.
Stand our
Don't, you're
ground,
being
right?
funny. Oh,
Stand your
God.
ground. Stand our ground.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Funny.
It's a refresh. It's a breath of fresh air just to have this kind of candor. Like, so thank you everybody. Like, yeah. I mean,
Just to let you know, people are trying to mess it like on the bottom say stuff, but with this like white stuff, I can't see what like it's hard to read the comments. People are talking to you,
oh yeah, yeah,
Chaplain.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I just
No,
like
I'm just letting you know,
Let it come
Facebook
up.
or FB is talking to us.
Can you add
See what
me?
I mean? Can you add me kindly? I want to. Oh yeah. Facebook wants to come up and talk, Chaplain.
no worries. Yeah, yeah. Sorry
Fine,
about
broad.
that.
Hey, I check Facebook. Don't come and yell at me. I check my reports.
Hey, it's
Oh
not.
my
Is it
God.
Facebook or is it just FB? This is where. Come on, let's
I
not.
know, I
Okay,
was telling you.
FP. I don't know. FP,
I was
Frank
telling
Barely, whatever. You want to come up if you're only good vibes, right, Chaplain? Only good
Right,
vibes.
right. I have a strict
I'm not
three
vouching.
strikes,
I don't
four
know this
balls
person,
policy
right?
before.
Do you know him, Darker? I don't know this person, so I'm up.
No, I think if hopefully this is the person I think I
All right, let's go. Let's
recall.
see.
Yeah, come on up. Sorry.
Welcome to the shit show.
Hey, no.
Right?
Welcome to the Charlie Chaplin show. If anything, like
Ah,
this
can
is
you add me? Yes, come up.
yeah.
Come up. You can
Give
ask
me the
him.
invite.
CCPC.
He doesn't have very many followers.
Nathan,
mean,
you're fun.
I
Oh
actually
my
think
God.
about it as just like Mr. Rogers' neighbors,
He
right?
has
Like,
he has. Wait a minute. Let me see something. Yeah, he has 976 followers.
Oh, good.
All right.
He can come up. Yeah.
Yeah, come on up.
those
During the
numbers.
shit, so see, we talk about serious stuff, then we go to American Idol with my singing, and then we talk about this, and right, guys.
Do you have
By
another?
the way, I'd love you to check out my music. I mean, if you ever get a chance, because I mean,
Wait,
I
Do you want to
You're
share it with us?
brilliant.
Come on, man. This
No,
is
I
kind of
don't
open mic.
sing.
Do you got a
do?
video that you can?
Well, I mean, I sing a little. I just started to learn. I learned to sing last December. At 39, so I'm not really good at singing, but I mess around on the keyboard. But I'm not really good at I'm not on pressure. I'd rather y'all check out her to check. I just want her to check that out. I mean, maybe
Okay,
one day
I
I'll
will.
play
So where do I check it out? Your page,
there's
or you're gonna just?
I'll forward you.
tell
I'll
me?
forward you a video. I'll forward you a
Okay.
couple of videos.
Hey,
I've got 2 different accounts. One of them's JC, aka John Connor.
you have
I
to
got a
tell
couple
me.
of
I
them.
won't remember. Don't laugh.
Okay,
I,
yeah.
won't-
Yeah,
I
I'll
just
send you.
did some
If
broccoli,
you can,
and let me tell you something.
put it in the
Alright.
comments, Dark Knight, that'd be huge for me.
Maybe he doesn't want. Do you want the whole world to know or no?
If you don't
Dark?
mind, yeah. Or definitely
I've
remember
got
to
2 main
DM me.
channels.
Don't
On YouTube?
laugh. I will, but don't laugh. I am doing some broccoli and I'm seeing stars, and I don't mean jelly roll. You know what I mean, you guys? Like I'm seeing like.
I don't mean jelly roll.
Oh, God. Come on, Dark. You gotta
we were
laugh,
talking
Dark.
about broccoli earlier. Remember, Nathan?
Oh, God. Yes. Come
I was
on, Dark.
concentrating on
Laugh,
the
Dark.
chat. I was trying. I can't do two things at once all the time.
Oh, yes, you can.
Right.
Oh, yes.
This
Yeah,
is
I
where
can
my
actually, like,
multitasking. My
You better
multitasking
be
is
if you're combing that hair. You better be able to listen to me, right, Chaplain? Wink and
absolutely,
wink.
absolutely.
I'm
Double
trying,
wins.
I'm trying to listen more than way than one, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Jesus. Go to
Hey,
sleep.
if I may, Crystal,
Yeah.
if you have like your YouTube like up right now, would you mind looking up a song? It's entitled "Begin Here." Begin Here by Brother Ali. And if you could just play
You wanna
that for
hear
me,
it?
I would love to be able to share
hold
this
on.
because this is like the song that plays in my heart. It's not from me, but it's from
Hey,
one of.
1 minute.
Thank you.
I'm going to get to my thing.
Right.
I'll
like-
see if I can
back
warm up
in
on the
the-
keyboard and see if I'm like in a
in the
music
late
mode or not.
60s,
Okay, 1 minute.
in the late 60s, one of my uncles wanted to sing and do stuff like that. And my aunt was so opposed to it. And they ended up divorcing, probably over a lot of other things. And he went off and became an accomplished singer. It's like he got kicked out of where he just wasn't appreciated enough to where he felt he had to do in it.
Like the fish leaving its bowl and going out into sea type thing, kind of philosophy, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
now I
what,
had
I'm
any
sorry. What is
time,
it? What is it called?
Begin Here, and the
Begin
artist
here.
is Brother Ali, Ali, like an amazing, just like storyteller. But this is just something. When I heard this, like I hope it just like resonates with all of you, if I may. And again, this
So
is
is it called Brother Ali Begin Here?
yes, that's the
Okay,
one.
I'll play it. You want to hear it, you guys? Okay.
There's before real quick. It talks about there's when the eagles go fishing, and they see the fish swimming in a circle. They go down and get it. I've seen and heard the guys that are mountaineers in Switzerland and stuff that sit and just watch these lakes. They're fire watch guys for just to see what's in the mountains, and they watch these fish. It's the fish that goes up and circles and circles and circles the lake, and then goes when it sees that a bird flies over, it goes to the middle and calls the fish to come. And they rarely does the bird have to get wet. A lot of times they jump right up in. Just something to think about. That a lot of things we think and look about, it's not necessarily the bird that's fishing, it's the fish that's wanting to go home.
To leave that firmament, right? It's like
Go to a
breaking through
higher
the
place,
firmament of all that
It
stuff.
knows what it needs to do, and it's looking for a way.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I hope. I
Okay.
hope it's.
You ready? Okay.
Brothers and sisters, I know we had a good time this evening. If we could get your attention at the stage for just a minute, please. I want to thank y'all ever so kindly for coming out and joining us yet again. Me and Anthony sure do appreciate it. We want to thank His Majesty, I Self-Divine, for blessing us with His presence here this evening. Yeah. My big brother Slug, he got on the mic tonight, but if you listen real close, he's hearing everything we ever did. In the background, smoking, being cool. And break this down for me. I'm just gonna give you a few more words before we get on out of here. When I was young, you couldn't tear me away from the stereo and used to carry one with me everywhere I go. As I memorized the words, I genuinely believed every line I heard. I thought that these men that I referred to as prophets of our time would never lie in verse. I can't begin to tell you how it hurt as time went on and some of them disguises burst. I always said if ever I get heard, if ever I am perched in an elevated place, high enough so this world could recognize my words, I would never turn and try to hide my face. And so I give it all as an author, even if myself is all I have to offer. I don't exaggerate it, I would gladly be hated for what I am and just stand and state it. And if you relate, then you can take it. All human beings are the same when we're naked. We're all living through the same insane trip, but we ain't in it alone. If somebody stand up and say, A lot of people waiting for their big break to make it. You gon' spend your whole life waiting till you learn that anything given to a man can be taken. Only thing that's ever really yours is what you earn. It's a mistake to label it patience when you see a person latently waiting for return. Another one got the faith to go and take his. Win, lose, or draw, the end ain't the concern. I want it so bad I can taste it. And makeshift tools are the only ones that work in the hands of a dreamer to make it take shape with. See if I can't get this old torch to burn. And all of those chains and the bracelets are symbols of that for which our souls yearn. Strip it all away and what you face is we're trying to touch happy before we touch the earth. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every show you ever saw, every album that you bought. You can be my guest and tear it all apart. At the foundation, you'll be sitting there with what I thought. The past is gone, my path is charted. My grasp is strong, I'm just getting started. My aim is steady and my view is clear. My name became heavy and true.
Yeah, he's an amazing just like artist in himself. But thank you for just like queuing
You
that
made
up.
me dance. Can you believe my people at my house think I'm crazy? That was good. Did you guys ever hear of that? I was dancing. That was good.
He's good. He's good. I mean,
I
awesome.
like
I love
it's
that
very
piano.
you guys. Isn't that uplifting? You agree, you guys? Uplifting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey
What
guys,
are
I'm
you
gonna have
doing?
to pop
Are you
off.
dancing, Nathan? Nathan, are you dancing yourself? Nathan, I think you're dancing.
I think
Look at him.
Guys,
Dark Knight.
I'm gonna pop off. I've got somebody coming over in the morning, and I've got
Oh,
to clean
Thank
up
you.
and go to bed. And
I thank you from the
anyway,
bottom of my heart. For
I thank y'all, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen you. I think I already had been on maybe on my other channel on your because like I know I've come on here before, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna pop in more often.
Definitely. Please do.
Yeah, it's just been really good vibes and not so serious, and I love
right.
that we can just be ourselves a little bit more, and it's not so strict about the rules and stuff. And I really like that part.
And thank you for introducing me to your good friends, Dark, because this is good,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I thank you as well. Like this is an
Are
amazing
you
thing.
welcome? Oh, I'm not leaving yet till you close down, but Dark has to leave. He's not going to sleep. He's going to be dancing for that song. Don't let him trick you, Chaplin.
I
Don't
can
let him
play you.
trick
I can play you some
Don't
songs
let him.
that'll kind of let like mellow out the vibe. Like this is where I love music, like taking people on the journey through like just the music. So, is there a song, Dark Knight, that like maybe we can like
Dark
remember?
Night of the Soul by Philip Wesley.
Crystal, would you mind?
Isn't
Dark-
he? Is he staying? You're staying, Dark?
I'll
or
stay
you
for
going?
that. Yeah, I'll stay for that. But I really
Okay,
gotta get
hold
off.
on. Let me get to my.
Yeah, I've got a
thing.
mess
Hold on.
I gotta clean up, and I gotta get ready for entertaining hosts tomorrow.
Oh, this
Guests
would be,
for the host.
and if you need to, this is what just like and if you need to bounce out, but like again, like
Type it in the bottom for me. Type it in the bottom. It's easier for me, Dark.
Dark Knight.
Did you say you were out the McDonald Observatory out West Texas?
Yeah, I used to do a lot of work out in West Texas, and we'd go out there all the time. But a lot of nights I went out there, it wasn't great visibility, but they did these star parties out there. They're really cool. But yeah, I loved it. I loved West Texas.
What is it
especially
called
Alpine.
again? What is
Dark
it
Night
called?
of the Soul. Dark
Yeah,
Night of the
Philip
Soul by Philip Wesley. It's actually I think that's the name of the album, and it's actually in
Okay,
the beginning
it's here.
of my
You
Dark
want to
Night.
hear
of
it? Anybody want to hear it now? You ready?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I feel like I'm the damn DJ. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start costing. Here we go, charging.
Hey! Look, I'm hiring, so consider this like a job interview.
All right.
This is it, right? Dark.
Yes, yeah. It's
Okay,
it's a little
okay.
slow getting
Okay,
into,
okay.
but
Now you're
yes.
putting me to sleep, Dark. Thank you very much, my friend.
I'm sorry. Oh, good. I guess
My
that's good.
dog's falling asleep. Good. You're falling asleep. You're falling asleep. You're falling asleep. You like this? You like this? You like it? You like it? Okay, I'm getting off of it. He said, "Never mind. It makes me still cry." I don't want you to
Yeah, I
cry.
cry a lot. No, I
turned
cry
it
every day
down.
so much now. Like I seriously have to cry every day.
I don't want you to
cry
cry.
some every day. I gotta cry some.
Okay, so you said
That's
sure.
why I
Can I
like
play
it.
one more of my song I wrote before you leave, Dark? Yeah?
If it's okay with Chaplin, yeah,
I need
absolutely.
to ask him.
Yeah,
Chaplain, is
please.
this okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so listen. So it's called Mirror the Booze. I wrote it, and it's about my little bit about my life. And I play the guitar and I sing. Hold on 1 minute.
Gosh.
Near the booze, BOOZE.
Wow. All right, Dark also Think about this. If GOD, Governance Omnidirect, Pentatonic, Cartographic, Navigating, My Story, Your Curry, bring interest to tickle to sting, to perplexing, ever flexing thing.
Wow. Man, you should write poetry because it's like got science mixed in with like metaphysics and light language and wisdom. Man, you should definitely get into that. I think you do it every time you go on lives. You're writing poetry.
This is where,
I
like,
don't
Nathan,
know.
are you just coming up with this off the cuff, or are you like recording
I
this?
come up
brother?
with it on the cuff. I write it down sometimes.
Okay.
But in high school, I didn't do well in regular English and stuff like that. I didn't care about all the breakdowns. So they put me in Shakespeare, and we ran plays, and we learned that. So I learned iambic pentameter in that. Heck, as a kid at 10 years old, I was learning the viola. And Yngwie Malmsteen and synthesizers were coming out and mixing that with it. So I was like, oh, heck yeah. And then in California, I didn't play any instruments. I was learning how to make a Tesla coil, learning science, that kind of stuff.
Like just like a complete different.
But that got ripped away from me, and everything just got ripped away. I got here to experience a little bit of everything and how it got ripped away, and how I don't need to learn all the little details about the science and stuff. Learning the principle and learning how to walk it. Learn the principle, learn how to walk it. I don't have to be, I got a friend, a brother of mine who was an exchange student, a PhD electrical engineer. I really would love to pick his brain. I might help him in his business. Maybe not, but it'd at least be a nice conversation. He's got some world patents on some stuff. It's really neat. And they're dedicated to his institute where he got his information from.
Yeah, we're singers here. We're song. You ready to hear my song now?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, here we go. So it's called Mirror the Booze. I wrote it, okay?
You're on mute, Crystal.
Yeah, I'm fast forwarding my last name. Hold on 1 minute.
This is where the transcript on YouTube is very handy. You could just cue it up like that way, where it's just like music. Okay, let's just go to this way, just to let you know. I would love to subscribe to your YouTube channel, so if you don't mind DMing me that.
Okay. Here it is. It's me singing, playing the guitar. Took a drink and then took another. She was just innocent. I didn't know better way to handle things. He's trying to learn the things he used to know, like how to be the person that she once knew how to love. And everything was so clear, and then it all disappeared. She said there's chances that I'm sinking for these plans that I'm making to be with you. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to choose. It's me or the booze. She said, just try to think about our children. We promised them that from the day they came into this world, they'd always have a safe place to lay down their books and rest their heads. And I refuse to have them abuse their friends' houses instead. Maybe it's about time you figured out what's yours and mine. And if you have a problem, then I do too. It's not just you. She said there's chances that I'm taking for these plans that I'm making to be with you. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to choose. It's me or the booze. It's me or the booze, yeah. The bills are still piling up. I still use
know since you found your own escape. You haven't noticed me. I won't do this on my own. It wasn't the deal we made when you got down on one knee and gave me the ring. She said there's chances that I'm taking for these plans that I'm making to be with you sooner or later. You're gonna have to choose. It's me or the booze. It's me or the booze. Yeah, yeah. It's us or the booze. So I sang it at a gig. I sang that at a gig. So yeah, because you get it.
Could I be a critique and just
Very
say
nice.
something?
What did you say?
Could I be a critique?
What does that mean?
Well, I give you
Criticisms of
I don't care what you think because I'm making it big. But if it's going to be mean, it's going to be mean.
Someone just jumped in and spoke to me. What I wanted to give was constructive criticism. The person who said all I wanted was to give criticism was actually wrong. But I wanted to give constructive criticism. Like you say, you can take it or leave it.
It is being played like I don't know how many layers away, but so it could be something between here and there. But I think it was amazing. Just by the way, you have a beautiful.
Could I
voice.
give constructive criticism or not?
Yes, I mean, please, yeah, take we'll hear. I guess we can only find out if it's constructive or not. But please,
I would love to hear that. I would love to hear this one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anybody know this guy? Well, let's go. Let's hear it.
Okay, so was the chorus "It's me or the booze"?
What?
The chord, the hook of the song
Yeah,
was
it's
yes.
called Near the Booze. You didn't hear my
Near
story,
the
but I'm
Booze,
not explaining it.
and then
Yeah.
it was us or the booze, right? That
Right.
transition.
So I mean, it might well be personal to you. Which
Yeah, I'm
very
not
personal.
telling you the story again. I don't like how
could
you're
I
coming
get on
off
with
to me.
could I get on with the constructive criticism? If that's all right? What I was trying to say is, although it might be personal to you, and in fact you might sing it better with it being so personal, but I just thought if you changed booze to blues, it's me or the blues. I think it would go worldwide.
Just that little, that's where it's. I think that is something to kind of think about too. So I would find that to be thank you for that. And sorry, it kind of took this thing. And I hope Crystal, you come back. But yeah, it's just like in the world of music. Then again, I don't know if that's necessarily what her pursuit is as an artist, but I think that in a music realm, that is good advice to think about. But again, it is a song that speaks very
There would be a bigger audience. There would be a bigger audience for it.
It could resonate with a younger audience as well as like any other audience, right? Just by switching it to blues.
It's me or the blues, you know.
Right. Well, yeah.
That would.
But then again, Guy East, wouldn't you say that just changing that really kind of takes away from the true message of just what it is like in life? Where
Do you know what? I mean, I'm not saying I'm that person, but I watched the movie. I watched the movie about Facebook, and Mark, what is it, Gutenberg or whatever his name is?
Zuckerberg.
He originally called Mark Zuckerberg. He originally called it the Facebook, and one of his colleagues says, "Drop the."
The guy who came up with Napster, right? Just drop. It's cleaner. Right, that's what he says. It's cleaner,
and then it's Facebook, not the. It's so that's what I'm saying. If she changed it, I'm not saying I'm the same person as giving her that kind of.
I like
the song. I thought the word booze, if it was replaced with blues, would be amazing.
And I think that what's amazing is just even though she's singing about her personal story and uses the word booze to fill that in your heart, what's resonating is just the blues, right? Maybe that's just how your soul is just kind of receiving
Well, it's
just
like
this
saying, "Be with
love
me."
language.
It's like,
Right. So,
Anyway, I do apologise.
No,
I do
no.
apologise if I've ruffled her feathers or ruffled anyone else's feathers. I didn't mean to do that.
As an artist, this is one of
Okay,
those
first
things.
of all, that's why Dark. Hold on, I want to talk. I deserve to talk. First of all, I don't care. Another thing is, you didn't hear my story. Okay, I'm a DV survivor. My ex-husband went back to the booze, and I'm not going to get into it because I didn't like how you came off to me, and that's why me and Dark obviously left. But for you being the host too, you knew my story, so I found it very mean. Like, I'm not being mean, but that's why we both like. Like, do you see what's going on down here with Dark? Like, don't ever change yourself. You kind of hurt me, host, because you know my story before this moron came in.
I
You think
apologize.
hold on. You think I'm going to actually sit here and say it's me or the blues when all of a sudden I almost got unalived and he went back to his booze? You knew the story, Chaplain. You see what's going on to the comments? I mean, that kind of hurt me. Like, do you understand what I mean? Why would
Well,
do you understand? This is a very touching song for me, what I went through, guys.
no, I get it. I get it what you're saying. But you know, the founder of Facebook could have kept the Facebook, or he changed it to Facebook. I just look. You stick to what resonates to you. I was saying constructively criticizing that for a wider audience. That's all I was saying. If you want to call me a moron because I was giving you constructive criticism, then I can maybe understand why you're going to stick to the word that you chose.
Don't put me down. I don't really appreciate this. And if anyone else was the host, they
why
would
don't you
knock you off.
practice what you preach? Seems you put me down.
Can you get him out?
Okay. I guess you got to kind of put it into something. But amazing session. What'd you guys think?